neural network and its clearinghouse financial development data will for exchange and collaboration. This will help us raise awareness about the crucial importance of global data and hopefully help us bring together supply and demand for data.
It should be, yeah.
So with this in mind, I would like to close. Thank you to the authorities of the campaign published the federal statistical
Shall we finish the introduction for us for the Swiss Federal Statistical Office? Always a pleasure to work with your office. We do that since many years, and we all know we have the crisis of the planet. So we also know that
funding for the topics we talk about today. I'm happy to present and welcome Johannes. He's the executive head of PARIS21. And it will be interesting to hear from Johannes a bit from you. Why are we here today? I know you will also show us some data in the beginning already. And maybe it's good also for the broader audience, maybe to explain a bit what's PARIS21 at all.
Thank you so much, Benjamin. Thank you so much, Jean-Luc, for the very kind words of introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you in this room, and also for everybody online for taking the time to be with PARIS21 at our second spring meetings. So why do we do spring meetings? And if you look back, COVID has brought us a lot of hardship and a lot of constraints, and a lot of bad things happened. They also at times have led to innovations. And one of those little innovations came up for us, PARIS21, the partnership in statistics for development in the 21st century, was to create a spring meeting. Because normally we had in Paris, we had annual meetings, so people coming to Paris from all over the world to meet in Paris to discuss at the OECD issues that are important for us. But they couldn't come, of course, because of all the lockdowns. So we basically did a virtual online meeting. And the last one was about data ecosystems for climate change. And this one is, as you can see, about local data, about subnational and local data. So I'm really excited to be here and also excited to have this spring meeting in person and also online. So as an innovation, we are in person, but we're also in online and connected to all our partners. Let me just say, PARIS21 as a global partnership, our mission is better data for better lives. We support basically national data ecosystems in the global south, in poor countries, strengthening national statistical systems so that they can produce the data that hopefully changes the lives for their citizens for the better. Now, let me also thank, of course, the Swiss Federal Statistical Office. We have George, we have Benjamin and Petra and a few others, but also the government of Switzerland, the canton of Bern, for having this meeting here in this wonderful location. And let me just say a few words why we choose the topic local data. If we look, I do think actually this topic is very timely. And if we step back and zoom out for a second and see the overall context, the global context of development and of thinking about data, the global context is rather sobering, right? I mean, we talk about inflation, there's a Russian aggression against Ukraine, we have the knock-on effects, we have a rise in poverty. You may all have heard about SDGs and that for the first time in some parts of the Sustainable Development Goals, we are sliding back. We are not making progress. Since a couple of years, we are sliding back. I'm personally a trained poverty economist and following specifically that part. And it's for some countries, we have for the first time, an increase actually in poverty, not a decrease. So we are not moving in some parts into the right direction. And it's important that we, ahead of the SDG summit in New York in September, we think about where we are and we hopefully change course. Now, how to change course? And here, I think I want to put a little bit wine into the water, what I just said, is that in reality, many progress has happened, in particular at the local level. I do believe that sometimes the global picture blurs to scale them up, and we don't know how far they are representatives. As we are statisticians, we think about representativeness, but still, I wanted to give you just one example I witnessed myself together with partners, with UN Women and the government of Senegal. We conducted gender data assessment, specifically thinking about gender data in the African continent. And I was so struck. I happened to be in Senegal a couple of times in my life, and I could see firsthand of how the technical conversation has changed, of how much energy technical people had from national governments, African governments, to lobby and to think about how to integrate gender data statistics into their national policy making, which is a key for a long-term success. It's not just a one project, it's mainstreaming gender statistics into national policy making. That's the driver of change. And here I was so struck and so happy to see that progress is happening. And maybe you all witnessed it by yourself, that sometimes we see local progress. And I think local progress will depend a lot. Also, do we know about it? What works and what doesn't work? And this brings us to the topic of local data. Now, yesterday we had the opportunity to visit a very nice, innovative startup company here in Basel, Superdot Studio or Superdot, and they produce data, they visualize data, they use it as an art, but they also help to think about how data can be used at the local level. For instance, in Basel, we talk about local data not only in the global south, but also here in Basel and other parts of this world, and to seeing of how citizens can engage about topics that matter to them. Education, schooling for their children, health, is the quality of health good, infrastructure, environment, all these things are important at the local level, and to have citizens empowered that they can access and eventually even produce the data is key. And I think we will talk about this in a second as we go along in the program. But without further ado, let me give you one data that I brought. Sasha, would you mind to show the wonderful slide you prepared this morning for me? Because I was a little late preparing for this talk. So sorry about that. But I mean, the data point I wanted to show is 5.7 square meters per capita. Anybody has an idea what that data point is supposed to mean? It's about green roofs in Basel. It's per capita, it's a 5 square meter per capita of green roofs per capita in Basel. And with this, Basel is apparently what I saw in the internet. You know, can always trust the internet, but it was a source to the University of Zurich. And apparently my colleague just found another number which makes sense. It's 1 million square meters green roofs in Basel, which makes Basel the most green roof city in this world per capita. Does that make sense to you? So a lot of green roofs in Basel, which is important for climate change, for climate adaptation. I mean, you can grow your vegetables, you can eat your vegan food by producing your own food, and it's good for isolation, it's good for energy, it's good for climate change, it's good for everything. So you see, with local data, we can make nice stories. Maybe Stuart looked at me a bit skeptical. We may want to verify the data points later on, but anyway, it's an interesting story, and very happy to be here in Basel. Okay, let me come back to why we are here, and just the three things what I think we want to get out of today's conversation here. First of all, I think it's a little bit of learning. It's a little bit of knowledge sharing and get inspiration. So we will hear a lot of very distinguished panelists sharing their knowledge. So I hope you all come a little bit richer back home in terms of knowledge and wisdoms. That's the first point. Second, we want you to connect. I mean, virtually it's a bit difficult, but here, at least in the room, we want you to connect, find new colleagues to talk to, and hopefully get some inspiration. And last but not least, hopefully, eventually, some ideas spring up. And I recall that last time, 5 years ago in Bern, when we had this type of meeting in Bern about trust in numbers, we had a couple of follow-up activities. And maybe something will come up at the end. And when I close the session, maybe I can tell you some good news about what will emerge from this meeting. So it's not just one point in time meeting, but we have some ongoing conversation. So with this in mind, wishing you a great day, and give the floor back to Benjamin.
Thanks, Johannes, for this Very interesting number. It will be exciting to see what kind of other numbers we will see during the day. So I would like to welcome George Simon Ulrich. He's the Director General of the Swiss Federal Statistical Office. Many people here in the room, and I'm for sure online, knows him. And he will speak to us a bit you're unlocking the power of data initiative. That's something we created after the UN World Data Forum, but you will hear about that in a second. What's also important, but not many people know that, before he was the Director General Office, he was the head of the Cantonal Statistical Office of the Canton of Lucerne. So that he has a lot of information. How can we use local data? George, the floor is yours.
Great. Oh, I look if this works. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a huge pleasure seeing you all here at the sunny day. We try to organize also the sunny day here. I hope the people at home have also a sunny day looking at us talking about data. Thank to each one and every one of you for being with us today here in Basel, here or online. I'm very pleased to welcome you to the PARIS21 Spring Meeting. The PARIS21 Spring Meeting event is under the umbrella, Benny already told us, of the Unlocking the Power of Data initiatives, and come in collaboration with the Canton of Basel-Stadt and PARIS21. I will take the opportunity to thank Beat Jans, President of the Government of the Canton of Basel-Stadt, and of course, Madeleine Imhoff, who she's head of the Statistical Office, and Johannes Gütig, Executive Head of PARIS21, and also, of course, Ambassador Jean-Luc Bernasconi for the fruitful collaboration in the preparation of this event. This initiative, the Unlock the Power of Data initiative, followed the Road to Bern, an initiative of the Swiss Confederation that aimed to prepare discussion before the third UN World Data Forum 2021 in Bern. The Unlocking the Power of Data initiative will seek to maintain and expand the dialogue between data users and data producers. As such, it has two aims. First, expand the data and statistic dialogue, because statistics is not something that is just for itself. Actually, it is for everyone. And therefore, partnerships are necessary to build more robust data ecosystem that provide support for evidence-based decision-making and make it possible to respond adequately to crises. The integration of the private sector, policymakers, academia, and civil society in the data dialogue is key to broadening data literacy and fact-based worldwide. Because if we're not talking to each other, we don't understand the problems, or we don't even understand the question. And before we start doing something with data, we have to understand what is actually the question we try to answer. So that's why we need to have this dialogue. Without any dialogue, we couldn't be aware of what is actually the problem. So secondly, we have then to deepen the knowledge. So bringing together these people from various fields will provide new inputs and ideas into the discussion and achieve fast progress in data and statistical fields. Synergies, innovative practice, alternative methods, and data sources will be explored to strengthen the data ecosystem and produce new information for the 2030 agenda. Because sometimes some actors have data that someone else doesn't have, or has a know-how that someone else doesn't have, maybe have a technical solution, or someone has money and someone else needs money. So we have to bring these people together so that they can provide products and services of great value. The first event of this initiative, the International Geneva Can We Beat the Chimps with Data and Statistics, organized by the Swiss Confederation in cooperation with the World Health Organization, took place on the 26th of January 23 in Geneva, with more than 250 participants, and it was a great event. To continue the work towards our goal to make fact-based decisions, we need to focus on these missing pieces. Whatever way, what better way than going on local leaves to complete this puzzle, especially when it comes to the challenge as complex as the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, as we stated in the invitation to today's event, the time to achieve the SDGs is running out. As we pass the halfway mark, significant action and quality data are needed to ensure that we leave no one behind. We need to rethink the way we approach these challenges. We cannot solve these problems alone. We need to work together. New technologies, a broader range of actors working in this field of data, and increasingly innovative data collection methodologies are helping us reach a new level of detail in terms of the local data that can drive our decision-making. The potential impact on these data on the welfare of communities is even more significant in times of crisis, where timeliness is of the essence of ensuring life-saving support to affected and vulnerable communities. Yet while many countries are making strides in local data, others are failing behind. Issues of data governance and private concern lead to mistrust when it comes to data access. Coordination problems prevent local data from efficiently being incorporated into large models. These in turn prevents us all too often from fully understanding the implication of aggregate local effects. This brings us to the central question of this opening of today's event. If we want to tackle today's complex challenges through local data, what role can national and local statistics play? The first answer can be found in the UN Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics. According to Principle 1, official statistics are to be complete and made available on an impartial basis in order to honor citizens' entitlement to public information. Consistently using our long-standing role as impartial data providers is perhaps the most important factor for statistics and data that are relevant to and for us all. Furthermore, principle number 2 states that to retain the event more important trust, we shall only decide according to strictly professional considerations on the method and procedures for the collection, processing, storage, and presentation of statistical data. We need to support our partners at the local level in producing data and statistics that are worthy of this trust. It is also important to use our data literacy to ensure that local data and statistics are comparable in time and space, as we do that also internationally. This is the key to understand local conditions and changes on the one hand, and not losing sight of the complex global interrelationship on the other hand. To this, we need to open the new phenomenon, methods, and data and share our expertise with local organizations, partners, and of course also the civil society in targeted manner. Ladies and gentlemen, investing in local data system helps countries develop policies and programs that support the need of diverse population. This is why we have to leverage the potential of local data to address global challenges. Urban and rural communities must access and use local level data for informed decision-making, planning, accountability, and mobility. Similarly, collaborative efforts to localize the SDGs amplify the call for localized data to track progress on the SDGs. Let me give you one example of the importance of local data. That's the moment where you have to show the slide. So just as an example, maybe Peter Prey will do that. Doesn't look like this slide is here, but let's take the cost of a day in hospital care. For Switzerland, on the national level in 2021, the costs were 2,229 Swiss francs. Meanwhile, for the canton of Appenzell, Innerrhoden, the costs were 6,137, a significant difference of 64% higher than the national average. Still not here. Also, these costs from the canton of Basel-Stadt were 2,735, so 22% higher compared to the national average. Meanwhile, the canton of Wallis costs were 1,380, so 38% lower than the national averages. As you can see, the national data gives you a picture of the whole country. But if we use just the national data, the decision taken in this case of, for example, Appenzell Innerrhoden could be misleading. That's why local data is crucial for the decision-making process. In Switzerland, responsibility in the health sector is at the cantonal level, and this is just one example. I could give you hundreds of them. Eventually, local data helps to inform, improve, and support local efforts to shape the city into a more sustainable and equitable place. I'm happy that we in Switzerland have a close collaboration with the cantons and, of course, also the municipalities. The Canton Basel was the key partner for us in the past, and we are keen to further strengthen the collaboration with the cantons in the future. I'm convinced that all national statistical offices have to play an important role in the coordination with the local data and the statistical producers to join publishing the needed information. Colleagues, it was great being able to present my perspective before you all. So thank you very much that you are here, and I hope you have a very fruitful day today. Thank you very much.
Thanks, George. And we will show the slide a bit later. We have some technical issues there, but we hope for the next presentation it will work out. So we have the last keynote speaker for today. And as you may know, the city of Basel is famous for pharmacy. And that's why I'm happy to welcome Peter Speyer from the Novartis Foundation. He's one of the two big pharmacy companies here in Basel. Maybe we'll say something about that. He's the head of analytics, data, and AI at the Novartis Foundation. Welcome. Stage is yours.
Morning, everyone. Many thanks for inviting us, Johannes, and I'm happy to give a perspective actually from the Novartis Foundation, not from Novartis, the corporation. So we are one of the big pharma companies here. I work for the foundation, and we are focusing on population health management more than on pharmaceuticals themselves. I'm very excited to talk about local data, and what better context than in the context of better lives. So I'll talk through a few examples on how we leverage this at the Novartis Foundation. But first, let me send some warm regards from Anne Ertz, who's the head of the foundation and wanted to be here, but is traveling today. So I'm trying to fill her big footsteps. Like Johannes, I will start with a little bit of, let's see if this works. Yes, I'll start with the water before going to the wine. Our healthcare systems, as we know, face big challenges, right? From aging populations and actually inverted age pyramids, growing burden of chronic diseases, more impact of climate change and extreme weather situations, and last not least, ever threatening and quite real right now, pandemics that are affecting healthcare. On the other hand, we believe that data and analytics can be a game changer in how we tackle those, right? From better opportunities to actually work with data, store, share, and analyze data, to better opportunities to collect data, sensors that we can wear, ingest, inject. There are so many more opportunities to understand what drives health. More and more knowledge, the numbers of papers published every day grows exponentially. And now someone had to mention ChatGPT today, better opportunities to actually interact with this knowledge and try to make it tangible. And this is where we focus with the Novartis Foundation. Interestingly, the color scheme changed here. This is supposed to be blue, so we'll see what happens on the other slides with the colors. We are all about leveraging data, digital, and AI for better cardiovascular health. And I will talk about our two fundamental programs which actually leverage local data to impact change in health. One is called Cardio for Cities, where we're looking at population health with a focus on hypertension. The other one is called AI for Healthy Cities, where we are measuring much more broadly what are determinants of cardiovascular health and health outcomes, and how can we actually influence those. We also have a data collaborative, a platform that enables collaboration on cardiovascular data, as well as collaborating with tech hubs in different regions to engage with entrepreneurs and leverage the latest and greatest in terms of data and analytics, all that to try to influence policy and action to improve health. Starting with Cardio for Cities, this is a program where we're looking for undiagnosed hypertension and finding ways to bring people into the healthcare systems, ultimately improve and control hypertension and avoid the severe events that we do not want to see. It's built on 6 pillars, which nicely spell out cardio. I will highlight a few today for our local data discussion. A key one is The whole approach is driven by data and digital. From using epidemiology to understand where do we have undiagnosed hypertension, where do we need to find patients, to then figuring out how do we get patients into the healthcare system, follow up, get hypertension under control, and ultimately also measure what effect did we have, right? Did the intervention actually work? The other key pillar is early access to health and healthcare. So we realized undiagnosed hypertension requires us to somehow find these patients. And so we set up kiosks in hospitals, and whatever reason people would show up for, we measured their blood pressure and see if there's a potential hypertension diagnosis that needs to be followed up on, but missed large parts of the population, especially male population. So we went to unusual locales. We went to soccer stadiums, tram stops, dance studios, to really find everyone that could potentially have hypertension, measure their blood pressure, but then in a very data-driven approach, bring those into a database and follow up, making sure they see a doctor, they follow up with a doctor, and ultimately prevent the disease. The whole approach is very much based on intersectoral collaboration. As you can imagine, the way we reached out to diverse populations requires us to work with very different governmental entities, companies, and so on. And it's based on local ownership, from the design of the program all the way to ultimately taking responsibility on how we use the data and make this program sustainable. It's all built on local ownership. We built a little toolkit around this that you can see on the Novartis Foundation website. I encourage you all to look a little deeper into this. So we rolled this out in 3 cities across the globe, in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, in Dakar, Senegal, and Sao Paulo, Brazil. Very different settings, both from a data infrastructure and healthcare system infrastructure. I would have loved to put some data points here, but there's 2 papers that are currently in review, will be published, so I'm not allowed yet, but the program was a resounding success in all 3 cities. The controlled hypertension rates went up by a factor of 2 to 3 in each one of these cities. Chronic heart disease and stroke mortality and morbidity went down by up to double-digit numbers. So once the papers are published, I highly encourage to read this. I think it's quite impressive what can be done in a relatively short amount of time. In all 3 cities, the intervention was cost-effective under WHO choice. The dollars per quali were quite different depending on the setting, but they are cost-effective. So successful was the program, in fact, that we're currently pursuing the setup of a Cardio for Cities accelerator. So we would like to scale this intervention to more cities around the world, find a neutral player that can bring together governments, industry, funders, and potentially investors to try and scale this and ultimately impact health. We are happy to talk more about this. You can find me all day today to get more information. If you want to collaborate or fund this initiative, I would be happy to talk, or contact johannes.boch@novartis.com, who heads the initiative. Very quickly, 2 more minutes. Excellent. So we know that with affecting change in the healthcare system, we're only addressing part of what drives outcomes, right? 10 to 20% of health are driven by medical care, 80 to 90% by all the other determinants. And that leads to inequities like an 11-year discrepancy between a child born in the Bronx in New York versus the Upper East Side, right? And so this is something we're currently sinking our teeth in, and developed a rather comprehensive framework to understand what are the different drivers of disease, from personal genetic information to the environment, built environment, social, cultural, especially behavior like diet, physical activity, and healthcare. So there's 8 domains we have listed. And this is not all about local data, right? How do we measure how people are exposed to these different determinants? What impact does it have on cardiovascular risk factors like hypertension and diabetes? And ultimately, what outcomes does this lead to? And so we set up an initiative called AI for Healthy Cities, where we're currently working with New York City, Lausanne here in Switzerland, as well as Lisbon in Portugal, to measure all these determinants where possible. So we're working across different agencies, industries, startups, to figure out where do we find the data and analyze what can be done about those. We're also discussing with Singapore very intensely, and we'll identify more cities to implement this in. And a 3-phased approach, just to reiterate the 2 critical components: local involvement to set the priorities and figure out how do we measure, what do we measure, what is helpful in a given city context. The second phase, data-driven insight, we want to let the data talk. We want to see the determinant information, the outcome information, and then let the data identify what correlations do we see and how do we ultimately impact determinants and outcomes in a data-driven approach. And the last step, creating a population health population health, a roadmap. In each of these cities, we will sit down, review the data, and then talk to local decision makers to see now, what do we do with this and how can we have the biggest impact on health? So with that, I conclude. Many thanks for the invitation. I look forward to the discussion. They started this morning. I hope we'll have many more of those, and hand back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter. If you might stay a second with me, because we have, of course, some presents for you. So this is a book we did together with Superdot, the company we visited yesterday. We did it for the UN World Data Forum. We wanted to give a hand over, and not just a bag, something sustainable. So you can compare the stage and the SG Switzerland compared to the world. And I hope you like it.
Very cool.
That's the first one. And of course, we have some more. We have chocolate, of course, and there's a Swiss chocolate. You know that, I guess. And there's a game, SDG Geek. It's a present from SDC. You can also see it's very linked to the SDGs and the data there around.
Very cool.
Thanks for that.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right. Okay, where we are. Here we are at the first session. I'm happy to welcome now Petra. She's the head of the Director General's Office, the Swiss Federal Statistical Office. She's the moderator of the first panel. But before I hand over the micro, as I said in the beginning, I want to see some data. So all the moderators will present how they want to summarize in the beginning or describe a bit the session we have. So Petra, you have some presentation and you will tell us a bit about how you introduce a session.
Thank you, Benjamin. It's a pleasure to be here. Good morning to everyone. I'm not going to take up too much time, but I just wanted to show you this one visualization that shows the distribution of people of 65 and older in Switzerland. So basically, it is, of course, a visualization from our own office. Nothing else would do. And what we see here is actually a ratio. So for every 100 people that are in working age, how many people are 65 and older? And if you look a bit closer, for example, here we have Zurich. Zurich has a very low number of people 65 and older, only 21 people to 100 people that are young. But when you go to the more mountainous regions, for example, here in the Grison, we see that the ratio goes up to 40, here around above 40, 41 people for each 100 people that are working age, 40 people who are usually not economically active anymore. And why do I show you that? Well, because obviously it already shows a first example how local data is important when you tackle policy issues. Well, obviously about infrastructure stuff, but also here about the social insurance. As you may know, in Switzerland, the first pillar of old age insurance is paid by the working people for the people who are no longer economically active. So just a little example how interesting it is. Interesting also here, up here, Zermatt. Zermatt is very young and trendy. I was surprised because usually in the mountains, it's more old people, but in Zermatt, I guess there's not so many old people living anymore.
Thanks, Peter. I think you can go to this webpage of our office. It's the Atlas, and you find a lot of information linked to the cantons and more detailed regions. Yes, Zermatt is young and trendy, as we are also here in this fancy room. So I wish you fun for the session.
Yeah, we are going to have fun. And so you saw this first example of why local data is important, but we're going to go into this discussion much more. And so I am extremely happy to welcome to the stage my 4 excellent panelists. First of all, Mr. Yusuf Murangwa, Director General of the National Institute of Statistics of Rwanda. Please come on stage. Yes, please. Then we have Claudia Barantelli, Policy Analyst of the OECD. Please come have a seat. I'm going to sit in the middle. No? Yeah. Then we have Adrian Lovett, CEO of Development Initiatives. Welcome, Adrian. And of course, last but definitely not least, we have Elena Proden, Senior Specialist and Team Leader of the Strategic Implementation of the 2030 Agenda Unit of UNITAR. Welcome, Elena. Yeah, I'm going to go in the middle now. Does everybody have a microphone? Welcome, everyone. Extremely happy to be with you on stage and to have this discussion today. Sorry, I'm not used to handheld microphones. I'm going to learn quickly. I'm going to first introduce the four of you before we go into the topic, if that's all right. And I'm going to start with you, Yusuf. Welcome. Yusuf, you are the Director General of the National Institute of Statistics of Rwanda, and you are a professional statistician and operational researcher with 20 years of experience in statistics development. You have worked on a wide scope of statistics, including labor, education, national accounts, prices, agriculture, population census, and many more. You have focused on building the capacity of the national statistics system in Rwanda and advocating for the use of evidence in policy and decision-making. Your interests are in developing administrative data systems, use of technology in statistics production to improve quality, timeliness, and efficiency, and establishing and enabling environment for big data. Welcome, Yusuf. Very happy to have you. Then right on the right to me is Claudia Varanzelli. You work as a policy analyst in the Economic Analysis, Data and Statistics Division at the OECD, where you lead the Geospatial Lab and manage projects in various fields related to territorial development. Claudia, you worked previously at the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, if I got that right, and as a project leader for development of a spatial analysis tool and indicators applied to land use and urban dynamics. To my left, welcome Adrian Lovett, Chief Executive Officer, of Development Initiatives. I have a little problem with my papers here. They're not in order. I'm going to get it. Too much stuff. No, I wanted to be ready for anything, to make notes and everything. So back to you, Adrian. Adrian, you are the CEO of Development Initiatives, an organization dedicated to applying the power of data and evidence to build sustainable solutions that create an equitable and resilient world. Previously, you were commissioner at the UN Broadband Commission and co-chair of the World Economic Forum Council on the Connected World. Adrian has held leadership roles for over 2 decades at the World Wide Web Foundation, One Oxfam, and Save the Children, among others. Welcome, Adrian. Happy to have you. And finally, we go to my right is Elena Proden, Senior Specialist and Team Leader of the Strategic Implementation of the 2030 Agenda Unit of the UN Institute for Training and Research, UNITAR. So you lead the UNITAR team that's working on strategic planning, data, and monitoring in support of the SDGs. And the focus of support is on strengthening the capacities of national statistics offices around the world and other stakeholders to unlock the full value of data for sustainable development while ensuring the respect of individuals' rights and freedoms. Elena has been working on capacity development, on data partnerships, governance and planning, and applied research and policy recommendations, and many other topics. You are also current chair of the Global Network of Institutions for Statistical Training. Welcome, Elena. So after this introduction, let's get into some discussion time. So we've heard this morning from our speakers that time for reaching the SDGs are running out, that it might be time to find new ways, other ways to tackle the goals, or to find new ways of working with data, and maybe local data is one of these ways. But we want to talk about that in that session. And we also want to talk a little bit about what challenges and the limitations then there could be, and what has to be done in order to have more and better local data to tackle complex policy challenges. So with that in mind, I would like to start a few first round of questions. If I find the right sheet. Yes, we're going to start with you, Yusuf, to my right. As the Director General of the National Institute of Statistics in Rwanda, you obviously have a great experience of data in general, but also on the data on a local level. Could you maybe just as a start first define a little bit the term of local data, what it means, what different categories there are, so we're all on the same page so we know what local data entails.
Yeah, thank you very much. first of all, on my behalf and on the behalf of my government, Rwanda, and on the behalf of PARIS21, I chair the board of PARIS21. I want to thank the government of Switzerland, its leadership at various levels, and the people of Switzerland, especially the people of Basel, for accepting to host this meeting here, and the hospitality and the cooperation that we receive from Switzerland. Regarding local data, I would say local data is data that is useful at the local level. It's very easy to get lost with the big picture. Yet the most important issues are at local level. In Rwanda, we approach this in three ways. We first of all design national programs that we have to collaborate with the local authorities. A very good example is the National Agriculture Survey. Agriculture and food security issues are very important both at national level, but also extremely important at local level. So we design a very good statistics program on agriculture at national level, but we have to collaborate directly with local entities to make sure that, first of all, they give us input into what needs to be done. Then we work with them to make sure we collect the data at local level, but also we do analysis that is very important and suitable at local level, so that when we give out these statistics, they're very useful at local level. We also design very specifically programs that have to be implemented strictly at local level, statistics projects. And a very good example in this is, for example, education statistics. It's very important that education statistics, because we get education statistics from the local schools, and the local schools are governed by the local entities. So it's convenient, it's practical, and it's very relevant to produce or to design these projects specifically at local level. Health, as we saw from the example from George, it's very important to understand health issues at local level, and we collect these statistics from hospitals directly from the local entities. Another good example is social protection issues. Very important to collect social protection issues or statistics at local level. The third approach that we use to get local statistics is big data. And here, this is very important because at local level, sometimes issues are very time sensitive. For example, I'll get back to agriculture. It used to be very difficult to collect agricultural statistics using traditional methods. We'd do an agricultural survey and would get results 1 year later, or maybe even 2 years later. And that's a very long time. Because, for example, if there's a drought and there is famine, you don't want to know that there's a drought and famine 2 years down the road. This is something that you need to know immediately, maybe 1 month down the road, to know that the crops didn't or the crops failed, so that you can do very quick intervention on local level to be on time to save lives. And in our country is more likely like Switzerland, very hilly. You'd be surprised. It could be raining on this side of the hill and not raining the other side of the hill. I don't know whether that's the situation also in Switzerland. So you can easily have failed crops in a village on the other side of the hill and have a good harvest on the other side of the hill. So it's extremely important that we arrange ourselves to be able to get information at that specific local level, so that we don't get lost in the big picture in terms of interventions. So broadly speaking, I would say these are the three approaches through which we deal with local data. Of course, the third approach is work in progress. We are trying to develop globally together methodologies, especially with big data, with strengthening administrative data, and so on and so forth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Yusuf. That was a very clear example on how local data is useful. Thank you so much for that introduction also to your country. Well, let me turn over to you, Adrian, because your organization, as I understand it, works with a whole lot of range of partners and on all different levels, regional, local, regional, national, international. So what does local data play? What kind of role does local data play in your work?
Well, thanks, Petra. I think local data for us is absolutely central. In fact, I would go as far as to say, I was thinking yesterday of the American politician from many years ago, Tip O'Neill, who used to say, all politics is local. I think we might say today, all data is local, or at least it ought to be. And the test of our data perhaps should be at that local level, in the local context. You know, every item, every piece of data that we have, whether it sits as part of an enormous set of data tracking the SDGs globally, or whether it sits on one side or other of the hill that Yusuf was describing. Every piece of data in the end boils down to a person, a community, to a life event, a harvest, a weather system, you know, and all of those things are experienced only in a local context, wherever that may be. So I would say that if it isn't meaningful in a local context, it isn't meaningful. And if our data, if we're not confident that our data is locally rooted and robust, then it's not really data. We're just guessing. And it's also, you know, when we think about local data, it's about use of the data. You know, a local data ecosystem is one that not only gathers quality, timely, relevant data, but also ensures that that data is used in that same local context, as well as perhaps going up the line through to a national level and international level. So, I mean, just very quickly, Petra, I was just a month ago in Uganda, working with my colleagues there. Development Initiatives has a team in Kampala, in Nairobi, and in the UK, and working together to help ensure that data is decision ready at lots of different levels. And we came into Kampala. We went a couple hours out of Kampala into Kayunga district, which is a district of about 500,000 people, and went on another half hour or so into Kangalamira town, as it's known. It's the parish level of organization in Uganda, but in some cases they're known as parishes, some cases they're known as towns. So Kangalamira is about 29,000 people, so I guess it's about a fifth of Basel, something like that, that sort of scale. So then I think we're getting to a local context. And Kangalamira is a trading center for pineapples, tomatoes, coffee. It's also very, very close to the source of the Nile. The Kalagana Falls are in the district, and you know, the point at which the Nile begins and flows out of Lake Victoria and continues 4,000 miles north up through Africa. So it's an extraordinary part of the world. And we sat there with the town planner and her staff, and there's only 3 or 4 of them, who work every day to try to build the data ecosystem of Kangalamira. They showed us the data that they're working with. It was all in binders, in A4 sheets, all handwritten. It included school rolls. It included minutes of committee meetings. It included weather information and agriculture tracking and so on. Some health information was in there. All kinds of things were in there. And we talked about what happens to that data. And what they do with it is they photocopy it all. They keep the copies. They send the originals on the back of a motorbike to the district center, back to Kayunga. At which point there's the beginning of a digitization process, but even then, very tentatively, and at that district level, you've got colleagues who are sharing data by taking a USB stick out of one computer, walking it to another office and put it in the next one. You know, a really challenging context for data. Now we're working there with our partners and with the local authorities to try to build that data ecosystem, and that would be a system that, you know, consists that is, first of all, inclusive, that it is a system that is geared to leaving no one behind, ensuring that everybody is covered, that is focused on the lowest level of administration, that parish level, if you like, in Uganda's context, the municipalities in Nepal, the upazilas in Bangladesh, that it has at its heart administrative data, those key pieces of data about people's lives, birth, death, everything in between, that forms the core, the backbone of a data system, but that also has room for and brings in other types of data, citizen-generated data, which I think we'll talk about a bit more later, and other forms of data that can wrap around and amplify and enrich that core data. But then crucially, as I said at the beginning, that includes use at its heart. So what we're building there is a front end and a back end interface that can enable easier collection and upload of data, but also, equally importantly, much easier download and use of the data by the town planners, by the community health workers, by the school principal, by the agricultural people, the people that are actually making decisions every day that support their community and help to build that corner of Uganda. So for us, that's what local data is, and that's why it's so important.
Thank you so much, Adrian. I mean, that was really clear how you use it, and your work is incredibly important to get that going and getting it from the binder into a database and mostly to the user. Thank you so much for that explanation. Claudia, right next to me. So the OECD Center for Entrepreneurship Regions and Cities hosts the OECD Lab for Geospatial Analysis, which you lead. So in your opinion, why is local data the key to policymaking also in cities and urban areas? And do you also have any concrete examples?
Okay, so as to the why, I'll start from the Geospatial Lab that we run in the OECD, because there we do encourage collaboration amongst different stakeholders who are interested in the use of geospatial data in the policymaking and to support the policymaking process. And this, of course, includes also policymakers themselves and local policymakers. Now, policymaking in cities is about, first of all, identifying challenges. So basically understanding how different components, how different factors interact with each other and influence each other. So think about where people live or where infrastructures are offered. And of course, ultimately, it has to do also with tackling problems and issues when and where they pop up, and hopefully also leveraging local opportunities and strengths. So, of course, in order to do all of this, we do have to go granular. We do need local data. And why? Because local data, in fact, depict a certain phenomenon or certain situation with high spatial granularity and can be collected by local authorities, for instance, through a survey, but not necessarily. It can be collected also through, imagine, a network of sensors. Think about weather stations or satellite imagery. It can also be collected, and it has been mentioned, and it will be mentioned later, I think, could be collected also through apps with the active involvement and participation of citizens. So, in fact, there is a wealth of data that could be leveraged, that could be used in many policy areas, from, I don't know, measuring health disparities to monitoring energy efficiency in buildings. This, of course, brings along also some challenges, and hopefully I'll be able to tackle those later. But now, just to conclude, I want to highlight that, of course, local territories, they're not on their own. I mean, they belong to a national territory, And this national territory in turn is placed in an international arena. And if you think about, for instance, the Sustainable Development Goals, they provide a holistic approach to tackle and to fix global issues that have important impacts and consequences at the local level. And this is, you know, one side of the coin, but on the other side, we have to acknowledge the fact that local action by local governments is absolutely needed in order to achieve all 17 SDGs and not just the 11 SDG, which is the one dedicated to cities. So just to highlight why we do need local data and granular data. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia, for this extremely good example. Also very interesting to think about all the data that could be leveraged, as you said, measuring points or other stuff that are not maybe the typical source at first. So thank you so much for that. And of course, going over to Elena, we talked already about the SDGs. You, Elena, you are a specialist on the Agenda 2030. And you very often work with citizen-generated data. Adrian touched on it, and Claudia also a little bit. But maybe you can explain to us just quickly what citizen-generated data means so that everybody understands that. And you can tell us how it is used in order to reach also the most fragile populations and ensure that we leave no one behind, which is the topic of today.
Thank you. So the definition actually of citizen-generated data is a bit of a complex thing. I will come back to that, but I will illustrate a little bit through the examples I will use when talking about using citizen-generated data to help track progress for vulnerable population groups. So of course, disaggregated data to track progress for marginalized communities, and in particular for it to be available in a timely manner to inform, for example, service delivery, remains a huge challenge for many national statistical systems. And we've been doing some research under EU-funded Crowd for SDG project, where we've seen that, in fact, particularly in environments with low administrative data capacities, citizen-generating data can come very handy. For example, we've seen examples of citizen-driven projects on tracking access to potable water in rural, remote communities in Nigeria. Citizens can actually report not only on broken pumps, but also on the quality of water. There are other successful examples where citizens, for example, in urban areas can report on waste management in their districts. And then what is also very interesting is that within the SDGs, you have a number of indicators, in particular under goals 16, 5, and 1, that measure the experience of people with certain things. And I will give you the examples. And in fact, this is where also citizen-generated data can be very useful. It can help look at, for example, provide sometimes either missing data because some of these indicators are simply not produced, or it can provide much higher frequency data because sometimes it comes from household service and the frequency is obviously very low. And here, particularly at the local level in decentralized government systems, these data would be very important for decision making. So for example, there are indicators that measure the satisfaction with public services, indicator that measures, for example, whether citizens perceive the decision-making process as being inclusive and responsive. This indicator is reported only by 6 countries based on household service. There is indicator on measuring access to justice, and there is also an indicator under goal 16 that measures discrimination, experience of people with discrimination. And so here citizen-generated data can be extremely useful. And finally, another example where a citizen, and here it's called in this context citizen science data. In fact, that's why I'm saying the definition is a bit complex. Where it has become a really well-established data source being used by also official statistics community. This is where it comes to environmental measurement, in particular measurement of biodiversity, where, for example, there are well-established methodologies run by the Key Biodiversity Area Secretariat, where citizens can help build inventories on the species and then identify biodiversity hotspots in their countries. And there are indicators, SDG indicators, that use those to measure to what extent legal mechanisms allow the protection of these biodiversity hotspots. And there are also other examples, for example, of measuring air quality. In the Netherlands, for example, official statistics producer uses citizen science data to complement official stations data, so as to have a much more spatially granular data for the country. And there are similar examples on water quality, and in particular, I think one interesting example where more and more countries start using citizen science data is on marine litter. And there are several countries that actually already produce the indicator on marine litter thanks to the data coming from civil society organizations.
So they complement their data with the citizen-generated data?
It depends. Sometimes they use it as an input, and then the published indicator is published as official statistics produced indicator. In some cases, they publish as indicator coming from non-official statistics producer.
Wow, thank you so much, Elena. So I think this first round really showed well, like what kind of data we are talking about, and first examples, what it is good for. I did also hear, though, that there are some challenges, I suppose. So, Yusuf, when you integrate local data in your national statistics, are there any challenges to do that, or how do you go about that?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's mainly a capacity issue. With many countries, especially developing countries, we are struggling to produce national statistics. And therefore, it's obvious that we are struggling like big time to produce subnational statistics. And the reason we struggle with subnational statistics is because when you come from the national level and you go to the subnational level, the capacities become even smaller at subnational level. Human capacities, technological capacities, finance capacities at that level are even much smaller. And at subnational level, they want to rely at the national level, to rely on the national level to get the support. And at the national level, it's very challenging to scale up to meet the demand of support that is at the subnational level to produce the data that needs to be produced. But even sometimes, even when we produce the statistics that can be used at local level, we still find challenges in using those statistics at subnational level. So broadly speaking, I think it's a capacity issue and the ability to scale up to meet that demand at local level.
I suppose, which is also why you liked introducing technological help in order to assure the quality and the timeliness and so of the data. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can see that is not an easy challenge. Adrian, in the light of these challenges, how do you think partners and donors can work together to improve this local data and leverage it for a more national or global development?
Well, I think that partnership is key in a number of ways. And it's worth noting here that among the challenges that we're touching on, the simple lack of data is not always the most important problem. I mean, sometimes we know that is a problem, but actually often there is no shortage of data. It's how the data is organized and brought together and made interoperable and so on. So I think those partnerships are crucial in a number of ways. When we look at quality, the quality of data, often the answer to that is partners using the data, even imperfect data. You know, we find often that You know, there'll be a set of data that's collected, say, in the education sector in a particular country, and then those working with in education won't use that data because they don't trust the data, which may be understandable, but actually the way we're going to build trust and improve the data is by using the data. You know, a great example that we had actually from South Sudan, which is one of the most challenged countries in terms of having a data ecosystem, and yet in the education space there, the education ministry have managed to build a school attendance system that in just January 2023, 2 months ago, registered 24,850, I think, entries, reports of school attendance, and covered 96% of students in the country. So that's an example of partners using data in order to make the data better. I think also, just very quickly, you know, another key challenge is around use and the culture of data use. And I think all partners, whether government, non-government, others, have a role to play in building that culture of data use. It isn't always the case, if often isn't the case, that that there's a sort of an expectation that decisions will be made using data that is available to inform those decisions. So, you know, I think that's another area where we think that there's a real opportunity for partners to play a role.
So sometimes there's no data, sometimes there's bad data, and sometimes it's more a mindset that there's no culture for data.
Yes.
So there's challenges a bit on all these levels. Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Well, Claudia, when we go back to the geospatial data, not only, but that's one important part. So how can local governments use the geospatial data even better in order to create better policies or define better improvement measures?
Well, before we spoke about the why, it's essential to have this dialogue now, and now the how. So we have, I mean, it's clear from all has been said so far that there is a wealth of data that is out there. Maybe in some cases it's not perfect. It depends on your purpose, but there is a lot. Now, the how is not so straightforward. Even if the government of a city or a local government is not involved or is not requested to directly collect data through, for instance, a survey or census effort, still using multiple data sources implies issues that are quite challenging for at any government level, and especially at local, as Yusuf was mentioning before. And I think I want to point out 3 issues in particular. The first one, local governments and, of course, their technical services, they have to know how to deal with this data. So how to deal with data cleaning, harmonization, definitions. Citizen science is wonderful. And it's wonderful to have a network of, for instance, personal weather station that Amsterdam is using to, you know, complement the official network of measurements. But those stations are not calibrated, or only few of them are. And so actually putting together data coming from these different sources is not technically so straightforward. The second point that I think is equally important is the communication. So the government of a city has to communicate in a clear way where the indicators that they are computing come from and how reliable they are.
In order to create trust again.
In order to create trust, but even I think not just for the general public, but also for the actual technicians and researchers, because sometimes, and I know for a fact that some data or some variables coming from censuses, so you know, the master source of data, are not used in a proper way simply because the background is not actually understood by whoever researchers or practitioners are using those data. So actually, we don't know let's say, the confidence interval of the data themselves. I know it sounds a little bit technical, but really this has to do with how reliable the indicators that we compute are, and therefore also then a question of trust. And a third point that I want to make, all these the local governments, they have to do all these maintaining the possibility to compare themselves to other local realities. And this is super, super important. So again, they have to keep this in the back of their mind. Now, this poses a number of questions to governments of cities, like Yusuf correctly pointed out, in terms of local administrative and technical capacities. And I think they are at an equal level, these 2 points. It's not 1 and 2, they are both ones. Availability of funding. Now, from the OECD perspective, what can we offer? So let's bring in some maybe good positive contributions. Well, first of all, we develop and we keep maintain, and I highlight we keep maintain because these are not one-off exercises, but regular exercises where we invest to produce common frameworks and shared definitions that can help to compare like with like. And this also encourage and facilitate peer learning experiences amongst different actors, so including cities or local governments. And this happens also through simply website, where we expose and we display the indicators at regional or local level in a comparable way across different territories, so that a city in, I don't know, in Brazil can compare itself with another city in Europe or somewhere else in the world. Then we have created communities like the Geospatial Lab, where these exchanges can take place and where different stakeholders can actually interact. So they're all interested maybe in the same issue, the same problem, but from slightly different perspectives. So it's important that all these stakeholders sit at the same time at the same table and start a discussion, because there is a lot to learn from other experiences. And I'm not speaking just about the usual suspects like big metropolitan cities, but very often also middle or small cities are actually very active on this front, and they're really willing to put themselves out, but they need also some supports in that sense. And then we do also have some recent and ongoing projects where we work together with cities and regions from specific countries, and we work together to create indicators framework to target and to monitor specific policy areas. And I think it's important that in these projects we do have an important part of the work that is dedicated to the training. So actually, transferring some knowledge, not just in terms of, well, you should use this data from these sources and that's it, but also sharing actual, protocols, experience that could then stay there.
Which is much more sustainable then as well. Exactly, yeah. Thank you so much, Claudia. It sounds really fascinating what the OECD is doing there. Quickly going back to Elena, but I have to be mindful of the time a little bit. So what, in your experience, Elena, what can be done to help countries produce and use local data even better to advance the SDGs?
So maybe, I guess I come across as someone over-optimistic. I just want to acknowledge that—
Some wine now after the water is fine.
An easy undertaking, but also trying to be a little bit more forward-looking. What I would like to say is that what we've seen, one of the sort of good practices, I would say, from a number. We've seen, in fact, that national statistical offices are becoming much more open to using, for example, data coming from non-traditional data sources, including citizen-generated data. And one of the good practices was to develop quality assurance frameworks for this type of data. And these type of quality assurance frameworks would typically have some criteria that should be a must. For example, it could be on ethics and data protection or confidentiality, maybe some others. And maybe for some others, there could be a mixed approach, recognizing that sometimes maybe accuracy might be lower, etc. But still the data might be useful. Maybe you will not have a national coverage for a certain indicator, but it might be useful in a specific location. Or maybe data may be useful despite the potential unknown bias, may still be useful for some of the indicators because of its timeliness, etc. So I think the idea here is to validate. So a number of countries starting doing this to validate data coming from non-official statistics producers. For example, UK, they publish it on their SDG reporting platform. And the other thing that is being done and should be done in parallel, it's the guidelines for civil society organizations on quality criteria and expectations from national statistical offices to help increase the fitness for purpose of this data moving forwards. We've seen that, in fact, some of the common challenges, we did a number of assessments on data sets. Some of the common challenges can be addressed by, for example, raising the capacity of civil society organizations to comply with confidentiality, prepare proper metadata and publish it, make it detailed, also improve on the application of standards, I think that was mentioned before, and definitions, and also improved some of the statistical procedures where it's possible. Again, recognizing possible limitations. And here maybe also to say that I think training also is very crucial. What we've seen, it can be, there is a really good synergy between statistical literacy initiatives, work that NSOs have traditionally been doing, and building capacity of civil society organizations to actually improve on their data production. We were doing some work in this area also with the support of Swiss Development Cooperation, and within the global network of institutions for statistical training, there is a task team working on statistical literacy initiatives. And in fact, what we've seen, for example, when we work on citizen science data right now with, for example, NSO Maldives on marine litter indicator, the civil society organization may need to change its protocol on data collection to ensure that the variable they collect corresponds to the variable in the indicator. But in exchange, they would like to get a training. So there is an appetite and there is a very good potential for synergies, in fact, recognizing the fact that the traditional data users are now becoming also data producers. And what happens is that also what I hear a lot from citizen science organizations is that NSOs need to engage also because they will continue producing data, and it will be low quality if the national statistical offices are not engaging and are not helping to improve on the data quality, civil society and citizen science organizations.
Thank you so much, Elena. Yeah, of course, the Maldives would have a very big interest in having the indicators correct. I can see that. Thank you very much. So just one quick final round before we open the floor to the questions from the audience and on the internet. I get a lot of questions here already. So one last question. Could you give very quickly, all four of you, one concrete idea on how governments, international organizations, and civil society can work together to leverage local data to reach the most vulnerable and to leave no one behind? It's a tough question. A very quick answer, Yusuf.
Yeah, thank you. We need to be deliberate in programming. So when we program our interventions in statistics development, we have to be very deliberate to make sure that the local data programs are also catered for. We have to put in place good support mechanisms of engagement with local authorities, with civil society, with citizen communities, and so on and so forth. Then we have to invest. We also have to be very deliberate in investment at that level, we need money to go there. We need capacities to be there and technologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. Adrian?
Well, I'd throw in an idea that hopefully points to the importance of openness, which we haven't touched on so much yet today, but open knowledge in Nepal, a great group that we work with at Development Initiatives, have led this effort to build an IDMS, an integrated data management system at local level we're piloting this in Tulsipar and one other district in Nepal, and it's something the government's looking to roll out across the country. It pulls data from different systems, from the health system, employment, from education and so on, stores them in a central database at the local level and displays them on an open website, right? So citizens immediately can access, and policymakers too, can access it in the same form. It's interoperable, it's in machine readable form, and crucially is integrated at that local level. It doesn't have to go all the way up to national and come back down again. So that's an idea maybe.
That sounds fascinating. Yeah. Claudia?
Well, I invite you all to join the Geospatial Lab at UCD. But I mean, really, there are lots and lots and lots, countless initiatives ongoing. And I think we have, again, to always look at the two faces of the coin. On one hand, keep working on actual, data processing and indicators making. So the knowledge, the really knowledge base, hard knowledge base, and on the other side, do these in a network, in a community, and there are plenty of opportunities also in terms of financing. So of course I support the Geospatial Lab because I know how good is the work that we do. But indeed, there are plenty of opportunities. So please keep in mind these two aspects. Work yourself locally, and yeah, I mean, the open aspect of it is key and is quite conducive then to have, a broader dialogue with your peers and with other stakeholders who might be interested in working with you and helping you out.
Thank you so much, Claudia. And Elena?
So the first thing I would like to mention is that a new collaborative on citizen-generated data created by UN Statistics Division with many partners will be working on the definition to actually define what do we mean when we say citizen-generated data. And from our end, we actually started working on a taxonomy to help national statistical offices to understand the diversity and the purposes, for which purposes they can use different citizen-generated data projects, and also to see where some data may already exist to leverage, and maybe sometimes they can broker partnerships to actually co-create such projects together with academia, civil society organizations, etc. And the other thing, working on some concrete specific projects, there are examples like that. And last Friday, for example, we ran at the CERN Innovation Square, we ran a hackathon to actually come up with methods for measuring the experience of citizens on the indicators that I mentioned earlier for Goal 16, together with UNDP Oslo Governance Center, who are the custodian for these indicators, and to see actually what kind of methods you can use in different technology contexts, meaning low technology or almost absent technology and high technology contexts.
Thank you so much.
Whoever is interested, please join.
Thank you so much to the four of you. So before we open the floor, so we heard, I think in this session very well, what type of data we're talking about, what local data is good for, from the rolling hills of Rwanda to the geospatial aspect to the citizen-generated aspect. We also heard that we're not there yet. There's still some challenges ahead, but there's also great ideas as databases on the local level, as a deliberate use of resources to enhance capacities, as the training aspect, etc. So, but let's go now to the people in the room and the people online. I already see a hand over there. We have a mic coming in the back. The lady on the right. Could you very quickly state your name and where you're from and to whom your question is directed?
Okay. Hello, Minerva Rivas from the University of Geneva, Faculty of Medicine, and also the coordinator for the Disability Data Initiative for Europe and Central Asia. I would like to get your views from Mrs. Prosen and also from Mrs. Muranga. Sorry if I mispronounced it. And we're working on disability-related data at the local level in Europe, Latin America, and other regions of the world. You both alluded to the issues on capacity for using the data and also on ethical issues in using the data locally. What we're finding out is we are talking about the persons with disabilities. The samples tend to be very small. When we want to use it and do comparison at the local level, we often find that although the data exists, is there, is organized, is clean, we are not able to use it. And there are some protections. We know harm exists. Privacy is important and it's to be protected. But sometimes I think we are missing the point. In order to protect privacy, we ended up leaving people behind because we learned nothing about this population. So both from the globe, from your perspective in your country, in Rwanda, and also from leveraging the global experiences, how to tackle these issues, and then being able to go local for the people who have been historically left behind. What do we do?
So do we have any ideas how to tackle small sample size problems, for example, in regards to people with disabilities?
In fact, that's a very good example where national programs don't work. Yeah, when you want to do statistics on disability and you decide to do a national survey, it won't work. You'll get some highlights, but you won't get on the issues to address the problems. So that's a very good example where we have to expand and work with communities. Actually, in Rwanda, we see that when we work with the communities of people living with disabilities, they have networks, they know each other because of the support arrangements that are in place, and actually you get very good statistics. That is one area where you get better statistics from the communities themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. Elena, did you want to add anything or not necessarily? No, okay. Just because I see I have the online communities questions and we have a question that goes a bit in the same direction, how to ensure confidentiality of data collected at the local level? Goes a little bit in the same direction, right?
Actually, you have to, first of all, is standards. You have to put in place very strong standards, then build capacity so that people are aware. For example, we've seen cases, for example, with people with disability. They are very eager to get records for their members and share that information, but because they are not aware of confidentiality issues and everything, it's very easy for them to share everything. So you need to put in place standards, we need to build their capacities, and we have to follow through and make sure that we enforce those laws. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Yusuf. Then I think we had a question over there. Yeah.
Thank you. And thanks the four panelists for grateful presentations. My name is Oscar Rico. I work for JIPS, the Joint Internal Displacement Profiling Service. And my question is maybe open for the whole panel, whoever wants to address it. We work in a field where multiple actors collect data at local level. This is forced displacement, and we have normally governments with a pool capacity, but also UN, international NGOs. So it's great to have multiple actors collecting data. So I think there is no problem of the quantity of data, but I want to refer to a very specific challenge, which is coordinating these multiple efforts to collect data and addressing some of the challenges about consensus on simple definitions. For example, in the field of forced displacement, the simplest question as who is an internally displaced person, it's very important when it comes to comparability if we aggregate data, or harmonizing methodologies. It's another issue when it comes to creating ownership on local data collectors. So my question is, if from the experience of any of the four panelists, they have come across this issue of enabling local actors to collect data, but having to deal with comparability, consensus, harmonization of methodologies and definitions.
How to make it all interoperable. Exactly. A very good question. Who would like to?
Have a first step.
Have a go.
I mean, I think that's a really good question, and actually links a bit to the previous question. And I think that the key answer to that is having an organized data ecosystem with real ownership. And that ownership, in our view, has to be with national and then with local government. Bringing together partners, and international partners have to get with that program a little bit. If we look at Zimbabwe, 33, I think, household type surveys were done over 10 years in Zimbabwe with 12 different international partners, different funders, different UN bodies, and so on. Only 3 of those 33 surveys, at great expense, actually could be disaggregated to district level. So only 3 out of 33 surveys were really properly usable at a local and district level by the Zimbabwean authorities. And a part of that was because of the dynamic of international partners. But I think also it underlines, and linking back to the disability point, the importance of when we do these, when these surveys are done, when data is collected, the importance of thinking about consistency and harmonization from the start. Again, an example we had in Uganda, where I think there are interchangeably across a series of surveys around disability, 3 different definitions of sets of questions, which you'll be much more familiar with than me, about how people identify their disability were used. So it meant that as you looked at this large amount, quite relatively large amount of data, you couldn't really use it interoperably because the questions were framed slightly differently in different cases and so on. So all of that, I think, points back to the need for an ecosystem that is organized, that has real ownership, that partners buy into, and that is sustained over a period of years, because this is not a sort of quick, easy job.
Not at all. That's a long way to go. Would anybody like to add something? No? All good. Okay.
Maybe there are things that we should try to do, that we can do, and things that we can't do. In the space of research and data collection, there are so many people, and you can't be on top of everyone, trying to harmonize them and bring them on board. Maybe they don't even want to come on board. But for specific research that is intended for official national policy, there should be clear frameworks in the national statistics system management on how they're supposed to approach that kind of research, including reaching out to the National Statistics Office or the local statistics office to make sure that whatever they're going to do is in conformity with the standards that are in place. Otherwise, other people, they can just do what they want to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have to be respectful of yours and everyone's time, so we're going to close the session here, but thank you so much. I think it was a very interesting first question that really set up the stage for the coming sessions. Thank you so much to all 4 of you, and please give a hand to all our 4 panelists. Thank you so much. Mostly with this,
I know.
I had a hand. Like,
You-
my hand.
Number 4? Number
Yes,
5.
exactly.
Great. Thanks, Petra. Thanks to the panelists. So I have a good news to the panelists. They also receive a gift, but in the break. So that's the good news. There's another news. There are more than 200 people following it on YouTube. So that's great. And that what I heard, they're quite interesting questions. So we try to give it to the moderators all the time. So please state your questions in the room, but also online, so we can see who is participating, what kind of questions we have. We are a bit behind the time, but anyway, I try now. Maybe we can make it. Yeah, there is now the slide we wanted to have in the beginning by George. It's about why and how we can use local data. And he had in his speech, you see the expenses we have for health care system, and you can see there's a big difference. Canton of Basel, Canton Zurich, and Appenzell Innerrhoden are quite expensive if you compare to the mountain areas, Valais. So I think the message by George was clearly that it's very different, and just the national average doesn't help you to make policy. That's a bit the message. So there's a coffee break. You can see we're behind the schedule. We will say we will do the break until 11:40. Try to have your coffee quickly back home and here in the room. Be back at 11:40. Thanks.
Just testing. Can you hear me? Am I audible? Okay.
Is my audio working as well? Thank you.
I'll check also mine. Okay.
At least the three of us can hear each other, so that's a start.
Yeah, sure.
Welcome back to the second session of today's event. I hope, take your seat, please, take your coffee and tea, and online, listen and watch to us. So we're going to the second session. It's about humanitarian crisis, but before that, we have Björn with us. I hope he's already connected. Maybe we can see him now on the screen already.
That's not me.
This is Björn. That's great. Hello. Björn is the head of the World Bank United Nations Joint Data Center on Forced Displacement, and at the same time, he's the head of the Joint Data Center on Forced Displacement based in Copenhagen in Denmark. He has a lot of experience also in international organizations. He worked with UNICEF and the African Development Bank. So Björn, I'm asking, can you hear me? That would be great.
I can hear you.
So that's perfect. So you're setting the scene for the second session. So I just give the floor to you.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I'm starting my timer as I'm virtually in Switzerland. I'm going to try to stick to the 9 minutes given to me. Including my past experience is the OECD. where I worked side by side with Johannes for 3 years. And I think that's part of the reason why I'm here today. I'm really delighted and honored to try to set the stage for this session. The remit of the World Bank UNHCR Joint Data Center on Forced Displacement is the 100+ million people in the world who are forcibly displaced, i.e. displaced by conflict, persecution, or by due to political beliefs or sexual orientation. But our remit goes beyond the refugees, internally displaced, and stateless people. It also includes returnees, as well as host populations. And I'll get to why I want to emphasize that. I share a strong advocacy interest with you. I want to be there as an advocate for better data, for better statistics globally, so that we take people out of the statistical shadows and we leave no one behind. And I often, just like Tim Hartford at the Financial Times, I'm standing here with a plunger, compare the statistical job as believing that that is the foundation of a well-functioning society, just like a good sewage system in a city is critical. And if it works, nobody notices. If it doesn't work, it's a big mess. A part of the population that we deal with, which is primarily displaced people in middle-income countries and low-income countries, which makes up, I think, some 70% of the 100+ million who are forcibly displaced, are some of the very most data poor and evidence poor people in the world. And they're also, as we all know, some of the very most vulnerable. Our work at the Joint Data Center, which is probably the only data center in the world which doesn't even have its own server, and we don't need it, and I'll explain why. Our remit is really focused on socioeconomic data and disaggregated socioeconomic data. And we're taking on this challenge, which we started almost 4 years ago, by focusing on 4 priorities. The first priority is to strengthen data systems and standards so that they encompass also those forcibly displaced. As some of you know who follow this debate closely, we have an expert group on statistics on refugees, IDPs, and stateless people working under the auspices of the UN Statistical Commission. And they just endorsed the first in a trilogy of recommendations, and the third encompassed the stateless people. So we now have statistical definitions of these 3 groups, which we have not had ever. Big breakthrough, but it's not good enough to introduce standards at the or make recommendations from New York. It has to be implemented and rolled out at the country level, and that's the big remaining agenda when it comes to global standards. And we are very much, that is one of our key priorities. Our priority number 2 is simply to stimulate more data collection and more data analysis on this subgroup of the population. And we do that by funding data collection exercises in more than 30 countries around the world. And those data collection exercises are implemented through the World Bank or through UNHCR. The third, and I want you to draw your particular attention to this is to make any data collected also available to those who can turn the data into evidence. 3 years ago, UNHCR was not able to share any of the data sets that they had in their national offices or at the regional level. for data protection concerns, which are very valid. But we have worked very closely with UNHCR to set up a microdata library, to set up a unit that cleans the data, that aggregates it, that anonymizes it sufficiently so that it can be put up on the library and be available to researchers in academia and elsewhere to turn the good data into good evidence that policymakers and program people can use. The fourth is to promote a greater involvement of the academic community, the research community, on this subgroup of the population. I could show you some stats here, what's been going on over the last decades, and it would show you that there's hardly been any research on this subgroup of the population by quantitatively oriented researchers, such as economists or statisticians or data scientists. And the main reason being that they haven't had any data to play with, as they would say themselves. Anyway, let me move on to two examples of why we believe that having solid subnational level data improves humanitarian, and I would add, the development response, and hence prevents us from leaving no one behind. My first example is on Colombia. In 2018, the then president of Colombia issued special work permits for Venezuelans who had streamed across the border. I think it was about 400,000 work permits to allow them full rights to take up jobs in Colombia. It was a subset of that population, but it was a test case. Researchers went in and examined at the local level and regional level what was the impact of issuing those work permits. How did that affect the Venezuelans themselves? Were they better off as a result? And equally important, and maybe even for a Colombian politician, more importantly, how were the host populations affected? And the result was that the impact on the host population, to cut a long story short, the impact on the host population was nil or very marginal. And those who were negatively affected were typically those at the lower skill end of the workforce, and there were some groups among women. This reassurance that the overall impact of this was very much positive led the same president, to 3 years later issue a much larger permit program benefiting basically all Venezuelans who were at a working age. While politically still challenging, he used the data from that first study to reassure his constituents that this was the right thing to do, and as long as the measures were these permits were issued with accompanying support for those groups who could be expected to be negatively affected, it became politically acceptable. So that's the power of using subnational data for a humanitarian and development response. We have a similar story, and I think I only have a minute or so left of my time, from Kenya, from Turkana County, where UNHCR and the World Bank, together with the government, has allowed for comparisons between the socioeconomic conditions of the refugees in the two camps up in Turkana, the host population, and the national average. And that having that data gave the governor of Turkana County the evidence and the power to take this data to Nairobi and to make the case for targeted interventions. And the result from that work is not that not necessarily that the refugees are the worst off. It turns out, and on some levels, the host population are worse off. But it also showed that across the board, both these populations in the Turkana County, which is one of the most marginalized parts of Kenya, were worse off than the national average. And that has steered an important debate in Kenya. And it's another, for me, another proof of the power of subnational data. Let me end on just a tip of the hat to PARIS21 and for our joint interest in including forcibly displaced when national statistical offices conduct their national surveys, whether that's a demographic and health survey, whether that's a household budget survey, labor force survey, or whichever of the national surveys, that they include forcibly displaced, and that they not only include, but they oversample on this group, so we can say something statistically meaningful of this subgroup of the population. And I'm looking forward to working with Johannes and Francois Yu and others in PARIS21 to make sure that the national strategy for the development of statistics, the strategies for development statistics, does include efforts in that direction. I know there's been a lot of progress already, but more can be done. So let me end it with that and hand the floor back to you, Francois. Thank you.
Thanks, Björn. Before I give the floor to François, I want to thank you. I think that was very exciting to listen to that. I think you settled the scene, and François and the panelists will maybe come to you, and I hope you listen to us online to this discussion. Thanks for that. So you mentioned at the end, there's not just Johannes from PARIS21. I mean, there are about 5 to 7. I should learn to count. I don't know. So I would say 5. So Johannes saying 5. There are 5 people from PARIS21 here. And the next 3 panels will be moderated by collaborators of PARIS21. And the first one is François. Please join me on the stage. And it's always interesting when you get the CV of the person. I see you started at FAO, so that's interesting. I didn't know that. And François is also number 2 of PARIS21. So he joins us often when we travel to New York or Geneva, and it's always nice to have him on board. He has a lot of experience, and he's one of the guys who goes to the countries and works with the countries. So it's always for us impressive to understand what is PARIS21 really doing in the country. So this is François a great person to talk with. So I also ask you the question, François, you have data, you have some numbers you can show to us. Maybe we can change the screen now to the slides back. And I will ask François, what's about this data?
Thank you, Benjamin. So this data is actually a positive one. It's not as complex as it looks. It comes from UN OCHA, and it gives an idea of how much open data they have on humanitarian action. So they moved from 54% of completeness 4 years ago to 73% of completeness. So I try to find something positive. We heard from Björn, the many data gaps and the many challenges. Yet this shows quite a nice story when different agencies come together, put data together, then we are stronger together. So behind this open data platform, there are 300 agencies which actually share local data, and that's local data. These are grids. These are precise variables, geospatial, lots of very interesting stuff. And guess what? Putting data out means data being used. They were saying every year you have 1.5 million people accessing data from this platform from 233 countries and territories. So that goes to what Adrian was saying. Use data to make it better. And of course, there are data gaps. They are saying like climate impact is missing, some stuff is missing, but still share data, put it together, and the demand will follow and the use will follow. So that's the positive thing I wanted to tell Benjamin. I hope that's fine. Then I think we continue the discussion which started this morning. Some elements on privacy, how do we protect confidentiality of local data, local people. For this, we have a very good, excellent panel. Half of the panel is actually here, half of the panel is online. Hopefully we have a good connection with Malawi and the Philippines. I don't know if you can see the colleagues on screen. It worked for you, Björn. Let's hope it works for Christine and Lizzie. I see you up there, so let's cross fingers. So we'll be looking at the topic of leveraging local data for humanitarian crisis response, balancing open data sharing with the imperative to protect vulnerable populations. So for this, I have the pleasure to welcome Jean-Luc Bernasconi. You're a member of the board of directors, head of the foundations and quality division, chief of staff, office of the directorate, Swiss Development Cooperation Agency. I think we heard your impressive bio when you opened the meeting. Please have a seat. I welcome also Nadia. Nadia Braun-Binder, you're a professor of public law, You're president of the Swiss Federal Statistical Commission at the University of Basel. So please join me here. Maybe you can take this seat here if you don't mind. And online, we have Miss Lizzie Chicotti. You're the Commissioner of Statistics in the National Statistical Office of Malawi. Lizzie, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Excellent. We can hear you very loud and clear. Let's hope this remains like this. And we have Christine Joy Briones. You're the Assistant National Statistician from the Philippines Statistic Authority. And in particular, you're in charge of the community-based management system, which is the local platform to produce and use statistics in the Philippines. So really an excellent panel. Reflecting a bit the diversity of locations and engagement of PARIS21. We have Africa, Asia, and Europe. We just missed Latin America. Probably they are still sleeping, so they'll wake up after lunch. So what are we discussing here? We are discussing privacy. We are discussing misuse and misuse of local data in the context of humanitarian responses. So we heard a bit from Björn as well that local data, if mishandled, can lead to negative outcomes for affected populations. So we'll try a bit to unpack these different dimensions. The benefits of good use, the dangers with misuse of data, and what it means specifically for the humanitarian context. So with this, I think we'll move forward, and I'll have a seat with you. Yep, I'm lost with my papers. It's all good. So Nadia, my first question goes to you. In your experience as a professor of public law, what are the key challenges surrounding more open sharing of humanitarian data?
Yeah, thank you very much, Francois, and thank you to the organizers for having me on this panel. I think we have, from a legal perspective, we have three main challenges. The first, and that's the one you've already mentioned, is privacy or data protection. Of course, that's obvious. I mean, if we have sensitive groups of people, we really have to make sure to keep their personal data as secret as possible. But we also have to think of the collaborators or the staff of humanitarian organizations. In order for them to be able to fulfill their duties, it might also be necessary to really treat their personal data in a very sensitive way. So I think it's really obvious. Personal data protection is one of the key issues here, but there are two other issues. And the second one is not only personal data can be sensitive data, but also other data may have some sensitive sides. Just imagine, like in a conflict or in a zone with violence, you have targeted groups of people, and if a humanitarian organization, for instance, knows where these groups of people are located, and maybe they even share information on the location of groups of people,
online, then that might be very dangerous for those people, even if there is no personal data involved. To know where those people are located can be very highly sensitive. So we have to really make sure that we deal with data in a careful way. And the third challenge is maybe not only a legal challenge, but also a practical challenge. We've heard about it already earlier. It's the question of how can we make data available, the data availability. And not so much only the question of where is the data, how can we achieve the data, how can we check. I just been very impressed by your graphs here. How the data quality can be improved, but also what kind of data is available. Is it raw data or is it processed data? And as I mentioned, it's not mainly the legal key challenge, but again, the legal framework can help in solve this challenge, I think.
Thank you, Nadia. Very, very clear. Lizzie, my next question goes to you. Because of its climate vulnerability, data for humanitarian action is really critical in Malawi. In your opinion, what data gaps persist in Malawi, and what are you doing as priority actions to tackle these gaps?
Yeah, thank you, Prasha. Recently, I think most of you have read. You've heard that recently Malawi experienced a very devastating cyclone, Cyclone Fred. Of course, last year we also had another cyclone, Cyclone Anna, that also left a destruction trail of low crop production and then damaged infrastructure like roads and bridges. But this one that we had, actually, it was between the 11th and 15th of March this year. It was very devastating in the history of Malawi. And this is the Cyclone Fred, which has killed over 500 people, and still about over half a million people are missing, and several have been displaced, and several infrastructure has been damaged, like residential houses, roads, bridges, making rescue and relief efforts a challenging exercise. This may be hypothesized that the increase in the number of cyclones and the growing intensity is due to climate change. And then this cyclone actually hit when the country was still grappling with the cholera outbreak. And I can say we are still grappling with the cholera outbreak. So this type of natural catastrophes call for immediate response from state and non-state actors to collaborate for efficient and timely management. And for the timely intervention, in the response to the cyclone, it would have required relevant statistics for evidence-based decision-making. Of course, the National Statistical Office of Malawi has various types of data. We have the population and housing census, which was conducted in 2018, and levels of reporting for the census is at enumeration area level, traditional authority, district, regional, and then the national level. But we can also provide data at a village level if requested. And data from both censuses and surveys are disaggregated by sex, age, marital status, and then sex of the head of the household. In terms of technology, we use satellite imagery to update census maps, and these maps have high resolution, showing areas with high population densities, high risk of flooding, and flash floods. And then the use of tablets in data collection allows for GPS points to be collected for each household, thus giving an additional layer of population densities on the maps. Now, in terms of data gaps, yes, data gaps are there. The reliable and timely data for humanitarian action is very important. But we don't really have like availability of prompt aerial picture data that might have been taken by non-state actors like Red Cross, to share with the rest of the intervention partners. And then the number of affected households by sex and age, it was not accurately established. And also there was lack of thorough needs assessment so that would be able to, for the targeted intervention. Assessment of extent of infrastructure damage, that is, and the estimated cost for the damage. It's been very difficult, to have that. And the georeferenced data about camping facilities and their attributes. And then the number of evacuation camps that were established or that have been established in the country is still, difficult to get to that. And then coming to how Malawi is closing these data gaps, we think we have to have a provision of new technologies of data capturing and management, of course, with support from development partners. And then we have to have improved knowledge sharing among response actors so that we don't duplicate efforts. And recognition of the need to improve the quality, the availability, and timeliness of core data and common operational data sets is also key. I think that's what I can say on that. Thank you for sure.
Thank you, Lizzie. Excellent. Christine, it happens Philippines is also hit every year by many cyclones. According to you, what makes local data good for humanitarian action?
Thank you, Francois. Good evening from the Philippines. So the Philippines has more than 7,000 islands. So that means each island will have their own level of risk and also different types of humanitarian crisis. So that means, for example, in our country, the east side of the Philippines would experience more cyclones than the rest of the country. And also the south of our country, the Mindanao area, also experiences more earthquakes than the rest of the country. So that means that a one-size-fits-all disaster management would be insufficient in our country. So a local level data would be very useful in identifying which are actually the high-risk areas or high-risk local government units in the Philippines. So that means we'll be able to identify the vulnerable households and the populations as well. So, for example, the community-based monitoring system or the CBMS, which we are currently conducting, we also geotag not only the households, but the evacuation centers as well. So for example, so that means we will be able to identify the location or the distance of the household from the evacuation areas. So that means the local data would be useful in disaster response planning. So other than that, the local data would also be very helpful in research. So that means with the help of local data, we'll be able to evaluate and check on the impact and progress of the local humanitarian programs in the communities.
Thank you, Christine. Excellent. Jean-Luc, your agency, the SDC, is recognized as a champion in humanitarian action. How is local data informing your interventions? And can you tell us maybe of one lesson you have learned from the field on the power of local data?
Yes, thank you very much, Francois. I don't know if you're a champion, but certainly we are one of the few bilateral state organizations who send teams, humanitarian search teams on the ground. Before this job, I worked several years for humanitarian division at SDC. So the UN tells us that 340 million people in need this year, humanitarian need. They target 240 to receive assistance. And we all know, because of the resources constraint we mentioned earlier, that there will be less actually reached. So data is absolutely essential when you do a humanitarian response. I'll give you a couple of examples where you can see different data environments. If I take, for instance, a search team I had the opportunity to lead in Western Ukraine last spring, that's a strong data environment. So there we wanted to work with the authorities on rehabilitation of water systems, and it was easy on surface because the data situation is strong, but in practice, of course, because of the sensitivity, which was mentioned by Nadia before, very difficult, rightly so, for us to access this data on water infrastructure. And so we had to really build trust on this issue. That was a very interesting case. Sometimes, more recently, also, we work on data without intervening, like in Bolivia, forest fires, where our GIS team had developed an app to track and monitor the forest fire situation over a surface of about 2 million hectares. 20 million hectares, I'm sorry. And this really helped the firefighters greatly, according to the feedback we received from the Bolivian partners. Sometimes also we have to intervene without data, and there is a very sad example. I remember I also led a search team in Haiti in 2016, Hurricane Matthew, a category 5 system moving very slowly, so extremely deadly system, and there was no data. As a matter of fact, the people in the Tiburon Peninsula, which was hit, so the southern Haiti, didn't even know when landfall was going to happen, the data which is available widely on the internet. So there, when you work without any data, the things get very, very complicated. So the key lesson is really you get the best results, even in surge responses, when you can work with local actors and with local data available.
Thank you, Jean-Luc. Lizzie, let me come back to you maybe. We heard this morning with the Citizen United Data discussion that data and local data has the power to really empower people on the ground. Can you tell us more on how local communities in your country can benefit from local data, and in particular in the context of crisis?
Yeah, thank you. The local community can benefit from the data in various ways. Using locally available data for evidence-based planning and decision-making in humanitarian crisis is necessary for the success of timely and effective targeted interventions. And then when the community has access to data and information, which is interpreted in a local language, they would be able to, to participate in disaster risk management because they are able to understand what they have to do. And then locally available data is easily accessible by the communities. And when the communities are aware of mitigation measures and take precautionary measures, when such disaster hits, unexpectedly, they know what to do because they have that locally available data. The open local data that is readily available to whoever needs it, limits duplication of efforts, especially for service delivery, because they have that data, they would know what has been done, and therefore they'll not duplicate that effort. They're able to, tackling many humanitarian issues from tracking disease outbreaks to improving food security and resilience. This would empower the community at large. And then the CSOs and the media, they play a very critical role in disseminating information that is available. So I think those are some of the benefits that the communities would get by using local data. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. Going back in the room, Jean-Luc, SDC is supporting and implementing several schemes of cash transfers. Can you tell us what good local data means to make cash transfer impactful?
Yes, cash and voucher assistance, especially cash. We've promoted them for many years because we think the community is affected by a humanitarian situation, and the families are best placed to know what their needs are. And also there's a collateral benefit in re-injecting some resources in the local economy. So we see it as a very powerful tool. At the same time, there are risks of omission, risks of duplication, and risks of mistargeting. So you need to have strong data. The most effective way is, of course, if we can hook up with local data, especially from social protection agencies. That's something we did, for instance, in Albania after the earthquake a few years back. That worked really well for a CVA program there. Sometimes in other contexts where this data doesn't exist, it's becoming very difficult. I'm thinking of Cox's Bazar, for instance, which is the largest refugee settlement in the world, one of the largest. And there it's very difficult also because people, very sensitive context, didn't want to share the information in the first place. So yes, having I think Björn addressed the issue of IDP data in his address, but this hooking up with social protection agencies is kind of key. And more we see cash assistance in humanitarian settings as a social protection element, if you will.
Merci, Jean-Luc. Christine, your organization is doing a lot to develop local data systems. I mentioned these community-based data systems, which you launched a few years back. In your experience, what convinced a local policymaker to invest in such a system in your country?
Yes, so the CBMS rollout was conducted last year, and out of our 1,600 plus cities and municipalities, 600 decided to conduct their CBMS, half of this through their own funds. So when we visited the cities and the municipalities, their answer is always the same. They know the need of the local level data, particularly so that they can target beneficiaries and deliver their basic services. One example would be a specific town. We asked her why she decided to conduct and fund the CBMS. She said that she wanted to know the skills and the education of her constituents, particularly so that she can answer questions when the investors of the city would ask her what should they invest on. Another factor would be, as John mentioned a while ago, is the trust. So the Philippine Statistics Authority is the official source of statistics in the country. So the LGUs, the local government units, know that data from the Philippine Statistics Authority is of good quality. Another one is the PSA does not only provide the data to the local government units. Besides the data, we are conducting capacity building. So that means we are training the local government units on how they can actually use their own data through trainings. We go to the localities so that they'll be able to incorporate data in their policies and programs.
Thank you, Christine. So Nadia, we hear some great examples of data being used at local level for humanitarian action. We hear some warnings on privacy management. We're all aware that in normal times, there are some sound and respected data protection and privacy frameworks to manage all this. How do you reconcile this in times of urgency in humanitarian contexts?
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a good question. And of course, and the more local or small scaled you're looking at the data, the higher the risk, even if it's anonymized data or aggregate data, to have opportunities of re-identification and then run into the privacy problem or the risk of breaching the personal data protection. However, as you rightly put it, we need to reconcile it with other dimensions. And that's where the good side of one of the good sides of the human rights legal framework steps in. We do not have only one human right named data protection, but we have many other human rights. We have personal freedom, we have personal security. And in times of crisis, especially, you have to balance these various human rights against each other. And the protection of personal data is not an absolute right that has to be protected, whatever it takes. But in some situations, you really have to take a proportionate action. For instance, like usually in normal times when you process personal data, you have a certain duty of informing the people affected that their personal data is being processed and for what reason this data is being processed. Of course, if in cases of a cyclone or other humanitarian crisis, you need to be able to give aid to these people like on a very quick basis, and there you don't have the time to inform those people that their personal data is going to be processed in order to be able to help them. Of course, the help has top priority. But again, you can sort of reconcile various aspects of human rights by just deciding to inform them on a later stage if things have calmed down via public communication. So there are always ways to balance various human rights against each other and to find a proportionate solution.
Thank you, Nadia. I now have the same question for all of you. It's a simple one. So we have a bit of time for a discussion with the audience online and here in the room. One classic question when we discuss humanitarian is the short term versus long term of development. What does it mean when it comes to data and data systems? Have you seen one solution or one thing which you would like to see more of on the ground or in your agencies? And I could actually start with Christine, if you don't mind.
Yes, for the long-term vision, I think one solution would be, well, for us in the PSA, is the better partnership between the PSA and the local government units. As I've mentioned a while ago, they started conducting CBMS because they trust the PSA. So that means we have to continuously engage with the local government units to maintain that trust. So that means, for example, we promise a specific time period before we could give them the data. That means we have to keep our promises. And also at the moment, we are already planning for the next rollout in 2025. So that means we have to continuously engage with the local government units and ask them what questions and what items do they want to get from their citizens. So that means we're not just pushing the data to the local government units. We are telling them that the data is for them. So that means we will be able to sustain the CBMS in the country.
Thank you very much. Nadia, what's your perspective on this?
Yeah, well, my perspective on this is actually the one thing that always works is to realize that there is no such thing as the one thing that always works with data protection. We really have to be open to decide on a case-by-case basis to find individual solutions that really balance fundamental rights against each other. Maybe as a general advice that is always viable is the fact that you really have to be careful and ask yourself, is it really necessary to work with personal data, or is it sufficient to have some non-personal data, anonymized data available? But again, as I said, from a legal perspective, the good thing is to realize that you have to find a case-by-case solution.
Thank you, Nadia. Lizzie, can I call you?
Yes, for me, I think it's the coordination of various stakeholders. that is the national government, the development partners, as well as the international partner institutions. Their coordination is very important. I think also looking at the modernization of the statistical system in form of infrastructure, the organization structure, which would encourage the use of the newest technologies. Of course, some of the technologies we might not be able to, to use them at the moment, but for future use, it will be very important, like the use of drones. In some cases, it would really assist to show you the impact of disasters, and to be able to reach those hard to reach areas, and then to have the targeted intervention. So I think mostly is the coordination that should be there between the different players. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. Jean-Luc?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. This short-term, long-term divide or humanitarian development aspect is something which we look at very closely at STC. As a matter of fact, I don't want to bore you with internal cuisine, but we went just through a reorganization where we merged our humanitarian and development teams, precisely seeing that line becomes more and more blurred, and we should think holistically. So the key lesson, I think, is to learn what the mistakes we made or what went well, in order to anticipate, but also perhaps more importantly, be agile, because you cannot anticipate everything. And just as an illustration of this agility, we had a program again in the Ukraine of e-government, which was really about democratic rights, typical institutional reform projects. And now this has been sort of adapted to precisely gather citizen-generated data on such issues as mine awareness and other things really related to a humanitarian context. So this agility is absolutely critical.
Thank you very much, Jean-Luc, and thanks to the four of you. You exhausted my list of questions. I think, Benny, we still have 15 minutes, right? 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 15, 3 times 5. So that's wonderful. So a couple of takeaways from your fantastic interventions and sharing of experiences. I think we get a clear message from the country representatives that local is not a luxury, local is a must. From the hills of Rwanda to the islands of the Philippines, I think this comes very, very strong. And for a survey statistician, that's an enormous challenge for me, as I can see it. Yet there are solutions, and I think a few keywords were spoken out. I think agility is one, and to be agile, you need agile data systems, and you need to quickly understand what the systems can generate for you. I think we heard from the Philippines a story of partnership, of coordination, and nothing new here. But what does it mean when it's coming in humanitarian context? I think Björn gave us a number of very, very good entries into the dimensions of making partnership work and deliver. And then comes the question of capacity and skills to manage privacy, to understand the ethical dimensions, the technical dimensions of all this, which are absolutely not straightforward, and which need some resources, some political support, and some finances. I think the local data is not only a luxury for partner countries, but also for aid agencies. We heard it loud and clear here. So thanks a lot for all your perspectives. I think we are more clever than when we started. So thanks to you both here, and to our Lizzie and Kirstine online. We have quite a lively chat online. I think we have 200 participants. I wanted to select first, if you guys don't mind, we'll go first on the chat, because there are also some interesting movements there. We have a question from Rachel Bevan from UNESCAP, and hello, Rachel, very good to have you with us. She's asking a question for you, Kirstine, in the Philippines. recognizing the excellence of your work and this community-based management system, a question on the cost: how much would it cost, and whether this investment is actually could be financed, given the savings that having the data would eventually generate in consecutive actions. So whether you have some elements on this, and sorry to put you directly under the spotlight, it's a quite complex question.
Yes. Do I answer now or?
Please.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. For the total cost, our estimate before was 10 billion pesos. I'm not sure. So maybe someone can convert it to other currencies. So it's 10 billion pesos for the whole country. And in terms of impact, I think I should mention that we spoke with Francois in New York, and I think we're planning. I'm not sure. We're planning to conduct an impact evaluation of the community-based monitoring system through the help of PARIS21. So hopefully that will push through. I think it's up to Francois.
Okay, fair enough. I put you under the spotlight. I mean,
I will put you also under the spotlight.
So that's fair enough. I think we are excited by this work, and we make it happen. We have a number of other questions relating to the response rates on surveys on refugees in countries when they are done by NSOs. So I think, Bjorn, you're still with us. Maybe you have some elements on this.
Maybe. I can't see the questions online, unfortunately.
Yeah, I can.
It was about response rates?
Yes, exactly. Response rate and overall acceptance on surveys on refugees when they are done by governments.
That is not one of the big problems that we have encountered. Let me put it that way. What we do see with sensitive populations, is whenever they survey enumerators are accompanied by UNHCR, that is important, and that gets the response rates up because of the reassurance that those representatives give the respondents. They trust in the enumerators, and they trust in the privacy of the data collected. But overall, that has not been one of our challenges. And I want to maybe I have a few more comments to make, but I'll save those for later if you come back to the panel for some reactions.
Thank you, Bjorn. Maybe from the Philippines or Malawi, some comments on the refugees surveys? Lizzie, I think you had your hand up at some point.
No, actually, I just raised it mistakenly, but it's okay. Yeah, on the issue of surveys, of course, response rate, it's not a big problem when we're doing the physical, when it's a face-to-face interview, it's not a problem. We do get very good response rates, over 90%. But when it's like something that for the phone interviews and other type of interviews, those ones sometimes the respondents are not very willing to respond. So the response rates would be a bit lower. But the face-to-face interviews, we do not face any challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie. Do we have some questions from the floor? Oh, sorry. Yes, please.
Point on this. I mean, sounds all very positive, but sometimes you do have issues. I can remember an initiative we supported in Cox's Bazar with the aim to give a voice to refugees, or it can be IDPs also, because usually in a humanitarian situation, they are not given a voice. And that's because just of the whole logistics or the urgency of the situation. And in this case, there were many
information around, do these people want to go back or not? And it was all speculation. So we thought, let's do a survey, anonymous, of course. And the response rate was very low, just because people were afraid and didn't want to respond. So it's not always so trivial to get the response rates when the questions become sensitive. Let's put it this way.
Thank you very much, Jean-Luc. Yes, we have one question here, 2 questions, 3, 4. Okay.
Thank you so much, dear panelists. My name is Louise. I'm working with Impact Initiatives, a research NGO working hard to provide the humanitarian community with the right data at the right moment, so humanitarian interventions can be prioritized. And we tend to do this on a rather large scale. We're also collecting data on some specific themes, such as feasibility studies for cash and voucher mechanisms. But increasingly, we're collecting data on a local level because we realize that this is a structural gap in the humanitarian community that's generally heavily reliant on household level data that's rarely disaggregated below the second admin level in countries where actually local leaders and local governments in particular are going to be the ones responsible for dealing with the long-term consequences of a crisis. So we realized that we collectively need to be better able to provide local actors with data that they're going to be able to use. But we also need to get better at utilizing data that local governments may have at hand that's available in a format that's quite different to the format that international NGOs are, used to using. But when we think of local data, the first thing that we probably need to ask ourselves is, who are we collecting this data for? And you're going to have a different answer depending on the type of crisis you're dealing with, depending on if you're speaking from the perspective of SDC or from the government, local government in the Philippines, for sure. But as far as we are concerned as a humanitarian data provider, we're really wanting to do this for the international humanitarian community that's coming with immediate capacity responses. So we need to be able to speak their language. But we also want to do this for local governments that, again, are going to be the ones in charge. And they're going to be speaking their own language. So I was wondering if you had any thoughts about how to reconcile those. Are we going to be, do we have a common language to be able to provide data that's going to be useful for very many different systems, but at minimum, the international humanitarian system and the local governments?
Thank you very much for this contribution and this specific question. Any of you have ideas on how to respond to this? Jean-Luc?
It's a very good question. Maybe in terms of, I don't know if I can respond it systemically, but in terms of examples, sometimes we have to do a little bit of a supply drive, going back to the Haiti example and not wanting to live again this horrendous experience of the Matthew hurricane. We thought, let's work with the local municipalities, in fact, to build data on risk maps, on early warning systems, on just where the local communities are located, really basic GIS data, so as to be better prepared. So this was, I'm not saying that we ran into open doors, so we had projects which followed the surge intervention, but it has taken some time, but it went. And it was really a purely local initiative because the governance situation being as it is in Haiti, we thought this was the most efficient way to invest our money rather to go the whole hierarchy in this particular setting.
Thank you, Jean-Luc. Mark, you had a question? And then I think on the right, there were a couple of hands.
Thanks, and thanks to the great panel. It's a very similar question in a way, so perhaps, you can give the same answer, but a lot of what we're talking about is getting local data to make national or international decisions on which locality to work with or to react to in an emergency, for example, which is one use case, and that clearly needs either systems, top-down systems like your admin data systems, which have standards and processes and so on, amazing use of that in Baluchistan after the Pakistan floods. They could adapt their EMIS to collect damage information on the schools. The whole data collection was done in a week, whereas otherwise it's driving around in a Land Cruiser for a month. So, you know, that does work for sure. Is there also a case to be made for building local capacity for local use of data that is not designed to be comparable, for example, because you know, it's only going to be used locally, so we don't need to worry about that. And if so, would that have more relaxed standards? Or you know, is it anyway good to have high data standards, even if it's not going to be shared and it doesn't need to be comparable? So are there two sets of standards, perhaps?
Thank you, Mark. Can I give this question to you, Christine, from the Philippines perspective? I remember this work you did, you know, very, very much along the use case from Mark here.
Sorry, I did not get the question.
So I think the question is, and excuse me, Mark, if I translate this incorrectly. We heard a lot about, you know, top-down approaches and comparability to respond to specific needs. When the demand comes in the first place from a local unit and a local problem, and I think you alluded to this with your description of the Philippines and the earthquakes and how it works. How that this narrative around comparability and interoperability works vis-a-vis meeting the needs from a specific government unit, localized?
Well, in terms of data, like I think Mark mentioned, GIS data, data on the frequency of cyclones on specific areas, we would be consulting with the Department of Science and Technology in the Philippines. So they would have the data, which is also the standards. And then we will be compiling all data from other agencies and then going down to the LGUs. We will be providing them the specific data relevant to their local government units. I think that's. And then in terms of preparedness, we ask specific communities. So we go down to up to the community level or barangay level and ask them if they have systems in place, if they're prepared for, if there will be cyclones, they have ambulances, etc. And also if they have plans in place. So that means we'll also be able to see specific barangays or communities in a specific local government unit which are not prepared or prepared.
Thank you, Christine. I think we're allowed one more question. The good news is we can continue discussing afterwards for the ones here. So maybe one last question here.
Yes, hello everyone. Marius Bissan is my name, working for United Nations in Lebanon right now on a cross-unit cooperation unit, helping the situation they might, some of you might know the dire situation, socioeconomic and humanitarian. But first of all, I apologize for my voice. I just came back from Beirut yesterday morning, and due to the air pollution, my voice decided not to join me today. I would like to add to the discussion, actually, is not a question, about how can we consider and how can we eventually measure how the people, affected people, are being consulted. There is increasing pace in adopting what we call accountability for affected population, which is an indicator that gains more traction and is being included in the design, including in the log frames, actually. And this is an indicator we can measure, actually. So here comes, like, if we consider the whole value chain, if you can call it like this, we have to consider to increase the literacy of the people who go on the field, the ones who gain the data, the ones who interpret the data. And then this the considerations should be included in the design stage, needs assessment, design stage, and then implementation. And then eventually, when we do evaluations of all the programs, we can measure, are the voices people being heard, just as our colleague mentioned a bit earlier. So this is something that can be considered also by you, but also, and then we can have evidence-based decisions taken by the decision makers, considering the needs of the people that we actually try to support in having a better life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So apologies to Aniket and Ward. I think you had questions, but let's continue the discussion afterwards. We're in the same room. So with this, I'd like to thank again our four panelists here. Let me join in. So I'll have to stop. I think you get the meeting. I hope you understand. I hope you could listen, Christine and Lizzie. You could hear the nice applause. So thank you very much for joining. Thanks for this conversation, and over to you, Benny.
Thanks for that. I think this is very exciting. Thanks for that also, François, for chairing the session. And before we go to the lunch break, I want to mention that when we had the UN World Data Forum in Bern, we developed the concept for sustainability, and we all tried to organize a conference in a sustainable manner. So that's why we have just local and regional food today. And I invite you all here joining us now for the food. And please be back online and here in the room at 2 p.m. Basel time sharp, because we'll have the president of the canton of Basel here at that time. Thanks. Hello to everybody. I please you to take your seats, coming back from coffee and tea. Also welcoming back everybody online. We start in 10 seconds. So after the morning, we go to the second part of today. And I'm really happy to welcome the president of the government of the canton of Basel-Stadt. This conference is organized together with the canton, as you know, together with PARIS21. So that's why it's great to have him here with us. Before he was the president of this canton, he was also a member of the National Council, of the Federal National Council. And he has, and that's very interesting to read, he has an agriculture engineering title, the diploma, and he is an environmental scientist of the ETH Zurich. We will have discussion about climate change in the third session. So there we have maybe some linkage to each other. What's also very interesting, he's in charge of data and statistics. So he's the boss of the head of the statistical office of the canton of Basel-Stadt. Beat Jans, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen here in Basel, ladies and gentlemen online, the ones that are not here miss the beauty of Basel, but they do something good for the footprint. So you're definitely as welcome as all the ones here. You have chosen a very nice venue for this Congress. We're proud to have you here. I welcome you in the name of the government of Basel and the population. And we hope you find everything here to have a successful Congress, because we need you. We need progress also in the field of data, in achieving the sustainable development goals. Those goals are much more than something nice to have. We all know that. They are our future. The world's dependence on fossil energy has taken on the traits of a collective intoxication. At the moment, we are in the phase of sobering up, and we all feel a heavy hangover. Also in this country, climate change affects Switzerland disproportionately. The rise of the average temperature is twice as high in Switzerland compared to the rise of the global average temperature. Within Switzerland, Basel, as every city on this planet, is already highly affected by urban heat islands. Heat islands will intensify with heat waves and threaten the most vulnerable population, especially elderly people. The government of the canton Basel-Stadt has named climate protection one of its three main goals within this legislative term, together with the overcome of the pandemic and the digitization of the public services. In November 2022, we had a vote, but before that, we decided as a government to adapt a city climate concept, which prioritizes greening, planting, reduction of traffic and parking areas, unsealing, sponge city as a concept within the development of the city. And in November 22, as I said, we had a public vote. A large majority voted in favor of a very ambitious reduction of the CO2 emissions. The canton Basel City has to be climate neutral by 2037. And the target must be achieved without CO2 certificates, so no carbon offsets abroad.
The canton of Basel-Stadt has thus adopted Switzerland's most ambitious climate protection target. We are aware that this is a huge challenge. It's not going to be easy, but at the same time, we are convinced that it is the right thing to do and also represents a huge opportunity for our location as a business location. Ambitious and clear framework conditions will promote innovation in Basel, in the clean tech sector, and will make us more resilient and independent. A climate neutral Basel, this is our conviction, will be more attractive for skilled workers, whom we urgently need in Basel. Always been a very attractive place for intelligent researchers from all over the world. We invest billions every year in high standard research. We need good people, and those people in the future will choose places that take care of the planet. And we also are sure that Basel will be more attractive for tourists, for conscious tourists in the future. Our electricity has been completely renewable for about 12 years. Our energy law and a huge investment program for green district heating network creates the frame that the entire heat supply will be climate neutral for everyone by 2035. Basel-Stadt reduced the CO2 emissions since 2010 by more than 33%. It is the leading canton in Switzerland when it comes to reduce gas house reduction. The IPCC report, you've heard about it, published 2 days ago, said it absolutely clearly. Protecting the climate is urgent. The consequences of not doing it are dramatic. The climate warming must be stopped, and Basel has the ambition to show how it can be done. To accomplish this, data can and will play an important role globally, also on the local level. For us, the canton, data must be available and used. Currently, a cantonal data strategy and governance are being developed on behalf of the government, and a data catalog is being created with all the necessary information on the individual data sets. As for now, there is so many data also within the administration, but it's distributed. There's no common goal, there's no common use. The efficiency of all these data has not been employed yet. Therefore, we need a coordinating office in the canton for data issues. The canton of Basel-Stadt is one of the pioneers in the provision of use of public administration data in Switzerland, and it intends to become even more involved. Within Basel-Stadt, a large variety of data, as I said, exists, but it's not necessarily publicly available. For example, we collect vegetation cover data. These are modeled on the basis of a flight data. They have recently become available online for everybody. And they help us to develop the city and the city's climate protection concept. That's just an example of many other examples, how we intend to use data to develop our city and to achieve our goals. The goal of the cantonal government is to reduce and to remove obstacles from sharing data within the local government offices, but with a balanced price-earning ratio. Models and scenarios can be an effective way for getting reliable data with limited resources. The decisions of the government and of the democracy needs to be based on facts. The effectiveness of measures needs to be reviewed on the basis of data. Data should also drive the development of good solutions and smart tools. In all this, an independent statistical office plays a crucial role. They must guarantee that the data are unbiased. Democracies must fight fake news because they don't go together. We have a direct democracy in Switzerland. Most of the important decisions are taken by public votes. Switzerland has proven that the people need nobody to fake the truth. And what if the statistics show that the measures that the government has taken are proven wrong? What then? Then please publish it and change the measures. The statistical offices must make data accessible and present in easily accessible language and diagrams. This helps not only to have a democratic debate, it also helps the private sector. It nourishes digital startups. It helps business models. It helps the private sector to achieve the goals as well. It brings forward innovation. The statistical offices also must provide transparency of their application and methods. We need disclosure of applied models, documentation of changes in models, and effects on results. That's part of the transparency too. So everybody can find out how the results have been achieved. Prerequisite of this all is a profound knowledge of a data set and or the applied models. It needs time, it needs experience, it needs good qualified people. We are now starting to collect specific data also to achieve our climate goals. For example, we start now a survey of the continental population. We ask them about their perception of climate change and the methods, the measures we're applying to achieve them. This will also help us to understand what people need, what people want to achieve these common goals. It is just one example of how we now systematically collect and use data in order to achieve our ambitious climate goal. And we do that because we believe that data use is an important tool to get there. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bert. Please stay with me a second. I already get some text messages that the people like your speech. Because of course, there are a lot of statisticians work for official statistical offices, and we like that. We will print it out and give it to everybody in the governments and in parliaments. Thank you very much for being with us. We have some presents for you. There's a book we produced at the Swiss Federal Statistical Office. It compares Switzerland with the world on the SDGs, where we are at the moment. And I hope you have time to read it. And I also can say on behalf of responsible for the national coordination of the Swiss Federal Statistical Office, it's always a pleasure to collaborate with your canton. Many thanks. Thank you. Thank you. So Beat has to leave us because he has a discussion with the parliament and he hopes he will fight for more money for the statistical office. So let's go to the next speaker. Ward is around, is here, yeah. So Ward will have an introduction for the next panel. Ward is the lead technical specialist responsible for the establishment of the Global Land Observatory, International Land Coalition, and International Research Center for Agriculture and Rural Development. I hope I said it correctly, more or less. Welcome, the floor is yours.
Yes, that was perfect. The position is less important than the title, it seems. Thank you, and I'll open up on this discussion on climate and data for climate, and I will focus on land. I know land is only one piece of the climate discussion, but it is an important one. Let me start with some statistics. We are at a data conference. Did you know that 80% of the globe's biodiversity and 70% of the intact forests of our planet are located on indigenous peoples and local communities, territories, and lands? Did you also know that about 50% of the globe's lands are of indigenous peoples and local communities, but that only 10% of these lands are documented and recognized? Less than 10% of these lands are integrated in the national statistical data. This situation, this dire situation, is also reflected in the SDGs. If we take the three land SDGs, 1.4.2, 5A1, and 5A2, I have no time to detail them, but there's three. And we're very happy that for the first time there's land indicators in a global framework. If you take both of them, the three of them, about 5 to 10 countries only have reported to these three indicators. Most of the countries do not have the capacity to report to them according to the formal data, or do not put the means in for the capacity to report to these indicators. There's plenty of reasons for that. But the main one is that for those who do try to report, who that have reported, they use the formal data. They use, for land rights, cadastre data, the administrative data available, knowing that this data focuses in general, and for most of the countries, only on private lands. In Africa, for example, private lands represents 20% of the land. So whether we retain the 10% of documented and 10 or the 20% of the reporting of the SDGs, the situation is really dire. And there's a world of difference between the discourse of leaving no one behind and then the 10 or 20% of the land that's covered, that cover the debate on climate change and the debate on land. The main reason is because local data is not being integrated at all on land. And that's one of the objectives of the ILC. So the ILC, just to give you an idea of what it is, it's a coalition of members. We have about 350 members globally. They include IGOs, intergovernmental organizations like the World Bank, FAO, IFAD, strategic partners, the Swiss, for example, but mainly local civil society, from local organizations, grassroots organizations, to indigenous peoples and local communities, farmers organizations, women's organizations, land use organizations, etc. And we try to mobilize this to make our case on land. So the main objective of the ILC is to advocate for land rights, it's to advocate for land policies. But what is advocacy without data? Advocacy without data is weak. And that's how I came in the ILC to lead, about now 6-7 years ago, a new program on developing land data, on mobilizing this broad framework of 350 organizations representing several tens of millions of people many of them engaged in monitoring. How do we bring this data to the fore so that we not only make their voices heard, not only do we make their situations seen in the national statistics, but also strengthen the SDGs in the hope that we strengthen land and climate in the same way. So what is the role of local data for us? We've heard a lot about it in the two sessions. For us, it's first of all to broaden the scope. It's to make the invisible visible. It's to make those people that do not have land rights, the 80% of Africa, visible in international statistics. It's by broadening up to collective lands, to public lands, to informal lands. But it's also to broaden the source of the data so that we can address the missing data, so the data gaps we talked about this morning, that we can address the lack of frequency, that we can address the diversity of perspectives, very important in land because land is so complex. But it's not happening. It's not happening. This data is not feeding into the formal circuits. And why is that? Well, because of the positioning of these land initiatives, because they're scattered, because there's problems of quality, there's also problems or there's issues related to control over that land, over that data. Presently, what we see is that the data we are producing, and there's many since the SDGs, is positioned in opposition to formal data. It is not reinforcing the formal data. It is seen as an opposition. It's seen in a perspective that often doesn't want to be shown or are showcasing problems with the land, within the land sectors, etc. It is certainly not upscaling and not reinforcing there where it's needed, there where the formal data sets are not producing the data for. So the question here, I feel, is not about the role of the local data, but is how do we reinforce the role of the local data in these circuits? We've heard a lot about data access. We've heard a lot about data capacity, but access and capacity is not enough. I think we are in need of an ongoing process that requires a change of a data culture, especially from a perspective of data legitimization and data formalization, what we call at the ILC data democratization. And how do we do that at ILC? There's several ways, but I think there's two major ones that I want to highlight here with a couple of examples. The first one is to strengthen these data ecosystems we're working with, or we're working on, from the local up to the national. And how we did that is, first of all, we gathered all these informations that exist. We regrouped the indigenous peoples and local communities data sources. We grouped other initiatives. We found about 100 data initiatives within our network, more than 1,000 indicators. Of course, this is too broad. We can't work with that. We put these into consultations, and that's the important part of it. We did 24 months of consultations within our networks at the various levels, from global, regional, national, up to local. And these consultations had to be 100% inclusive. This was not between us. This was with governments, etc., so that everybody at the different levels was sitting together and agreed on the indicators, agreed on the thematics to be covered, agreed on the methodologies to be used, agreed on the protocols for data inclusion, exclusion, etc. All this had to be done together. It's not an opposition. It's not them against us. It's not you have good data, I have good data or bad data, etc. It's how do we make these data sources work? And with everybody agreeing at the various levels, and these levels were important, we had a common basis. Now we can't say, well, your data is bad, or they can't say your data is bad, etc. If it doesn't follow the protocols, it is bad. But if it does, it is good and has to be integrated. The second way of activities we promoted is opening the global. Having the things done at the local is one thing, of course, but it's also opening the global data processes and the global data advocacy processes. We did this, first of all, to be present ourselves as the ILC Secretariat, but also our members, our indigenous peoples and local communities, to be present at the global level, So we had representatives during the negotiations of SDG 1.4.2, 5A1 and 5A2, so that they make sure that their voice and their position, their indicators were heard at a global level. And with success, 1.4.2 has now a perception indicator beyond the administrative indicators. We are now very much present in the CBD negotiations and in their negotiations for the global biodiversity framework, to make sure land is present in these discussions, but also to make sure that the indicators represent the situation of these peoples or the issues these peoples want to bring to the fore. Secondly, is more organically, because of the strength, because of these protocols, because of the inclusiveness of the processes, some of the data sets we are now providing are the best that are in these sectors. Here is 16.3.1 on the killings and the harassments of environmental and land rights defenders. The data we produce through our network is seen as very solid and has now become one of the formal data sources for that SDG and this indicator. And then thirdly, and that's my tasks at the moment, that's the setup of a global land observatory. It's building the bridges between the local and the global. What we're doing is we take these data ecosystems, which include formal and non-formal, and establish them at at a global level within the United Nations systems. And we hope that once they are accepted and integrated in the United system, they will trickle down again to national level because of the state signatories' acceptance of these data systems. So the processes are twofold here: building the local to be built up, but also building the global so that they open the doors for the local to be part of it. I was very, very, very happy to see this first panel, because often when we talk about citizen-led data and the other complementary data sources, we often isolate it. We often do the lonely one and standing often in front of closed doors. And here I find some allies, but the way is still long, especially when you're on the field, when you talk to national statistical officers, etc. There's willingness, but it's complicated. And then the fraction starts. But things are changing. We see it here. And there's a couple of other aspects lately that I think are good to be mentioned. A couple of weeks ago, there was the 54th Assembly of the United Nations Statistical Commissions. And there was a clear call to support complementary citizen-led data, to support the more formal data sources in the process for saving the SDGs. Many of the custodians, including in the land sector, and FAO is one part of it where we established the Global Land Observatory, are looking for alternative ways because they just are not able to save their own SDGs with the formal data. And they see these processes as innovative ways to open up the data and hopefully to complement the official data sources. And then at country level as well, we have, for the land sector here, 3 major champions. Kenya is one of them, Colombia, Philippines, there might be others. But these countries, part of the global partnership initiatives, have established multi-stakeholder platforms, data platforms within their countries where citizens, where researchers can upload their data according to protocols that have been agreed through this multi-stakeholder establishment. So it's not anymore the state and that has the last control, but this multi-stakeholder initiative, which I think is very important. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ward. There was two things you said I really keep in mind, especially for me. The first one you said, let's make the invisible people visible. And I think that's what we have heard all during the morning. I think this is absolutely key, and it's leaving no one behind. Of course, it's in there, and I think it's crucial. The second one was that you mentioned the UN Statistical Commission. That was 3 weeks ago in New York, and it's always good for us participating and representing a country there that also experts are seeing that what you're doing and finding that it has some impact on that. So also for you, some gift for you, and happy to have you here. And I think we go directly to the next session. You're absolutely welcome introduced. Thanks for that. So I would like to welcome Elisa on the panel. She is also working with PARIS21. And She will talk about the third session. But again, as we did before the first two sessions, I want to see some data from your side. Please.
Thanks, Benny, for the introduction. And thank you very much for the introductory keynote speeches. It makes a perfect link to our panel today, which is about how we bridge this gap between local data and global demands, global needs for a phenomenon that's by essence transnational. Climate change doesn't know any borders, so we have to be able to deal with it at a global scale, but looking at the very local consequences and needs. So to start off this panel, I wanted to introduce you to this graph. Now, this is a map that is from 2013, and it was used in the Ugandan context of a banana bacterial wilt. So it was a bacteria that was destroying banana plantations in some areas of Uganda. So it had, of course, tremendous effects on local and relatively poor agricultural communities. Now, in order to solve this crisis, one of the issues that government came up against is having a clear mapping of who was affected by banana wilts. So having a better geographical mapping of the spread of the disease, and also of the specific agricultural communities or farmers that were affected by this wilt, and so how to address this. With support from the World Bank, the government enrolled this data app, which is called U-Report. Now, U-Report is a social messaging tool and data collection system that was initially developed by UNICEF to gather data from citizens through mobile applications, and it works on a range of issues, and it was already used by Ugandans to report on many issues such as environmental questions, social questions, etc. And there were two questions that were asked to participants in the initial poll. Do you know any farmers whose banana plantations or crops are affected with banana bacterial wilt disease? Yes or no? And this enabled to get to this map, so to have a clear idea of how the disease was spreading and have real-time information on the spread of the disease. So just as a case in point, this shows how local data that is collected in a timely and very in a timely manner can be upscaled to find policy solutions and drive policy solutions on the ground that have a direct effect on populations and very quickly. Just tying back to what Yusuf said this morning, if we wait for 3 years to have the data on which crops were affected, then it doesn't serve any purpose, but the timeliness of the data and the precision helped to turn the situation around. So without further ado, how does this link within our session of local data for global change? Now, it shows us why bridging this gap matters, and the potential also that lies behind very specific local information for policymakers at a national level, but it has also the potential to be escalated at the global level. And this is also some of the questions that we will explore here during this panel. What is the latest local data telling us about the state of the front lines of climate change? Now, this is a specific agricultural example, but that can be enrolled in many different areas, both that are linked to agriculture, but also to social issues and many other issues affected by climate change. What are the challenges in accessing and using local data for policymakers? And how can local data be used in the day-to-day fight against climate change? So in short, what is the relevance of local data for climate change, for the global fight against climate change? And in order to discuss this very important and timely topic, I have the pleasure to be joined here today by two panelists in the room and then two people online as well. So online, I would like you to welcome with me, so Paula McLeod, who we see here on the screen. Hello, Paula, thanks for joining us. Paula is Head of Profession for Statistics at the United Kingdom's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. And then we're also joined here by Darlene Haylock. It's very early in the morning, Darlene. Thanks for joining us this early in the day for you. Darlene is the Senior Sustainable Development Officer at the Ministry of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management of Belize. So thanks very much for joining us here today. Now, in the room here today, we also have Yusuf Murangwa, who you now know, who is the Director General of the National Institute of Statistics of Rwanda. Yusuf, if I can call you to the stage. Thank you. And we have Christopher Maloney here as well from the Hewlett Foundation, so who is working as program officer there. So if you want to take the second seat. Wonderful. So we have our panel. It's an interesting one because you're layered vertically for once instead of horizontally. Right. So if I can start with you, Darlene, with our first question. Now, your work in the Ministry of Sustainable Development and Climate of Belize entails, amongst others, coordinating and encouraging the integration of the 2030 agenda into Belize's national frameworks and sectoral plans. Now, can you explain for a small island developing state like Belize, what local data entails when we talk about climate change? So for instance, what does it mean in terms of differentiated vulnerabilities at subnational level? And what are the benefits of using it? What is it telling us about the impacts of climate change in Belize?
Hi, good morning, everyone. My voice is not helping this morning, but I'll try my best. Yeah, so our main role is to work with the SDG data in Belize. So that entails climate change data and all other kind of data. So when we talk about climate change, Belize is a small island developing state, which is in the coast of the peninsula Yucatan, with a population of around 340,000 people. So it's a small country. However, the impacts of climate change is very adverse for our country. So climate change is at the forefront when it comes to vulnerable communities. Belize has, in terms of using local data, we have 6 districts. We have classified our districts by zones, how they are affected. And we have 4 zones by flooding, sea level rise, flash floods. So each district is categorized. And we have 13 sectors that we identified as the priority sectors for the country. And just to put it into perspective, we did an assessment on the coastal and marine areas. And that would include 3 towns, 1 city, and around 9 villages. We still haven't finalized the assessment, but this assessment was mainly on how climate change affects you. What is climate change for you? What are your needs? And some of the preliminary results were saying that who is mostly affected would be the women, children, and the vulnerable groups, indigenous peoples, because it runs across the coastline of Belize. So we have all kind of the different ethnic groups in the country as well. So we have the indigenous people being part of the consultation. So it has been saying that, yeah, we have women, children, youths being mostly affected. How? But sometimes one of the things we have identified is that even though we refer to it as climate change, they might not refer to it with that term. So we have realized that the terminology, bringing it to them in that layman form, we would say, is very important because they know something is happening, but they don't know exactly in terms of climate change, that term. So those are some of the key preliminary results that we have identified. They have said one of the questions was also asked, is there any mechanism or any plan within your community? Where do you go if there's an emergency? Like all those kind of questions were asked. So the results would definitely feed into what policies are formed, the interventions. But in terms of the local data in Belize, there is no established mechanism where we have the local data, governments or people just sharing the data with the National Climate Change Office, which is the office in charge of coordinating all climate change policies and data. So they have established some mechanism, but more at the national level. So a gap there that exists would be that we need to ensure that the local level data is actually an established mechanism, not on because this assessment, for example, was because there was a project that said, let's focus on that area, and we managed to get the funds, but there is no established mechanism. So the sustainability of that data is really at risk, because when will we do another assessment? We don't know. And another thing is that we are working closely with the Statistical Institute of Belize, which is the national statistical office in the country. However, there is also still a kind of disconnect between the data that the National Climate Change Office, the system that they have, and how that would feed into the Statistical Institute office. So in terms of that, but we do know and have identified that establishing the mechanism of local data is empirical or critical in the way forward. But yeah, there are plans, there are discussions. We just need to formalize those ones. But we do use and we acknowledge the importance of the local data. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Darlene, very much for your intervention. And this brings me nicely actually to a question to Yusuf. So you mentioned that there are no formal institutional mechanisms in place, at least not at a systematic level. And so Yusuf, as within your work at the National Statistics Office of Rwanda, so you collect, you process, and you disseminate official statistics on behalf of the government of Rwanda. In your view, how can we best access and use local climate change data from subnational entities and actors, including isolated communities, as mentioned by Darlene in her example?
Yeah, thank you. This is a very good example of the good progress that we've done at a global level regarding climate change. We have a good numbers at global level. We have some numbers at national level, and we are struggling. We're struggling big time at local level. And the implications are big because, for example, in most developing countries, most of them are agro-based. And the climate issue is a daily issue. The climate issue is a daily issue. And for example, with crops, you miss the rains by 2 weeks, only 2 weeks. Or maybe the rains are early by 2 weeks, or they are late by 2 weeks. You lose the crop. And we've not built systems, for example, to give the local communities real-time information regarding seasonal changes that are taking place, climate seasonal changes that are taking place, to inform the farmers that this is actually the right time to plant. And farmers are using their traditional knowledge to plant when they used to plant. And then they miss the season by like 2 weeks. And this immediately creates an issue of crop failure that we also fail to capture at local level. And therefore, it creates issues of famine that we also fail to capture at real time. And we even fail to capture information on interventions on real time. So even interventions, we see maybe duplications in some areas, and some communities are left without support. So it's very important that we build these systems, and the particularity with climate data, unlike other areas, this is an area that I don't think we have shortcuts. This is an area that is technologically intensive. For example, if we want good meteorological information, we have to invest in these technologies at local communities. Very challenging in developing countries. We have to build very strong administrative systems that tell us what is happening at local levels. All these are very foundational issues that are heavy to invest in. And we also, of course, have to invest in the community mechanisms, the civil society mechanisms, the citizens' information mechanisms, so that we get this information and it's regulated. And this particular case, that's where like compromise on quality can be made, because the consequence on less quality is not that big vis-a-vis not having the data. So these are things that we have to think through very well, build very strong administrative systems, put in place the technological requirements to be able to capture this information, a combination of geospatial technologies, a combination of meteorological information, and then build the local data structures from communities and civil society to complement that, and at all levels, at climate change level, at climate impact level, and at intervention level, so that we have all this package of information that will allow us to follow what is happening on the ground. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those very enlightening examples of the time sensitivity of having climate change data, and also the very specific challenges that are complex in terms of implementation and the gap there. Chris, you support through the Hewlett Foundation, you have an extensive grant portfolio that aims at increasing the use of high quality data and evidence in social and economic policies, so primarily in Africa. And in line with this ambition, you are currently reflecting on the right balance between local, national, and global approaches to complex crises, so including the climate change crisis. So in your opinion, what is the value of providing more localized support for evidence-informed policymaking, and what would be the limitations to that?
Great, many thanks for that, Elisa. So before I jump into answering that question, just to sort of step back in case you're not familiar with what Hewlett supports in this space. I'm part of a program area called Evidence-Informed Policymaking. It's about a 10-year-old portfolio of about $25 million per year, spread across about 60 different grantees, primarily in East and West Africa. The goal of this portfolio is to increase the systemic use of data and evidence by policymakers, primarily in East and West Africa, to the benefit of all in those countries, but especially the most vulnerable. And we do that through three very distinct lines of grant making. The first is what we call institutionalizing evidence use. So this is working very closely with institutions that are well connected to pockets of reform in the governments, and bringing data and evidence to bear in effectively a safe space so that policymakers have the data and evidence they need to make stronger and better decisions. Examples of those would be like ID Insight or the Partnership for African Social Governance Research in Nairobi. We also have a second line of grant making and impact evaluations, which is about bringing more and better impact evaluations and other sort of cutting edge lines of evidence analyses to policymakers in East and West Africa. So again, examples of that would be grantees like NIERA and a lot of universities across the region that are building researchers that can do this for policymakers in Africa. But the third line of grant making, which is where I sit, is, and most relevant for our discussion today, is on the data revolution and data governance. And so there is a recognition at Hewlett about 5, 6, 7 years ago that with the explosion of data, how can we work with a range of different grantees to get those into the hands of policymakers so that they can be used? And in particular, we then have a sub-portfolio that also is working on the data governance side of that, because we believe strongly that while it's great that all this data is out there, if it's not governed well, the chance for abuse is very, very high. So finding this balance between the data revolution and the data governance side in Africa is quite important to us. And so going back to the question, what does this actually mean in terms of how we find that right balance across? We take a very deliberate field building and ecosystem building approach. And so we're very intentional at looking at what grantees are doing at 4 very different levels. The first is the global level. So looking at grantees who are really brokering the norms and standards conversations in this space that are providing that platform for entities that are more regional to come together and also have a lot of capacity building. So I put PARIS21 in that bucket. I would put GPSDD and others in that bucket. So that's one area. The second is then being very intentional with grantees that are working across the African continent. So a lot of think tanks like the Center for the Study of the Economies of Africa, or a new initiative that we're about to launch with Smart Africa, that will bring together African policymakers that are working in data from around 13 different countries to have a Chatham House space to talk about hard issues in data governance and data revolution. So they have that ability to do that. And so again, as you can sort of see, we then go one level down further to that national level where we have grantees that are working very intentionally with the national governments on things like national strategy design for data, and also a lot of support to data protection commissioners. So again, you can see that sort of yin and yang side of the national level. And finally, that brings us to the local level. And so in particular, we are supporting a number of grantees that are looking at the county level in Kenya and the new city level in Uganda, and being very intentional about how those can be looped into whether it's the national data strategy processes that are going on in these countries, or having that space that can bring them up to either that Africa-wide level or even the global level. So being intentional across that portfolio is something that we're very, very focused on. That said, though, there are a lot of limitations to that. To date, we've been very agnostic on who and what we're funding. And I think obviously the ability as us to do that and have the level of impact we would hope is challenging. And so we're right now in the middle of a big strategy review process to ask ourselves, should we focus on just a handful of countries in East and West Africa? Should we focus on particular sectors or issues like climate change? We have a project right now with PARIS21 exploring this question in particular on climate change. So the jury is still out. Stay tuned. But this is something that again we're very thoughtful about at the moment. So back to you.
Thanks very much, Chris. It touches a little bit also on the work that Paula does at a different level. So from the UKF CDO's perspective, you also work on supporting and promoting the responsible use of reliable, inclusive data in international development. So not only on climate change again, but on a range of topics. Now, in your experience, in what ways can local data inform climate-related interventions for sustainable development, and how can it be leveraged to enable more evidence-based, locally driven, and context-specific development projects?
Thanks ever so much. I'm delighted to be able to join you all today. And it's a brilliant question. Data and evidence have a critical role to play in supporting climate resilient development. And that builds resilience both in our present, but also in our future climate context. And we need to support, while supporting that equitable and sustainable social and economic development. So it's that whole ecosystem of where are we now, that transactionality of issues, where we are and into the future. And we need that data in a transdisciplinary way. So it might be from observational data around climate temperature series or climate models to explain that side of it, and then the socioeconomic data to characterize the vulnerabilities, the risks, informing the policy and the behavioral data to help us identify what is the action that's going to help us put in place the necessary adaptations. The messages coming out loud and clear. It's been stood that the climate crisis is going to break the system. We see it already, but it's hurtling down us like a train along the tracks, that the humanitarian system is going to be overwhelmed. And so we need to be setting that groundwork for a really radical rethink of how we approach, how we develop our institutions and partnerships. We've touched on the IPCC report that was released last week, a couple of days ago. And we look at some of the headlines there, and something that stood out for me there were lines around adaptation responses are fragmented, they're incremental, they're sector specific, they're unequally distributed across regions. And there's the evidence that maladaptation in various sectors and regions, it's affecting most particularly the marginalized and vulnerable groups. And all of this points to having the local data needs and application in place, bridging that micro picture into the big global picture. And as Yusuf has mentioned throughout a number of his interventions, that we can't get lost in the big picture. We have to focus in on what is needed and what is fit for purpose. Bringing it back to the FCDO position, there's a large body of evidence and practice in place, and our own experience as a development partner, that shows that to be effective and in our approaches, and for that to result into effective actions, our evidence needs to be co-created with its users. So we need to embed that local indigenous knowledge, and we need to reflect the really real needs and understanding of the local context, what is needed. And that evidence needs to be timely, it needs to be responsive, as well as being relevant to what specifically is needed in that place. when we approach as a development partner, we rely on this golden triangle, I call it, which is around the research side, which is the innovation, the evidence, understanding of what works, the policy, which is the plan and the commitments that we can all get behind to say that we're going to prioritize, and then that implementation, that action, scaling up and out delivery. And that we've found within this space to be, it applies across all of development, but specifically here around climate adaptation action on the ground. Local data, knowledge and participation need to be embedded into that research from the very, very start. We see that in the development of partnerships, the collection of data, the application of methods, and the integration of different knowledge types. That innovation is part of the research process itself. And at the same time, it's essential that local data actors are embedded within strategic partnerships to link the various efforts from the different levels in which we're working. There's limits to what we can achieve if we're looking through any one lens. We have to be bridging from that local into the global picture. We also have to be working across all the sectors. There is not one element of vulnerability around climate. It's that intersectionality. So we need to bridge our scales of approach. We also need to bridge the sectors and disciplines around that research space. And it's absolutely fundamental that these partnerships are equitable, that we know there are inequalities within society, but if we're going to make data partnerships work, they absolutely have to bridge across, or at the very least do not worsen the inequalities. These are, there are really very recurrent and well evidenced imbalances in our loans. And I hate to use the quotes, but when we talk about northern and southern researchers, for example, that voices can dominate, we have to be moving past that. And we have to be looking through all those lenses and working together to create that equitable partnership. And the principles which I've sort of spoken to there very poorly are embedded within this adaptation from research impact principles, which the UK has helped to develop and endorse to ensure that we embed these into all of our climate adaptation research. And I'd encourage everyone, I'll share the link, to look at those, recap them, and they apply for climate adaptation, but they're good principles for everything we're trying to do within the partnership on how we can approach. It's absolutely essential that we're investing in local capacity, local data, bridging to the global picture, reflecting the intricacies of what is needed, what works at the micro level, also that macro, bringing in the innovation, the global need, and that's all going to support us towards the transformative solutions that we can't wait for. We have to work together to put in place. But it's critical that alongside that local investment, it's sustainable. There's no point helicoptering in for a one-off explosion. It has to be something that's predictable, it's sustained over time. There is not a one-off quick fix here. And again, thinking from a donor perspective, we have a really high need for data. And it might be for monitoring, for our programs, for accountability, for transparency. And we all have a responsibility to ensure that we're responding to this need, but that we're directing it into the strengthening of local systems, serving that multiplicity of data needs, and making sure that it integrates into that the local picture within the global picture. Thanks ever so much.
Thank you very much, Paula, for again, very rich and interesting comments. So what I just a few things that I pick out from here, it's bridging the scale, so local to global, and the disciplines, and also this need to really address the strengthening of local capacities and systems, because climate change is affecting particularly hard minorities and some of the most vulnerable groups. And Darlene, so Belize is a SID country, so it's a small island developing state. Now, how in your country, how is local data informing climate change policies and programs as a SIDS, which is at the forefront of the climate crisis?
Yeah, thank you for that. As I had mentioned earlier, sorry about that. As I had mentioned earlier, we have been, climate change has been a priority for our country. The impacts have been immense in Belize, and hence from 2016, we developed our first climate change policy and action plan. It came to an end in 2020. So one of the gaps we identified in that plan was that it didn't have an M&E framework. How good are we doing, or is the policy really achieving what it needs to achieve, the strategy? So we developed a new strategy, 2021-2025. It's the National Climate Change Strategy, Policy and Master Plan, where one of the main achievements or something good that came out from this is that we're developing an M&E framework, because we realize that the data is important. The data culture in Belize was not as good as it is now. We are giving it its attention. So we are also developing our monitoring, reporting, and verification system to host the data. So we would use this system to monitor our strategy, but also our national determined contributions. So we have something in place now that would be able to give us real-time data and accessible data to everyone. So that to us, it's a great achievement. We have also developed our new national medium-term strategy for the country, where the climate change is very important. It's again identified as a priority, and programs that run across the 6 strategic objectives of our policy. So at the national level, we know we are pushing for climate change integration, and one of the things is that even though we have the data, it was in different places. So we are trying to coordinate this data and to have a more streamlined data as well, because to run across the SDGs, the climate change data, and other programs or frameworks that we have. So we're putting that in place. But as I said earlier, in terms of local data, it all depends on the different assessments that we would do for the zones or the sectors, because we have 13 sectors: energy, agriculture, land use, solid waste. So depending on what we use, that data would be inputted into the MRV. But for sure, we are tracking our GHG emissions. And we do have from different sectors and different partners sharing that data. But all that data is actually informing what the policies in the country. And one thing that we have also, from the past experience, from the past policy, we learned that the gender and the vulnerable groups was a gap. So we actually developed a gender climate change policy in Belize. So how do we integrate and ensure that we are not leaving, well, it's not only gender, it's the minority groups as well. So how do we ensure, or how to address their issues? How do we ensure that they'll know about climate change and how to bring their needs into perspective? So we do use the local data to inform all the national policies. And even we are currently developing our national adaptation plans for the water sector, and I think it's the agriculture sector as well. So that would also be using the local data. The consultations, although we don't have an established mechanism for local data sharing in terms of the consultations to those in those communities, using the local feedback or inputs is there. There is a mechanism that for all policies or plans we develop, we would need to have that consultation going to the groups, not only at the national level, but we would ensure that their inputs are put are captured in the strategy or plan. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Darlene. Yes, so indeed, how do we embed this local feedback, this local knowledge into a more systemic approach? Yusuf, now, I mean, there are data challenges that you can see across the board, right, in terms of accessing, using, and mainstreaming local data. But how is this specific to climate change data? What are the specific challenges in mainstreaming local climate change data into the national statistical systems?
Most challenges are similar to other forms of local data, but with climate change, 2 things come up very prominently. We see technology and systems come up very strongly, especially with climate change data, because of the reliance on strong technologies and good systems to have this information come by. Another issue, big challenge that comes out very strongly with climate change data is time sensitivity of climate change data. Of course, when you look at agriculture, you say maybe you want to know crops are failing 1 month earlier to 2 weeks, 1 month. But when you come to where climate change meets natural disasters and their implications, humanitarian implications, then like 2 days is not good enough. You need information that is like now. Climate change, flooding, like you need information now. So like tomorrow is not good enough. So many things can happen between today and tomorrow. So building these systems that rely on very good technologies and whatever you do, community information systems, whatever, you need very good systems, good technologies that are very time sensitive. That's a specific challenge with climate change local data. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusuf. Now, so we see the challenges of how you integrate this within the national system, but then there's another level as well, is the climate change data ecosystem is not only national entities. It also goes a little bit beyond that sector, and it includes private sector actors, civil society. We've heard how important the voices of local communities can be. Corporate actors as well have an enormous role to play there in data. Now, Chris, from your vantage point, how can we spur this cross-fertilization, not only between local, national, and global levels, and the global north and global south spheres in the use of local data for better climate action, but how can we also bridge this gap between public sector, private sector, and civil society?
Thanks for that question. I'm going to answer that in 2 ways. One is the tactical way. So at Hewlett, I think the way we're trying to get at that is by seeding a lot of different models that help enable that cross-fertilization. So you heard me mention in my opening remarks, the investments that we're making in networks, safe spaces, places where you can have that capacity building, that connection that can avoid duplications and find areas for collaboration. So that's kind of a no-brainer. The second is then being very intentional on initiatives that grantees are driving that are delivering very concrete things that are causing that cross-fertilization to happen. So an interesting grant that we have right now is with the Data Sphere Initiative based in Geneva, who are working with several African countries through the African Free Trade Agreement to build sandboxes, operational and regulatory sandboxes for cross-border data flows, right? And then the third one is, again, just being intentional on the ecosystem that we've created. So making sure that if we have a think tank like Aid Data or CGD based in the Global North, that they are intentionally, actively working with grantees based in Global South for amplification purposes and making sure that there's more equal power dynamics going on between those two sides. Which brings me to the second point I wanted to make on cross-fertilization, and that's if you step back and you think about what's going on in this space. At the end of the day, data is a form of power. Some people have it, other people's don't. Who gets to decide, who gets to make decisions with data? That is an exercise of power. And so when I look at my grantees, the question I'm really asking at the end of the day is, what is the grantee doing that is leveling the playing field to reduce the power asymmetries found on all sides? One of my grantees is Flowminder, and they just released a video about their work in Ghana, which I encourage you to look at because it illustrates this perfectly. And also in the climate change space as well. So, you know, when you pick up your mobile phone in anywhere, obviously you log a call data record, and that if you use all those call data records, you can do all sorts of fascinating analyses on mobility, which has an important knock-on effect if you're looking at things like disaster risk reduction and other things in this space. And so what Flowminder has done is, over a very long and very painful 2-year process, it has brought Vodafone Ghana to the table, who sit on all this data, don't want to give it to the government. It's not in their business interest. It's very high risk, but they have it. And then you have the Ghana Statistical Services. So Flowminder is bringing them to the table. And GSS would love to use this, but they lack both the capacity to use it, and frankly, they have a lot of other things going on. And so how do you sort of figure out what the right mix is? And so Flowminder has come in with a particular model where they can basically suck up the data from Vodafone through all of their things that go on that are way beyond my basic understanding of how data processing works, and anonymize it and basically come out with all sorts of analyses that can answer specific questions that have been broached by the GSS and other line ministries within Ghana. And finding the right partnership and legal agreements behind that is the other key piece that Flowminder is bringing to the table. And so that, in a sense, is what I'm talking about when we're talking about leveling the playing field, trying to be very intentional about bringing everyone to the table, thinking through the costs, the benefits, whose interests are what, but it's painful. It takes a long time. I've yet to see any sort of these mobile network operator initiatives do that partnership and agreement work in anything less than 2 years. And, GPSTD is doing that. There's a lot of others. Cooper Smith is another, which is also, I know, Johannes, you're about to talk about our work that we're supporting with PARIS21, which is on the climate change data ecosystem work in Senegal, which is a similar idea. So the idea here is the government of Senegal has a climate change adaptation mitigation plan that has a very significant data needs. And so PARIS21 will be brokering conversations effectively across the government of Senegal, across civil society stakeholders in Senegal, to identify both the data needs, the data gaps, and then really working across that table so that those gaps can be filled. Again, that is a great example of leveling a power asymmetry so that you can get towards this really concrete toolkit-based solution on getting the data needed for the government of Senegal to implement its climate plan. So just some examples.
Great, thank you, Chris. So again, this is really interesting to hear you break it down into also strategies. How do we strategize around that? How do we break those barriers that are in place and manage to level the playing field so that we have better access and find the correct incentives to bring local data from a very varied set of actors into play for the public good. Now, Paula, I'm quite interested to hear from you from another vantage point. So Chris comes from the vantage point of foundations. You're representing a development agency. So what do you see is the role of development agencies in facilitating the use of data from subnational actors? And this can be, again, at the community level, at the municipal level, but to effectively find climate solutions and bring about climate action for public good?
That's another great question. And it's quite a complex one. It's sort of simple but context, because if we're thinking of the role of development agencies, we come in lots of different shapes and sizes, and even within the organisation. So in different conversations, you might be speaking to us as a technical partner, as a political counterpart, or as a delivery partner. And there's a slightly different approach depending on what it is and different roles. When I'm thinking about it with my statistician hat on, I can think about how we must articulate the demand. We can set out and support good practice. So, we're thinking back to those commitments that were made at UNSC a few weeks ago. We're a big part of that, and in championing what is good, but we're limited in our ability to deliver. We need that bridge, that partnership across the data ecosystem, and we need national data stewards to be stepping into that space, supporting and requiring the coordination of direction. And ensuring that we have that adoption of good practice and the marriage with contextual understanding of what is needed. So sort of playing back what is required in order to be able to get our local data actors into a space where they can get that trusted data that is timely, fit for purpose, and available for use at that multitude of levels. When I'm thinking of it as our role as a development partner, we approach the challenge by embedding the research for impact principles to our adaptation research programs, and that translates into the long-term commitments around equitable partnerships and needs-driven, action-focused research worldwide. And we have an example of that in our flagship research adaptation research initiative, the UK-Canada Climate Adaptation and Research Initiative, which is slightly easier known as CLEAR. And it's aiming to enable socially inclusive and sustainable action to build resilience to climate change and natural hazards. And it's bridging that critical gap between science and action in developing new evidence and tooling, which is supported by partner governments, communities, and the private sector to really drive effective solutions to the climate challenge, whilst building the capacity of those who are carrying out the research and those that are then using the evidence. So that we have this, and with that sort of approach, we're seeing that the supply and the appetite is in place to respond and deliver to our call. Our first call for bids for concept notes within CLEAR for major research projects received a really unprecedented response, which was almost 1,700 concept notes for projects over 60 countries across Africa and the Indo-Pacific. And a lot of the respondents noted that this call was one of the very few, if not only, major research call into climate adaptation that allowed them to strongly embed the actions and non-research actors into the development of the evidence, so really demonstrating that commitment and then the appetite for local solutions. And through CLEAR, the UK also supports the Adaptation Research Alliance, which is a key alliance behind those research for impact principles, which I talked about earlier. This was also launched at COP26 and co-chaired by the UK, and it promotes that action-orientated research to inform effective adaptation to reduce risks from climate change, particularly for countries and communities that are most vulnerable. And it's at the scale and urgency demanded by the science. So that ARA, the Adaptation Research Allowance, is now counting around 180 members from over 60 different economies, ranging from researchers and funders to policymakers, community-based organisations, aiming to increase the investment opportunities for action research to develop effective adaptation solutions. So that's speaking to our role as a development partner and bringing together those partnerships. But there's an aspect, because I'm finally thinking about our role as a development partner, as an implementer, which is then a call back to everybody in the room, which is that we need sighting. We need to be aware of what is available and where there are opportunities. So we need that leadership and advocacy from local and national data providers to tell us what is in place and to challenge us, to make sure, hold us to account, to make sure our investment is being directed into making best use of these systems and strengthening them, not coming in with a parallel one-off solution. So, really leverage those three prongs that you might engage with us to help our direction into the sustainable solutions that will work both for what is needed locally, nationally, and then globally. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Paula, and to everyone for your rich insights. It's really a fascinating conversation that we see starting here with a lot of intricacies. Now, I'm aware that the Swiss clock is ticking, so I'm being asked to shorten the panel slightly. So just as a matter of wrap up, if I can ask each of you to, in 30 seconds, no more please, just give us your one key priority step on how to mobilize local data for climate action with this focus in mind that we've been talking about of how we address also climate action that has a positive impact on the most vulnerable groups. Maybe if I can start with you, Yusuf, in the room.
Yeah, I think this is one area where we should strike a balance between quality and timeliness, and we have to think through it very well so that there is awareness on how to use this kind of information, the limitations, the benefits, and making sure that it doesn't compromise the integrity of official statistics. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusuf. Darlene, would you like to come in with your one priority?
I would be quick because we are working with the SDG data. One of the challenges, and I think needs to be addressed across, is the data fatigue. We have been asking data across everything, and sometimes there is no kind of coordination or at least ensuring that we streamline our requests. So I think that is one, being assets with limited resources, human and financial and capacities. It's a challenge. So that is something that I would wish that we would start to, in terms of data, that we start to streamline what data we ask, because it's too much sometimes in terms of making requests from different agencies, government, private, and everybody asking for similar data. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Chris, would you like to come in here?
Sure. I feel like I'm echoing everybody else. But basically, the main thing I would say is just being incredibly intentional with data into the broader national or continental thing that is going on. Data for data's sake is not helpful. But I think a great example we have right now is Pulse Lab Kampala from UN Global Pulse is leading a process with the Ministry of ICT where everyone who is going to be working on the data strategy for Uganda has a very clear role to play. That includes entities that are working on generating local data at the city level. This includes AI and more tech-focused firms. It includes the think tanks and researchers that are based both regionally and in Uganda. And so that level of intentionality, everyone knows what data they're supposed to bring to the table and why. And that I think is absolutely critical.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chris. And Paula, you have the final wrap up here before Q&A.
Okay. I'm going to be greedy and I can't give 1 point. But in terms of priorities, again, echoing excellent words of those that have come before me, we need to be responding to demand. We need to be understanding the needs and the questions. We need to be embedding equitable partnerships to find solutions from that, drawing on that expertise across national statistical systems, local data actors, civil societies, academia, private sector, find the solutions that work, find the synergies in what we're trying to achieve and make sure we're really working together. And the final one is just above everything, and it's a call on everyone in the room. We're part of this. We need to be stepping up and making sure the system works together for local good, for global good. And again, echoing the IPCC, there is a rapidly closing window of opportunity to secure a livable and sustainable future. So let's all step up and work together to find out what works. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Paula. Great. I'll open the floor up to a couple of questions. We'll try to be brief, but there's also a very good engagement online. So I want also to give our attendees who are joining us on Twitter and Zoom the opportunity to ask a few questions. Are there questions in the room? I'll take 1 or 2, and then I'll give you 1 or 2 from the online community. Any questions? Okay, then it's the YouTubers who have it. So so Olga Henker is asking a question on how civil society groups can help lead data collection or partner with local indigenous groups in Belize. So that's one for Darlene. There's another question from Gérard Chenet on which asks can the digital twins construct be expanded to various climate change issues complementary to ocean ones? So Darlene, maybe if you want to start, and then if someone in the room wants to take the next one.
Yeah, thank you for that. In terms of how they can help, I think they have been helping. To me, it's only in formalizing the way we get their data to have an established mechanism in place, but they have been helping. So it's just the formalization of it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Does anyone want to come in on the question on the digital twins construct and how it can be expanded? Paula, are you familiar with the concept? Would you like to comment?
Sorry, I had a sound glitch then. On the digital twins concept, I'm sorry, this is new to me. Gerard,
okay.
You need to, I'm going to go away and do my homework.
That sounds good.
But I would say, I mean, in complementary, in terms of harmonizing interoperable data system, I mean, there is a massive cry here that we have experts in the conversation that know what works for data systems, and that is your national statistical system. That is where we get that global consensus around what works. But it needs to, we're working in a modern data ecosystem now with new actors. We need to be stepping into that stewardship space, which brings together the new people, the new actors, but preserves the standards, the fit for purpose focus, that harmonization that is required globally to make sure all of those little local pictures fit into the bigger one. So there's certainly a role there for data stewardship, for an acceleration of expansion of the role for national statistics offices. And I'm going to read about what the digital twins construct is to see if that's something that could be used in this space. So thank you for educating me.
Wonderful. So we go with a question, which is great as well, expand our learning curve. Is there anyone in the room who would like to pose a question? Otherwise, we'll move to wrap up. Okay, so just a couple of points from the very rich discussion that we just had. So lots of initiatives taking place at local level. So this is really something I think that we need to applaud in the sense that there is a lot of piloting going on. Now, one of the questions that came out of the panel is how do we scale this up? How do we make a current fragmented landscape into a coherent one, a cohesive one? And there's an enormous and urgent challenge to do so. And I think everyone agrees on this. I also picked up on this idea that there is a need to radically rethink how we do business, how institutional structures work together, how we integrate new actors into an ecosystem, and how we bring the local data, local knowledge, including from communities, into the statistical system so that it can be effectively used for a just transition, for equity and policymaking that has effects on the ground, not only on our environment, but also on the people and the citizens who live in it. So how do we strengthen the local capacity and the local systems as well, so that there is this sustainability that is built into the systems? So that was another strong point that came out. And then the two other strong points that I really thought came out of the conversation here is this intersectionality element, the vulnerabilities that go with it. So how do we manage to reach out to those populations that are the most vulnerable to climate change and that are the most difficult to access in terms of data and knowledge? So how do we make sure that our actions, that our data collection captures what is going on for them, and that at a policy level, we also reach out to those communities? And this in part links to a concern that was also raised by Darlene, which we hear from a lot of countries, which is, how do we prioritize? What are the priority actions that we put into place so that we are effective? We don't spread our efforts, because there is a challenge in terms of capacity for everyone, for every country here represented in this room, and for any institution, there is a capacity question. But in small island developing states or in smaller countries, in poorer countries, this is even more acute. And so this is also something as an international community within that space that we are invited to reflect on. How do we target efforts? How do we align our efforts? And I know that those are questions that are going on or conversations with a lot of you in the room on how we manage to streamline those efforts there. So without further ado, I'm going to hand the floor over to Johannes Jutting, so our executive head at PARIS21, who will introduce our climate change data ecosystem. Thank you very much to the speakers.
You can stay with me. You don't need to run away if you don't. Whatever is best. Well, thanks so much, Elisa, for moderating this great panel. Thanks so much for your for sharing ideas and for talking about climate change and climate change data. So I will be very brief. I know I stand between you and the coffee break, and the idea was here not to do a summary of the summary, what we just heard, but basically to speak about the project that Chris already mentioned, that we just started. So it's a teaser. It's something that we are about to do, which maybe you find interesting, and maybe you want to connect with us, and we go forward with this one. So without further ado, 3 quick points. So I just wanted to make a point. What is the problem? What is, in a very condensed way, the problem? And the problem is we don't have a climate change data ecosystem yet in many countries in place. It's the local level that has been overlooked, is the main message here. I will just give you a teaser on the climate change data ecosystem, and then I will speak about 1 or 2 country examples and what we have in mind here, if that makes sense. Okay, so from a broad perspective, and really summarizing quite a bit of work, the sense here is that in terms of data, we have quite a lot of data collected, international comparable data looking at climate change. The IPCC report has been mentioned a couple of times. The Sustainable Development Goals, we start to collect international comparable data from countries to do international reports, to compare countries, to do analysis where we are, what we need to do globally, right? It's not perfect yet on that data side, but we have made huge progress here, geospatial data, interoperable data, and so on and so forth. The problem we see is not enough attention, and you can we can discuss later, but the main point here, not enough attention to adaptation level data, to country level data, to actionable data at the country level. And I look at Mark, your point about the standard, the question you ask, do we need the same standards for local actionable data than for international comparable data? I think is spot on. also for this conversation here. So I think we need to focus much more on the national level, on actionable national data for action at the national level. So this is, I mean, my sons are now 20s and above, but maybe 15 years ago when I went into the room, it looked like the Lego mess. So we played quite a bit with Lego actually. Just in a nutshell, if you go to perhaps any kind of country, often you have that Lego mess in terms of the data availability or data, I mean, data produced by different data providers. We have administrative data, geospatial data, we have the sensors, we have censuses, we have household surveys, we have, of course, the data coming from the researchers, as we also learned yesterday. We have data coming from the private sector, from non-profit organizations, from aid organizations, and all they produce their data. And are they connected? No, of course not. And so it looks a little bit like this. So what do? We want to ideally create a bit more nicer Lego pictures. And so within that project that we do together with Open Data Watch and the Center for Open Data Enterprise is to think about a climate change data ecosystem. The term data ecosystem is since a couple of years now into the space. I think is a very good term. The World Bank had this report about the World Development Report about data ecosystems. And I think what's interesting is for our case here, what are the data priorities in a given country? How can you assess the feasibility of indicators? Go to a specific country, check the situation, assess the capacities. That's the other element of a climate change data ecosystem. So you have different actors, you have a governance system, you have financing, you have sort of the capacities, and you need to assess those. And then it's to mobilize and trying to connect these different actors to produce more and better data that makes sense at the local level. This is a little bit the sort of the thinking about this project. And this project is basically we are, and Chris has mentioned this. We apply this to Senegal. It's about to happen. The Senegalese government. We work with the statistical office with a couple of partners here. And it's exactly doing what I just mentioned, assess the national climate demand, connect to the implementation plan, to the climate change plan at the country level, to strengthen interagency coordination, which we all like to see, and to think about the power relationship. Why is coordination not happening? Because we have asymmetric, as Chris was saying, power relations. Some people don't necessarily need to cooperate in the first place. What is in for them? And I think we have to look at this as well when we talk about data. And then we hopefully, Senegal case study, learning from a Senegal case study, distill some lessons and implement it, or at least propose it, have it peer review discussed, and then propose it to other countries as well. So we just, my colleague Elisa was just with another colleague in Belize, and they sort of tried this out. It was a first try, and it was interesting. We learned a lot. The key, I found this, they did a very informal, just checking in, like we would do a poll here with the colleagues in Belize. They also do a national plan, this NSDS plan, National Plan for Statistics, and we want to mainstream climate change into that plan. And the key problem was, what was the biggest challenge? And here's Grenada, by the way, so not Belize. In Grenada, what was the biggest challenge experienced during the process of assessing CCDE? And it was really, first of all, identifying all the different stakeholders. So people often don't even know who is producing data, who are the different stakeholders in this field. So it's quite a lot of things to do, even starting with the mapping. Good. So I conclude by saying, what are the highlights? We want to work with the colleagues here, with the community, with the partners on developing a toolbox for mobilizing national climate change data ecosystem, focusing on the local level, piloting cases, learning from the pilots, and then hopefully share it with you, and hopefully at the next spring meetings in a year's time, we will be able to show you hopefully some advancement in this field. So thank you very much, and I hand over to Benjamin, right? Oh, there he is. Benny.
Yeah, hi. Can you stay with me? I have a cube for you. Okay. Maybe you know it, but good luck with your project, and it's great. So do you know what we will do after the break?
Coffee?
No, after the break.
another session.
There's another session, and we have two fantastic keynote speakers. One is from Norad, it's the aid agency from Norway, and then we have a vice president of Microsoft Corporation, the chief data scientist of Microsoft. So enjoy your coffee until 4 p.m. Come back also online, enjoying these two fantastic keynote speakers, and then we have the last panel before wrap up. Thanks. Hello, back to the last session. Please take your seat. I can see you all have your coffee in your hand, but just join us. The last session is about financing and partnerships. And we will start with the first keynote. And I hope we can, it's not this one here, I hope we find it here. It's Håvard Nygaard from NORAD. He's the Deputy Director General and Director of the Department of Knowledge of the Norwegian Agency for Development Cooperation. So I guess Jean-Luc is your colleague from Norway. I hope he's online. Yeah, he's here. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you, Benjamin.
Perfect. So I hand the floor to you for your introduction. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you. So first, let me say I'm sorry, very sorry, actually, that I can't be with you physically in Basel. I've had the pleasure, the real pleasure of listening in to some of the fascinating discussions virtually throughout the day. So let me just start by congratulating PARIS21 on an excellent spring meeting that I'm very sorry that I missed in person. So the topic of this coming session is putting local data at the heart of the SDG agenda. At NORAD, we are currently in the process of writing a new strategy for our statistics for development programs. So for us, the topic of this session simply could not be more timely. We know that there is an urgent need for better and more granular data at the local level. Development ultimately happens locally, but to support, measure, track, and understand these processes, we are still all too often forced to rely on overly aggregated national or sometimes even global data. This means that the critical national actors, be they local or national governments, civil society, academia, or others, lack information that they need to do their job as effectively as possible. This simply hurts development. Supporting and correcting this will continue to be central for Norwegian efforts going forward. At the same time, we are committed to locally led development. Last year, we worked with USAID and gathered a range of donors to sign a donor statement committing donors to locally led development. As part of this, we are recommitting ourselves to support efforts to shift the power. We believe that one crucial ingredient in this must be that local actors develop, own, and use local data that is sufficiently disaggregated to capture all of the nuances of development. So these discussions today in this session will help push this important work forward. So on that note, thank you. I look forward to hearing the debate, and I hand the floor back to Benjamin.
Thanks for this short introduction. And I hope you stay with us for the panel discussion. There will, Sasha will refer to you, maybe one or two questions on that. So then we go to the second keynote speaker, Juan. He's here. I met Juan in January this year. He's the vice president of Microsoft, and he's the chief data scientist and lab director of the Microsoft AI for Good lab. Juan, it's great to have you with you. We wanted to bring you to Basel, but anyway, we know you're traveling a lot. You're a very busy person, so it's fantastic to have you at the spring meeting of PARIS21. So I hope you also can stay for the whole session after that. Maybe we can include you in there. Juan, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and I'm very sorry that I could not attend in person. This happens to be the same week we have our yearly company effort here in Seattle, but it would have been a pleasure to be there. So hello everyone, I'm Juan Lavista Ferrez, and I'm the Vice President and Chief Data Scientist here at Microsoft, where I also lead our Microsoft AI for Good efforts. This is a very important conversation today about partnerships. There is a commonly cited African proverb that says, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. While ideally we can go fast and far, partnerships are absolutely essential for success in local data ecosystems. The challenge of our day, which have been discussed throughout this conference, must be addressed together. Building robust local data ecosystems is no exception. Local data is vital for effective policies and implementing programs that addresses the specific needs of our communities. As Howard mentioned, usually we rely on highly aggregated data that for many of these problems is not enough to solve the particular problems that local communities have. It's well understood that regional and community level organizations often lack the resources to undertake such initiatives. As a data scientist and a director, I'm still very optimistic about the role that AI can play because I see this every day. Through partnerships applied to AI, my team is developing innovative solutions that generate and analyze local data, providing the insights needed to drive change. By harnessing the power of AI and machine learning, we can analyze vast amounts of data quickly and accurately, identifying patterns and insights that were previously impossible to encounter. Then we open source these solutions and the datasets that they are publicly and freely available to everyone. This democratization of data is key aspect of what we do. If we want to democratize AI, we need to first democratize data. One of the most significant benefits of using AI and technology to unlock the financing for local data is that it creates a virtuous cycle. By providing financing for local data initiatives, we are empowering local communities to take control of the data and make informed decisions that address their specific needs. This, in turn, generates more data that can be used to drive further change and development. The potential impact of using AI and technology to unlock financing for local data is enormous. For example, to guide investment and sustainable development in the renewable energy transition, our AI for Good Lab, we partner with Planet Lab, which is one of the biggest and most important satellite data companies, and the Nature Conservancy Group. And we are measuring the entire world utility scale and wind energy capacity. The value for communities is enormous. Not only does it show where renewable energy infrastructure has been built and which type of land has been used to build, but it also guides the future investment, allowing decision makers to consider the opportunities and impact on local communities. And for those communities to have free access to the same data used by governments and energy companies. And this is not aggregated data. This data at the very local, at every single solar farm and every single wind farm across the entire world. There are also fascinating applications for AI in agriculture. For instance, AI is helping farmers make informed decisions about crop planting and water management, leading to more significant yields and improved food security. Given the acute consequences of drought, flood, powerful storms, and warmer temperatures, these AI insights will only become more important for communities. All of this is made possible through partnerships between governments, private sector organizations, and local organizations. These partnerships must be built on trust, transparency, and a shared vision of using technology to drive change. Indeed, together we will go far. I look forward to this panel discussion and appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. Thank you very much, and I will let you guys start with the panel.
Thanks, Juan. Thanks for this input. I hope you can stay with us for the panel discussion. Is that the case? Fantastic.
Yeah,
Great.
Yeah.
So let me soon hand over to Sasha. Would you want to join me on the stage? Sasha works also for PARIS21. And in my point of view, since Sasha is at PARIS21 got more colorful because he's in charge of communication. And I think that's what we as national statistical offices or working with data and statistics, we're not always very good in communicating, but with Sasha, we have a person, he's fantastic on that. And we already can hear that they're building up the reception we'll have later on. And you also can see maybe on the screen, there's a disco ball and we have some lights. Maybe we can see the lights. It's not very good to see on it, but it's a disco room, right? And we also can have music. Thanks. So I hope you stay with for the very important last discussion, the last panel. And then after that, you can already hear we have party. Sasha, next to you.
Thanks very much, Benny. I have to say I'm taking time out of doing my dual duty as IT support and keeping the Zoom alive and the live stream. So if everything collapses now, it's not my fault. It's because I'm up here. So all of my colleagues showed really interesting graphs that shows some of the power and the potential of local data and some of the great partnerships that are happening. I wanted to show something slightly different. This is a graph from the Edelman Trust Barometer. Now, Edelman, you may know this, is a major communications company. They have been doing graphs of trust in institutions for the last 20 years. This is their most recent graph, and what it shows is that there's a huge deficit of trust in institutions. Now, if anyone reads Edelman, you know that they're very hyperbolic. Everything is very dramatic. But what they say is that we're in crisis. Democracy is at a level of trust that's never been as low. Fake news is at an all-time high. Only 40% of people that they surveyed across many, many countries think they'll be better off in 5 years. So 60% of people think they're going to be materially worse off. And finally, they say that corporations have to do more. Now, the session is not about blaming corporations or calling on corporations to do more. It's about exploring partnerships. And the reason I bring this up is that this is the context that we're in. This is the context in which we need to build partnerships among private sector, corporate, public sector, civil society, local actors, regional and global actors. We're in an environment of historically low trust. And guess what? We're on a one-way street. The future is only going to be more automated. It's only going to be more digital. Data is going to pervade every aspect of our lives. This is a one-way street. This is not going to change. So we need to get better at building partnerships. We need to think very carefully about what the implications are of local trust on these partnerships, and especially when we're talking about data on individual people, how we can forge partnerships that don't abuse that trust, that protect rights, that protect the privacy of individuals while still doing good. And that's a real challenge. But at the same time, of course, it's a huge opportunity. I think if we get it right, there's basically limitless potential. And how we get it right is going to be the big question that we have to ask ourselves today. So with that, I want to introduce our distinguished panel. We have four great panelists with us today. The first is, if we can bring them up on the screen, that would be great. The first is our dear friend, Selina Molato. Selina is the Director General of the Lesotho Statistics Bureau. She's a great partner of PARIS21, and I'm sure many of you have seen her face and know her in this room. And she's been doing some great work on mainstreaming of gender statistics, of closing data gaps, but also of inclusion of people with disabilities and other groups in the statistical service. Our next panelist, joining virtually, is Laura McGorman from Meta. Now, Laura is the director of the Data for Good program at Meta. This focuses on sharing data sets with governments, nonprofits, and researchers to address major crises. Laura has a great public policy background. She's worked in the Obama administration, in the US Department of Commerce, and at the World Bank and USAID. So she's no stranger to these kind of discussions that we're having today. Next is Emmanuel Letouze. Emmanuel, if I can ask you to come up and join me on stage, please. Emmanuel is the director of the DataPop Alliance. I'm sure many of you know DataPop. It's a think and do tank, but it's really working at the intersection between addressing these really challenging technical issues, thinking about how we address them, but also building those partnerships and building them so that we can achieve change. Finally, my last panelist is Clea Kaskekuk. I hope I pronounced your name right. Clea is the Director of Policy, Advocacy, and Member Mobilization at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development. This is a premier CEO-led community of more than 230 CEOs, businesses that are working together to solve problems for a net zero, nature positive, and more equitable future. Clea has, again, a wealth of experience in the private sector at the global level in many, many different countries, and I'm sure she'll have many interesting things to say to us. So before I start, I wanted to tell you one joke, and you can tell me if it's good. So, why did the statistician take the ruler to bed? To get a good measure of sleep. That's a pretty tepid response, okay? Don't blame me, blame Juan. I didn't write that joke, ChatGPT did.
Now, I say this because, of course, you have to mention ChatGPT at least 5 times in a conference these days, but also because I really think this is an inflection point. I think we are at a moment in time where technology, policy, privacy, all these things are fundamentally shifting. And we have to get these things right. And of course, there are bad forces, climate change is an existential crisis, we have conflict, but we also have a lot of technological opportunities. I mean, healthcare is changing so rapidly. I mean, I read yesterday that now the ability of AI to detect breast cancer malignancies far surpasses what people can do. And that's pretty amazing. And this is going to save lives. Of course, it's also affecting every aspect of the work that we do, making our lives easier, making us better at making good policy decisions. I read there's also a social AI model now that can actually do behavior modeling better than surveys can. And that's pretty amazing. But the session's not just about AI and not just about technology, because of course there's still a lot of analog data that happens. But I want us to think that, the old ways of thinking are dead. Government can do it, civil society can do it, Greenpeace will save us, that's dead. The only way forward is if we work together and we forge good partnerships. So with that, I want to open up our conversation today with our distinguished panel. And I think I'll start things with you, Selena, if I may. Now, as I mentioned, Lesotho's been involved in some really interesting initiatives to strengthen the role of data in the national statistical system. So Selena, can you tell us about how Lesotho has made data partnerships a key part of its strategy and where you're really helping to leverage local data for partnerships and for development?
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the time. Yes, we have engaged in a lot of partnerships here in Lesotho so as to strengthen our data systems in the country. So one of them, as you have mentioned, was in 2017 when we partnered with the UNDP and the EU to agree on a project for data for sustainable development, where we were mainly looking at how we can strengthen our statistical system in order to produce the data that our national development plan requires, all the indicators, all the frameworks of the SDGs, including as well as other frameworks that Lesotho had committed to. Now, in this partnership that we agreed on with the EU and the UNDP, we were able to do an assessment of, how our statistical capacities in the entire country are, and also to identify the data gap that the country must be having in order to produce data that would be used to feed into, to feed into the SDGs and the national plan indicators and all other frameworks that we, as I've said, we had committed to. The other thing of importance in this collaboration was that we were able to send statisticians to other ministries that did not have statisticians at that moment, at that time. About 6 of them were given statisticians so that now we could strengthen our capacities in those sectors for production of sectoral data. Now, with PARIS21, as you may, most of you may know, that we, PARIS21, our collaboration came at the right time when our first NSDS had just ended, and we were about to do an evaluation of how we performed in the last strategy. Now, PARIS21 helped us to do an evaluation, and thereafter we were able to get support from PARIS21 to be able to develop a new strategy, which is NSDS2, which was launched in March 2022. And again, with this collaboration and in the development of a new strategy, we're able to mainstream the gender. We said that our strategy in the coming 5 years will be able to focus on generation of, among others, gender. Of course, we are not neglecting other important aspects of, disability and other important groups. So, but now we have mainstreamed this gender into our strategy. Another thing of importance is that we're able to incorporate the action plans of the other MDAs, the ministries and other sectors. Their action plans were also integrated within the development of our NSDS, so that as we implement our NSDS as the National Statistics Office, all the national statistical systems for which sectors were identified would also be able to implement their activities. That is what we did with PARIS21 strategies, partnerships, which is very, very important. And in the process and also going forward, we were now able to identify activities such as now working on our law, because as identified by the assessment, we were able to see that our law, our statistics law, was not harmonized with other ministries, departments, and agencies' legal frameworks. They were in contradiction. They were not speaking the same language. So in order for us to progress and have access to all the data that the National Statistical System is having, then we said we would, and that is indicated in the NSDS, that we would start with working with our legal framework. And the legal framework is not only to harmonize with the MDAs, but also with the private sector. Remember, the private sectors are the stewardships of most of the data that is generated in social media and all of that. So we also want to have access to that data. In the morning, there was talk about citizen-generated statistics. All of those, we want to have access to them. So our legal framework is going to work on that, be able to be in harmony with these other legal frameworks of other important stakeholders that are hosting data that we need for, for filling in the indicators of the development framework. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Lena. There's a couple of really interesting things that you mentioned that I picked up on. One is that often when we think about partnerships, we're talking about public-private partnerships, role of civil society and things, but even intergovernmental coordination within ministries, within the NSO and other bodies is really, really critical. And I think that's, your success there is, I think, speaks to the importance of that and the outcomes that can be achieved. And the other thing is the role of partnerships, of course. And you mentioned something that I think is a key theme of this session, that the private sector is the steward of much of the data that's produced these days. And so how we engage them is a really important piece of that puzzle. But let's take a step back quickly. And I want to talk to Emmanuel about something really interesting. So when I researched this panel, I did a lot of reading, and he's written so many interesting things. So I encourage you to go out and find some of his blog posts and other articles online. But he wrote, back when the SDGs were just being created, that the data deluge is a good excuse for the failures of the past. What does this mean? It means, in other words, if only we had the data, we would have succeeded. That's the excuse. So the world has changed quite a bit since the SDGs came into force. And now partnerships are between the private sector and government are hailed as really a silver bullet. They will produce the data, they will unlock sustainable development, and the world will become a better place. But of course, progress on the SDGs is backsliding. Things aren't really getting better on a lot of measures. So what do you think about this, given the current climate?
Thank you. So thank you for the question and the opportunity to share some thoughts. So when I read again this line that sometimes when you're a bit younger, you say things that you later, regret, but it's not one of those. I still think, to just make the point about or kind of like, against this a bit simplistic view that what is lacking in the world is data, and that if only world leaders had better data, then of course they would make better decisions, etc. And if you look at just a list of countries in the world and democracy, etc. I mean, it's not the world we live in. Like, the main reason why the world is in the state it is not the lack of data in the hands of most governments. And so I don't think that's very controversial, but it was a bit controversial at the time. So it doesn't mean that I don't believe in the power of data. I absolutely believe in the transformative power of data, but it's just that the theory of change that we have to have in mind is much more complex than this very simple line of argumentation. And the same applies to us as individuals. I mean, we drive in, irrational ways, we eat more than we should, etc. So with full information, we take and we make very bad decisions. And I think the same applies to societies because of greed, because of corruption, because of incompetence and more. And I think the same kind of line of argumentation applies also to the private sector. So I don't mean to be overly cynical or unkind, but I mean, it's very good to have AI for good or data for good. But what matters is what do you contribute? What is your impact on a global general level? And so I think you talked about partnerships and trust, etc. I think friends have to be frank with each other. And so I think it's good that sometimes the private sector tells us, or donors tell us, well, you're not doing a very good job at X, Y, and Z. And I think it's also our role, or my role as just me, to tell private sector companies that yeah, they should uphold the principles that they kind of try to promote through AI for good in everything that they do. And so social media companies have, of course, a role in political polarization, in like fake news and so on and so forth. And so I would also want them to be more conscious of that. So then last word concretely, so we, with Data Pop Alliance, we work a lot in countries, so very locally, and we've had partnerships with private companies, with cell phone companies in Senegal, in Colombia. We're doing pilots in Morocco with social media companies. And so there is still a great deal of like reservations about sharing this data. But I do think that it's changed quite a bit since this quote. I believe in the notion of PPPP, so public-private people partnership, where the people part is civil society organizations, academia. And we've seen slow, but I would say steady progress in the countries where we work, when you can find the right people also within the companies. These are not monolithic institutions. You always have people within the companies that are a bit more forward-looking, who care about kind of like, the world, not just their jobs and the bottom line. And so you have to find those individuals who are like internal advocates. So it's not, in conclusion, it's not a silver bullet, but it's an absolute like requirement. They are data controllers of a lot of the very rich data that would be very useful to be able to analyze, access safely, ethically, at scale for the SDGs. But I think, yeah, they also have greater responsibilities that sometimes I don't feel they fully fulfill.
Thanks very much, Emmanuel. No, I love that line. Friends must be frank, and I think your comments are a perfect segue into what Laura will talk about. And I think that's many of the issues of trust I know Meta is grappling with, and she's thinking very deeply about, and also how we can build those partnerships built on trust, and trying to level the playing field so that stakeholders at the local level and from CSOs and others have a meaningful role to play. So Laura, let me turn to you then. I mean, historically, corporate philanthropy is of course nothing new. Corporations have been working to affect change for a long time. What's new is that now some corporations are making their data available and entering into data partnerships with other people. And that's quite a different thing. So maybe you can set the scene for us a little bit by talking a little bit about what that means for Meta, and how these partnerships can be a game changer, and how Meta is involved in that space.
Thanks so much, Sasha. And I was so engaged with what Emmanuel was saying. I almost want to just spend my time responding to some of what he was talking about insofar as the change management problem we all face. Because I think at the heart of this, you're absolutely right. Everyone on the panel has already mentioned this. We're not in as data scarce an environment as we once were. I know the data is more scarce in the developing world, but still, when you have a platform, for example, like Facebook that has 3 billion monthly active users, we're in such a data-rich ecosystem collectively right now. So if we still are backsliding on things like the SDGs, then what we realize is that we collectively have a change management problem on our hands. And I think having worked both in government and multilateral institutions, as well as the private sector, you sometimes see the same set of problems, which I think means partnership among the data community means that we collectively need to work on them within our institutions as a community. So we sometimes think, I think when you work in government or in multilateral institutions, that private sector companies are purely data driven and they have this all figured out. But I have to tell you, when I first entered the private sector, I ran a process analytics team at a tech startup, and I faced the same problems introducing dashboards and measuring performance. There was a ton of resistance to actually leverage this information for decision making. So when I think about the strength of partnerships, I think that we're all data people just working inside different institutions, but how can we come together to address this macro level problem that is using data for decision making? And sometimes even when you work in a data agency within a broader government environment, Selena was talking about this, even sometimes those groups struggle to have the metrics that they create actually get leveraged for implementation and monitoring and evaluation. So I actually think we face the same set of problems, which means that partnership is that much more important. And I think one way that partnerships shows up for the Data for Good at Meta program is that we have been in this game for a while. So the Data for Good at Meta program started in 2017. And we started with a humble set of efforts around using aggregated location information to model things like, are people responding to evacuation orders when something like a hurricane or tsunami is about to make landfall? And we found that, yes, you can use large scale information from social networks to inform natural disaster response. And then we pretty quickly realized, as a result of our partners and getting feedback from them, that you could also solve a component or a similar set of research questions, but almost an inverse set of research questions in public health using the same information. So again, this was as a result of feedback from partnerships around the world saying location information isn't just helpful for monitoring evacuations, but we also can use this to model things like, are people congregating when there's an infectious disease outbreak? And so we started some disease modeling work with aggregated location data in 2019, thinking that work would maybe be useful for things like flu forecasting or maybe measles outbreaks. Little did we know, of course, that a global infectious disease pandemic was headed our way within the next 6 months. And that's when partnerships absolutely exploded to try to use information from companies like Facebook to better model the spread of COVID-19. And also, if we can all remember, it wasn't that long ago where the only tools that we had in the toolbox to combat COVID-19 were actually non-pharmaceutical interventions. So there wasn't a vaccine, and we basically were told to just stay home and wear masks. And as much as those were important public health interventions, at the time, there was pretty much no standard data through traditional public health surveillance systems to measure whether or not those things were happening. So there's not a typical doctor's office that can tell you through our records, we can tell whether or not people are staying home, or through our standard data flows, we can tell whether or not people are wearing masks. So I think the COVID-19 pandemic actually took what was often considered sort of innovative or non-traditional data and put it at the center of decision-making for how we responded to the global pandemic. It was information from companies like Facebook and Google and Apple that was used to measure adherence to large-scale stay-at-home orders. During the pandemic, we also promoted a survey on Facebook in 200 countries every single day in 55 languages that became the go-to source of information on whether or not people were wearing masks. It's been leveraged by the Institute of Health Metrics and Evaluation that then informs pretty much every global COVID-19 forecast used by every government in the world. So when you think about partnerships, we have gone from, interesting, sort of novel, innovative pilot type scale to our program now works with nearly 700 institutions in 80 countries. And that's just the people we partner with directly. We have publicly available data sets that are downloaded around 10 million times a year. And I think it's through our partners that we learn what to build. It's through our partners that, you know, our impact is actually made because they're the ones actually delivering the services on the ground. And it's through partners that we've worked with for going on 6 years that we can actually build the trust so that we actually make data available in a way that's useful for people on the ground and actually drives that decision making that I know we're all so working so hard to actually deliver impact on.
That's wonderful. Thanks so much, Laura. I mean, really interesting, the examples that you brought up, and I love this collective change management problem. I think that's exactly spot on. And you know, thinking about how heterogeneous our organizations are, our companies are, and our governments are is a really important way to approach this problem, I think, because as you say, there are varying levels of interest, engagement, expertise within all of these institutions, and we need to bring that to bear. So last but not least, Clay, I want to go to you. And to talk a little bit more about what WBCSD, I think that's the acronym, is doing. I mean, this is, I think, a fairly new model as well, right? Where you have corporations coming together, talking about how they can work collectively for sustainable development with you. And how are you doing that?
Thank you, Sasha. And by the way, I hope my voice is okay. One of my kids came home from school with a bug or something, and now I seem to have a sore throat also. But I'm really honored to be here, and thank you for having us here. I would say that actually WBCSD's model is not that new. We're part of the Rio Plus processes, and it's a lot about bringing companies together to work pre-competitively and collaboratively. Power of the partnership also with companies, often competitors, working together to address key issues also linked to the SDGs. And I wanted to focus on 2 examples today because that speaks a lot of the power of partnership and also how corporations can advance the public good. One is around the need for carbon transparency. It was a particular example, and I think my colleague Cecilia is on the line. She and I were brainstorming around this. And the other one is around pay inequity, which is another big one, and also the power of data can be a really great example. So what I wanted to highlight is the Partnership for Carbon Transparency. We call it PACT. And what we basically do there, and it's based on the premise that we need to start treating carbon data like money and need to transition to granular, accurate, and comparable product level emissions if we want to successfully track how we are actually decarbonizing and how we are actually decarbonizing in the context of our global need to achieve net zero. The IPCC report, the synthesis report just came out. We're working on a business summary, and there's so much need for action right now, and corporations have to play a key role in that. So what we've been doing in PACT is to say what are the necessary tools to ensure carbon transparency across supply chains is reliable, comparable, and accessible, speaking to the power of access also on the local level. And here, some of the big recommendations, and there are 3 of them that we recently published in a paper that we worked on with SAP around harmonization of calculation methodology. So what are the common rules of the game? The other one is interoperability across tech solutions. So we all need to speak the same tech language. So what is the technology infrastructure in which the choice of software solution or the platform does not matter? And third, ensuring convergence of actors in the space. And from a personal perspective, I think this is the most important one. It's the power of collaboration. And it's really, we need unprecedented levels of collaboration across value chains, industries, technology providers, and actors in the private and the public sector to address this. So it was 3 areas: collaboration, speaking the same language, and defining common rules of the game. And the motto that underpinning the work of PACT is really, you cannot manage what you cannot measure. And we're working to create such a system. We're collaborating, the private sector driving a lot of this, but increasingly engaging and working with the public sector. I'm happy to share more details on this, but just wanted to profile as one of the examples. The other one, and that is obviously something that also personally I'm quite passionate about, is some of the work that we do at BCTI, the Business Commission, to tackle inequality, where we also looked at the issue of data transparency and the implications and the importance with regards to pay transparency to address the gender pay gap, which also addresses broader inequalities, and setting pay at a level that is both fair and livable and provides equal pay for equal work. We have different examples about what we've done in this across value chain and also what our members have been working on, but it's just something that I wanted to mention because I hadn't seen it referenced yet. Obviously, carbon and fighting climate change is a key priority, but this area about data and how collaboration on data also in promoting equity is really important.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. No, I mean, I think that's wonderful, and you've really you've awakened many questions in my mind, and I especially one thing. I mean, while you're talking, I really want to ask more about is about incentives. So really, what is the incentive for your partners to do this? But we'll get to that in a minute. But I also want to give the audience a chance to ask any questions if you have any right now, any burning questions, very quickly. I give you. Okay, we have one already. Can I? Thank you. A mic is coming your way. Just give you two seconds. Please don't be shy. I have about 1,000 questions, so feel free as well before I ask.
That's fine. I'll make it a quick one and sort of like a question that I have on my mind as I work on the SDGs. So my name is Trine Smith. I'm with the SDG Lab in UN Geneva. And one thing that stands out to me from all of the conversations today is the questions around standards, partnership, convergence, and so on, which on the one hand, I think is incredibly important because we often, there's such a confusion, we misunderstand one another all of the time. On the other hand, and maybe that's sort of how I want to pitch it in, is how do we ensure the diversity and make sure that it doesn't become sort of a misleading groupthink? So how do we ensure that all of this convergence and standardization is also a form of power? And how do we ensure diversity and including voices, especially that are not in this room today, in that process? Thank you.
That's a great question. Thanks so much. Now, I could give it to anyone, I think. And if I have no volunteers, I'm going to volunteer Emmanuel or Clea. You want to, Clea? No, Clea volunteered first, I think. So go ahead.
It's a really interesting question. A thing that came to mind immediately, and actually it's a very interesting example that arose from the pandemic and something that's also personal observation. Greater alignment, as long as we connected with the power of access to data and possibly also in access to, let's say, tools that provide data. For example, I'm thinking about mobile telephony and access to cell phones have provided a lot more diversity of input into a lot of discussions that have happened. So we've heard in a lot of, let's say, discussions that we've led at WBCSD, I'm thinking of food and agriculture as an example, we've had input from farmers that were dialing in from Rwanda, just to use a particular example, because there's been a lot of activity and leadership there, and providing input. So actually access to some of the tools that also provide the data can provide really diverse input. Now, what happens with that and how we can all bring it together is the next step. But I just wanted to use that as a very powerful example of how we can link the very local to the global. And a lot of the tech companies can play a key and are playing a key leadership role in that.
Thank you. So I'm not sure I completely understood the question, but so if the question is a risk of a sort of like echo chamber between like-minded people and groups, is that, yeah? Okay, well, I mean, okay, so I'm just going to answer along those lines. I don't know if it's exactly, but yes, I think there is definitely some of that in our, let's say, community. Part of it is because we all have to keep jobs and get funding. And so if you say, something that is too, I don't know, controversial, critical, you're not, so we kind of like, sing along quite a bit. Another aspect is that going back to the question of private companies, I mean, these are very powerful private companies. We all want to work with, Facebook, Google, and Amazon, and so it's also pretty difficult to be critical of those companies, and it doesn't have to be overly critical. We don't have to be, cynical or self-aggrandizing, but I found that very few people are actually kind of, able to say, well, for instance, it's great to have a data for good stuff, but it's also good to pay taxes. And so I think there is a bit of that. And so the point I was making about the SDGs and better data, that was also part of this kind of, just like, that's just the party talk a little bit. And one way, and then I think I won't get into the second question, but I think one way to try and mitigate these kinds of behaviors is to go out, almost like physically, to work locally, to work with different stakeholders, to have civil society organizations in countries who are more demanding, who face like really kind of like life and death issues. And so then you cannot be complacent. And so that would be one way of really getting the rubber hitting the road, or I don't never know how to use that expression, but you get the point.
That's great. I love that example, getting everyone out into the communities to learn what life is like on the ground and so that have that other perspective. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so you spoke a bit about how data in the public space is often private companies are now the custodians. And you're talking about access, but when it comes to specific access paths, it seems like in actual having the likes of Google, Facebook, mobile network operators hand over the data, it seems that there's how do you incentivize them to hand over that data? Because I currently work for Foreign Affairs, but I previously worked for Ireland's Central Statistics Office, and we bought some mobile network operator data for the pandemic response and understanding population mobility during lockdowns. But we debated this for a long time, and it seems that there's basically 3 access tracks. One is to pay for it, that you buy the data. Now, obviously, there's inequalities around the world. Not everybody has the same kind of budgets. And there's also the question of precedent, of creating precedents where governments or public bodies are in a habit of buying data from private companies. That's a potential long-term problem. The second is by the public goods argument, appealing to ESG and so on. But again, you're basically asking corporations to hand over their data out of the goodness of their hearts. Some have gooder hearts than others, maybe, but as you just mentioned, they tend to have their own agendas. And the third option is to legislate. And we're in an international forum, but legislation often happens at national forums. Maybe we do need international legislation. So I wonder, could you give any experience and insights on how to actually get that data?
Yeah, that's a wonderful question. So, I mean, we're talking about incentives and talking about whether where the hammer falls, legislation, ESG, buying the data. Of course, it's easy. That's an easy one. Of course, companies have an interest to sell their data. But Laura, of course, I think this is going to be a good question for you. So maybe you can talk a little bit about incentives and about what the bottom line is there.
Sure. So I think it's actually really helpful to just use a natural experiment from the past couple of years, because rightly, as the question was posed, we do have a lot of different models out there. There are people who sell data for good. Our products are offered completely free of charge. It is much more on the policy and sort of corporate social responsibility side that this team operates. We sit within Facebook's policy organization, and so our goal really is to partner more effectively with governments around the world and advance their actual agendas and help them deliver services more effectively, because we believe in the long run that's good for our business. But I think if we look back on the last 5 years, given that all of these models have showed up in different parts of the world, the COVID-19 pandemic is the best example of where voluntary data sharing and partnerships drove international impact. So no one mandated that Facebook create large-scale mobility data sets or that Google create Google community mobility reports. There was just a huge need and huge international consensus that there were data gaps in the COVID-19 response ecosystem. And so I think what the most important thing is for companies like Facebook to continue to be able to drive productive partnerships that actually have that on the ground impact that can fuel the sustainability of programs like this. So I think outside of the questions around business model, is that how can we get very clear in an international community about what the needs are, what the problems we're trying to solve are. And then using COVID-19 as an example, I think that was the most rewarding set of international collaborations between public and private sector, because the data was really being used at scale and continues to be used at scale. So I think, from where I sit as a data practitioner, what we most care about is being good product managers in terms of building data sets that actually drive on the ground impact. And that fuels the sustainability of programs like ours, as opposed to having different sort of pieces of feedback that over the course of many years maybe don't contribute to large scale on the ground changes in outcomes. That's the kind of fuel that feeds programs like ours over the long term, and having those voluntary and very problem driven partnerships, I think, is the best chance at sustainability we have.
Thanks. That's fascinating. And I want to challenge slightly this. There's this notion, I think, that who is best placed to define what the problems are and to also define how the solutions are organized and what the data is coming. This will come, I think, in the second half of the conversation as well. But, I have to wear my PARIS21 hat. And PARIS21, we're all about system strengthening, building that strong national statistical systems. And this is not a comment on Meta or anybody, but a lot of the time, also when we're talking about international organizations like ours, we talk about what solutions can we bring in, and we often bring in a nice technological solution, looks really cool. We bring in AI, we bring in satellite imagery, and then 6 months later, what happens? Who has the local capacity to maintain that system? Who owns the data? How have we helped to build up the National Statistical Office, the government, to produce the data, to manage the data, and then to use it in the long term? And that's a critical thing that I think we need to all grapple with as we go forward. So, but let's park that for a second, and then let's maybe go one more audience question. I know we have a lot to get through, and then we'll go to the second round of questions, and if maybe we can bring back Juan and Havard for those questions as well. Thanks. So go ahead.
I'll be more comfortable if I ask my question in French. Can I?
I'll try.
OK. Le consommateur est capable, en fait, de sanctionner une entreprise du moment où elle n'est pas éco-responsable, ou bien si elle n'est pas socio-responsable. Pourquoi ne pas créer un label data responsable qui serait la prérogative, qui serait une prérogative publique, justement, et qui noterait justement les entreprises sur la base de la manière avec laquelle elles traitent nos données personnelles et le degré de coopération qu'elles sont prêtes à mener avec les différentes instances publiques, justement pour le bien public. Donc, sur cette base, je pense que ces entreprises, justement, auraient tout à gagner d'adhérer à ce genre d'initiative.
Thank you. Yeah.
Win-win.
Yes. No, it's very interesting. I mean, so in the same way that we have eco-responsible labels, or, I used to work in forest certifications, we have forest certification labels. Why don't we have a data responsible label that companies can apply? And this has to do with how our data is used, data protections, privacy, all those issues. Why don't we have that kind of label, and would that kind of thing work? So that's a very interesting approach. I don't know if anyone has any quick reactions to that one before we move. Okay, as no one's, do you want to answer that? Contribute. Go ahead.
The first question would be, who would be able to rate this this behavior of the companies? And the second one would be that it might be a threshold that the smaller producer would not be able to go to certify this mechanism. That would be the first two barriers that I'm thinking about. Of course, it's a great initiative, but we have to go and think about the details.
Sorry, just partially answer your question. You said who would certify the data? Surely it would be national statistical offices. I think we agreed earlier on that's one of their roles in society is to produce, the kind of gold standard of trusted data. There's limitations to it, but you can rely on it. So surely they would be the natural certification authority.
So I think this raises a really interesting question. And Selena, if I can maybe ask this to you, and this is, how are we helping national statistical offices adapt to the changing world? I mean, many NSOs, I think, want to play this role, see themselves as the data stewards in society, don't have the capacity, don't have the expertise, aren't given an entry into those discussions, especially, of course, when you have much more powerful and much more influential partners from all different walks of life. So, Selina, I mean, how do you see the pressures on the Lesotho NSO changing, and do you see that you're able to play more of its data steward role in society, and maybe what is the role of other partners in helping you to change?
Yeah, I think it's mainly on collaboration, because if we collaborate, different stakeholders come with different skills, some of which would know how to, work on data science, apply their data science skills to, the already existing databases that have been developed to manage the data, work on it so that it can generate more data that would be needed. So all I'm saying is that some institutions have comparative advantage on other things. So when we are all together, we bring all our skills together, and then we'll be able to work out and then be able to strengthen our statistical capacity, generate more data that is required for our development agenda. So I think it all boils back to collaboration, partnerships, and working together, from different levels up to the communities, where now we can go together. Some would be able to literate the communities on how data can be used. Some would be able to, all the different skills that are needed. Working together could just help us come up with more data for, our development agenda. About the data stewardship, I'm not sure if I want the NSOs to be data stewardships. I just thought they could work with all other data stewardships for access of data, not that they become the host of all data in the countries, at least not for Lesotho, but maybe for other countries. If that could work, then it's not I don't think I have a problem for that, but not for Lesotho. We just want to be custodians of administrative data and other data, but not the data that is hosted by the private sector. But we do want to have access to that, just to extract only the information that we require for the purposes of official statistics. That's all.
Thanks so much, Selina. That's a good reality check from Lesotho, and to understand a bit more about how your particular NSO is grappling with these issues. So let's move to the second set of questions that I have now. I know we've just been asking many questions, but there's so many exciting things to talk about that I do want to get to the things that we had planned to talk about with our panelists. So Laura, I'm going to start with you again. And let's talk about trust. I mean, let's talk about privacy, trust, all these elephants in the room, which of course, I know Meta has been thinking about, and you specifically. And when we're talking about local data, I do need to bring it back to local data. Issues of trust are more important than ever. I mean, we're talking about recognizing individual people, vulnerable people, migrants, refugees, people that are often at the greatest risk of being left behind. So issues of trust are paramount. I mean, they're crucial. So what are some of the ways that you're thinking about these issues and that you're looking to grapple with these and ensure that you protect the privacy of individuals and their data?
Thanks so much, Sasha. It's really important to us. So for context on where I sit within the organization, I sit in the privacy and data policy team, and I report actually into our chief privacy officer. So the organizational structure of the Data for Good team, that was intentional because privacy by design, it's sort of the first words out of our mouth whenever we think about building anything new is how we're going to protect the privacy not only of individuals, but groups. So to start with, very basic approaches, when you have 3 billion monthly active users, I think, aggregation is one of the most simple techniques we can apply, just making sure that you have enough people in a geographic area to protect against re-identification. Aggregation is the simplest technique. It is certainly not sufficient on its own, but it's where we start. So when we think about aggregation, the sort of like on the polar opposite is how do we make sure where there isn't sufficient data to aggregate and to a meaningful level, do we simply just drop certain parts of, let's say, a map from an overall data set? So this is another very straightforward technique that basically called dropping small counts. If we, for example, generate a geospatial data set, but there are parts of a particular country where population or the Facebook population is very sparse, we actually just remove that area from the map because we can't sufficiently protect against re-identification if there's only a handful of users in that space. Aggregation thresholds are going to depend on how big the space that you're looking at is. So if it's a very small area, you might aggregate to a small number. If it's a very large area, your threshold for aggregation would be higher. And then there are more advanced techniques. So, we can add people up, we can drop counts when the count of people are small, and then we can get more fancy with things like differential privacy, which is really just a fancy way of saying that we add noise to a data set. And the good news is that we have really powerful data scientists who work on programs like Data for Good. So we can do this in a way that doesn't actually change the actual statistical output of a model. So you don't want to add so much noise that it actually causes, magnitudes and shifts in terms of the overall measurement that you'd want to do with the data set, but we can still add sufficient noise depending on the power of an individual observation so that re-identification essentially becomes impossible. And I think that interestingly, privacy protection is a complement to how then open and available you can make your data. So I think a big critique of overall sort of private sector partnerships is, who do they partner with? How is the data made accessible? Are there sort of interior ways that you have to get to know somebody at a company in order to get data? And what the Data for Good program has really focused on doing at Meta is that we build techniques like differential privacy into our data sets from the outset so that we can make our data sets open and available as possible. So increasingly over the last few years, we make more and more of our data sets fully public because we've baked techniques like differential privacy, which basically make re-identification impossible in from day one. And so I think they're actually component parts. You have an access set of questions and you have a privacy set of questions. And if you think about those two things in concert, you can not only protect against re-identification and group risk, but you can also make your data open and available as widely as publicly much of the time.
That's fantastic, and I hope you're also sharing those methodological and technological approaches so that others can learn from you and replicate the models that you developed. That's really
I think that's a really important point. I appreciate you asking it. We have open sourced, for example, the differential privacy approach we took applied to mobility data during COVID-19 pandemic and the data sets that we applied that to. We open source that methodology in a research post, and I tend to agree that it's not just leveraging the techniques themselves, but making them openly available so that other people can learn from them is a key part of our program as well.
Absolutely wonderful. So now we're getting into it. Emmanuel, I want to talk to you about the important issue of data sharing, what we're asking companies to share. Now, again, you wrote another interesting thing. This is an article called Sharing is Caring, where he and Nuria Oliver, who's the head of the Vodafone Foundation, I think she's still.
Now she's created another foundation, the Elise Alicante Foundation.
Okay, she's a high achiever. She's doing lots of very interesting things. Yes. But you propose that rather than sharing private data, companies should be sharing insights into those data, aggregated insights into that data. But this raises a question: who's best placed to generate those insights? I mean, is it the company saying this is what we think is important to you, or should somebody else be asking those questions? So won't this stymie innovation and bottom-up solutions?
So thank you. Well, it's the kind of stuff I could talk about for 3 days, but I have 3 minutes. So first of all, this idea of sharing insights, not the data, is not like especially novel. I mean, it's a question and answer mechanism. Laura mentioned that in some of the pseudonymization aggregation techniques, there has been good progress in recent years in terms of those so-called privacy enhancing technologies, including PETs, including at UNSD, so the UN Statistical Division. They produced a PET guide recently. One approach that we've been taking for years is the open algorithms, or OPAL approach, that we created with a group of partners in 2016, which is based on that idea that you send the code to the data, you only get answers. Okay, so that's, let's say, the technology side, but it doesn't really answer your question of, who decides, what are the questions, what are the indicators, and so on and so forth. So the way we positioned Opal in particular, not only, but in particular, is that it's not just a technology platform. So there's a technology, privacy enhancing technology, but there's also a governance system. And the governance system, it's not perfect, but it is based on the notion that privacy is not just protection. Like, privacy is also agency. It's also about having the ability to say, I want my data, to be used in such and such way. The way it works in 15 seconds or 30 seconds is that we've put together so this governance mechanism with a code, which is a play on word, which stands for the Council for the Orientation of Development and Ethics, so CODE, in all the countries where we have developed a pilot of Opal, and all the countries where we want to develop pilots of Opal, and also in countries where we have other projects. The way these codes work is that it's about 20 people from academia, civil society organizations, governments, national security offices, very often data protection authorities or equivalent, and they met every so often and talked about the use cases, talked about the indicators, talked about even questions of business model. There was also, in the cases of Opal, telecom operators there, and so they get customers and other people telling them, well, the business model shouldn't be so and so. We had, and I'm almost done, we had very concrete, pretty telling examples of cases where we thought that something was safe. For instance, aggregation of population distribution based on cell phone data or Facebook data. And some people raised the question, or the concern, well, actually, if you are a terrorist or you want to kill as many people as humanly possible, then if you have this population density estimates at very granular levels, then basically you can optimize how many people you can kill. We have projects in Haiti dealing with gang and youth violence. So we have a code because we're asking young people, why do you get into a gang? Like, what's your experience? So it's extremely sensitive. So the code, it's not the answer to everything, but at least you have people who know the context, who can tell you, this is a no-go, or look into that. And I could give you examples of very sensitive questions: sexual and gender-based violence in Sierra Leone, crime in Colombia. In all those projects, we have this mechanism. And then, in addition to that, we work with national governments, national security offices, local partners. So we have this two-tier kind of a governance. But I think the code it's a sort of governance innovation. Again, it's not a silver bullet, but if it were applied and scaled for every single development project, I think it would be pretty transformative.
That's fantastic. And what I really like about that is it also speaks to this coordination issue. I mean, just getting people talking to one another. I mean, also, having the access to those discussions, I mean, on a regular basis, I think can also help to identify other problem areas and other potential solutions as well. So that's really interesting. So Clea, let's go back to your previous comments that you made about incentives and everything. And I know one thing your CEO, Peter Baker, has spoken about is accountability. And so, of course, many of the things you talk about that your corporate partners are involved in have a cost to them, right? I mean, they have opening up scrutiny of their supply chains and things and how green they are, how carbon neutral they are, has a cost on the business, potentially. So what do you think has really changed in the last couple of years with regards to the private sector's readiness to engage in these kind of data partnerships for good while opening themselves up?
The other one. Oh, it works. Okay, perfect. So first of all, I have to say, when I saw the questions, I was impressed by the research Sasha had done, because it shows you really went through our speeches and reports and everything. So kudos to that. The concept on corporate accountability actually started at COP26 when we launched a business manifesto for climate recovery, and one of the calls was for CDCs, kind of the answer to the NDCs, the national determined contributions, so to have corporate determined contributions, basically to hold companies accountable for the climate commitments that they had. So we really focused on carbon and climate, which also refers to my earlier point. This, and last year I was part of that, we led multi multi-stakeholder dialogues. So not just companies, but deliberately also civil society, academia, youth activists, and published a report on the business of climate recovery, accelerating accountability, ambition, and action, which also had particular calls and examples about corporate accountability, and not just about companies saying, oh, we need to be held more, no, we want to be more accountable for our commitments, but also how can we be held more accountable, and creating more alignment around that. And now for COP28, we're almost calling it the accountability COP. We see this as a big priority also because it's the global stock take this year. So just to put this in context, and we identified 3 priorities at COP27, and we're working on developing those more for COP28. Again, focusing on the carbon space, but it has a big implication for the data for good side. It is to create alignment of the corporate carbon accountability system. So it also includes the promotion of clear and vocal business support for the ISSB prototype. So to have a mandatory global baseline for climate reporting. And I really want to stress the mandatory part for that. Our role as WBCSD is obviously to work pre-competitively with our members, but to also push them to be more ambitious and establish strong foundations for the carbon accounting system by upgrading the greenhouse gas protocol, which we co-host together with WRI. And the third one, and this is again ideation, ideas, is to develop a global corporate carbon accounting aggregation mechanism to link corporate data into national emission reduction progress reports, because that's really the interesting part. You have the NDCs, and I mentioned the CDCs, but what's the role of corporate data into this national emission reduction progress report? And right now we're going through an assessment with key stakeholders, including, as I mentioned before, civil society, academia, experts, to identify the key pain points and issues that need to be addressed. Because, and this is how I'll finish, we cannot do this alone. We have to work in partnership with others, not just with other corporations, but with organizations like PARIS21, with civil society, with governments, and really looking forward to developing this work further.
Wonderful. Thanks so much. And I really like what you say, because I mean, this has come up, I think, a few times today that, you know, many corporations want to engage, they want to be held accountable, but they don't know how. And this is, I think, a really important role for the international sector, for civil society, for organizations above all like yours, who can help show them the way and give them a meaningful pathway to engage, where you can have those conversations over a long term. So I think that's really important. So, Selina, we have one very important issue that we haven't talked about. And Benny, I know you talked about the Swiss NSO's important unlocking the power of data initiative. And one of the key priorities is financing for development data. Now, we've had all these great conversations today about partnerships, about how we can engage. But we haven't really touched, I think, enough on the question of financing, because as we all know, there's huge funding shortfalls. I mean, everyone wants to leverage data for good, but we don't have enough money to do it. Aid for development data has been falling in recent years. And for gender, it fell off a cliff last year. And so that's a real issue that we need to focus on. So Selina, let's talk a little bit about funding for development data. As an NSO in a low middle income country, funding is obviously extremely critical for you. So what is a country like Lesotho doing to spur domestic resource mobilization? What kind of conversations are you having with your international partners around those funding discussions? And of course, how can organizations like PARIS21 and many others help?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Sasha. Yes, financing statistics activities is very, very important. But let me start back to where you, as Statistics Office, has finalized its NSDS strategy. When you develop an NSDS, you have to cost all the activities so that at the end we know how much those activities cost. And then with that, a country like Lesotho would be able to now develop a financing strategy. A financing strategy is very important because it helps an NSO to have a plan for financing of all activities that are planned in a certain year, 5 years or 10 years, depending on what a country's strategy life is. So now, after that costing, you need to, as I've said, you need to be able to say, how am I going to finance my surveys? How am I going to finance development of systems, if that is in your strategy? How am I going to finance the capacities that have been identified as challenges during the assessment of an SDS? So as we develop the finances strategy, it will then show us, first of all, you have to do it will do an assessment that will show you a gap. Where would you have the gaps, the funding gaps? In our case, we as a government department, we were able to identify those activities that we are saying government has to make commitments on these issues. And then what is the gap from there? And then that gap, then we are working on how different development partners could help us finance those gaps. And now when you do that, you have to be smart, because the different development partners have different interests. For instance, if I'm allowed to say, EU in my country is interested in water and issues related to climate change. So you know that when you develop a proposal requesting funding for certain activities of statistics from EU, then you have to align yourself with the key priorities or interest of EU in the country. So the same is true for the UN agencies, different of them. You know that UNICEF is interested in children. You know all of that. UNDP is interested in governance. So all of that is important, so that when you go and present your proposals to them in terms of a request for funding, you know what they are interested in. And now again, even if you have talked to all development partners in your country, you still find, in our case, we continue to have a gap. So from there now, this is where, and I should have mentioned, Sasha, that these gaps are different. They could be technical gaps and others are financial. As I've said, that other institutions or other development partners would say, we have a comparative advantage in, you know, providing skills to your statisticians in data science. We can come and train them, and then they would be able to use those skills to, you know, in databases. But others would say we have financial components, well, and so on and so forth. So others would say digital, you know, technical capacities and so forth. So a financial strategy responds to that. It will tell you how much you need in terms of technical assistance, how much you need in terms of actually finance, monetary, and then and so forth, and so on and so forth. So I think it is one of the best planning tool for resource mobilization for the activities of statistics. Again, it helps you also to, when you're looking at government, to align yourself with the key priorities of the National Development Plan, because you would be able to know also how the government budget cycle moves and so on. So yes, it's one of the, as I've said, the best tools for you know, mobilizing resources within the country. Now, the other mechanism that you can also use as a country beyond your national borders is to even go to the what do you call it? It's the dashboard that PARIS21 uses. I'm nervous now, I don't remember it, where you can send your proposals and then every stakeholder, every development partner or any other institutions can go to that and see that a country like Lesotho has forwarded the proposal, uploaded in the, what is it called, Sasha?
The clearinghouse for financing development data.
The clearinghouse. These are some of the mechanisms you can use. You can send your proposal when collaborating with PARIS21, where now everyone can go into that and see your proposals. If they are interested in any one of them, then you continue from there. So those are some of the mechanisms. Again, going beyond national borders, the headquarters of the other development partners, like the UN, they may have their headquarters wherever in New York, and then you can also talk to those in an endeavor to try to bridge the gap that we have in financing statistical activities.
Thanks.
Think yes, thank you.
No, thank you so much, Selena. I mean, I love that you brought out, this aspect of smart financing. I mean, it's not just about getting more money in there, but it's about smart financing. And I'm also glad you brought up the clearinghouse. I was going to shamelessly self-promote, but I should mention this is not a PARIS21 initiative. This is an initiative of the Bern Network for Financing Development Data. Many organizations in this room are part of this network, including the Swiss government. And it's a really important initiative to get many of the world's kind of financing organizations, development partners, countries together to talk about these issues. And the Clearinghouse is one of the initiatives that we developed to make financing for development data smarter by helping donors, countries, everyone to understand what the funding situation is on specific areas like gender, climate, other areas in particular countries, to close those data gaps and to make sure that every dollar of development data financing goes further. So I think I'm almost out of time. I want to give one quick reflection here. I think we heard about, I didn't count, but I think 500 different initiatives and programs and amazing things and acronyms that came out of these conversations. And I think this really speaks to the level of interest and enthusiasm from everyone to work better, to strengthen partnerships. It also talks about the need to enhance coordination, and that's a really important thing that we need to remember. But I think there's 4 key themes that kind of came through for me, is that we need to ensure that we align incentives between partners. We need to provide an enabled policy environment. We need to establish appropriate governance and legal frameworks. And we need to identify appropriate models for partnerships. And we've heard lots of ideas here today, and I think we have a lot of opportunity to build on these things because I think, as all the panelists have mentioned, we're never going to succeed in the future unless we have partnerships. I think this is the only way forward for the development community, for the world at large, to survive the many of the existential issues that we face, but also to thrive and to support sustainable development for everyone, to ensure that no one is left behind. So with that, I want to thank my distinguished panel. It's been a really interesting conversation, and I'll turn things back over to Benny. Thanks.
Thanks. So there was a really lively discussion. Thanks for that. It must be because of the disco music in the beginning. I'm pretty sure about that. So for the 2 panelists, there's also good news. You're also giving some gifts for you. And I have 2 colleagues standing in between you and the cocktail we have hosted and provided by the Canton of Basel. But I ask Johannes and George to the podium. You're number 4. And you have the number 3. Okay. So I want to just make very quickly to wrap up here. I have 2 questions to each of you both. The first question will go to you, George. You have been here for the whole day. What are you taking with you? So what have you heard?
First of all, thank you very much that everybody is still here. I mean, the good thing is, I would say, is we all have problems. I mean, if we won't have problems, why we are here? But actually, that's the good news. Maybe the second thing that I take with me is it was of great value that we saw that many have similar problems, but sometimes I wasn't so aware, do we really talk about the same things? Or just make an example, data stewardship, what is it exactly? Who should do it and what they do? It's not so clear to be already on the stage that we can say, well, we have now a kind of solution. We have to understand what is really meant by that. But I think that what I saw is that the thinking that everybody is dealing with problems, that we also have to think about how we can scale these things. Led me also to the conclusion that I just make an example. In Switzerland, we had the huge problem that we don't know exactly what kind of data we have. So we built up a searching engine to make data visible, the metadata catalog. So you don't give your own data, but you have a metadata catalog, a searching engine, something like a Google for data, if you want so, and helps the data has to be harmonized and standardized. And you see also if someone is using a different standard. And I had sometimes the feeling during the discussion that could be something we could get this discussion to a next level. And of course, what I also felt is we have to be aware of not just talk about the things, we should do it. I mean, I'm now since 10 years in the statistical office here in Switzerland, and I'm also active at the UN or on the OECD level. We talk with PARIS21 and so on. And I think there are some committees that talk a lot, and there are some that they really do it. And we should be the ones doing it. And that's, I think, I take with me, because I had the feeling that this is a great community that can change a lot, and we have a good opportunity, a window of opportunity at the moment, that many people are aware of the problems we have. So we should also be part of the solution.
Thanks for that. We didn't mention that. It's also not written on the slide. George is at the moment also the vice chair of the UN Statistical Commission, so he can bring it back to the Statistical Commission, all this idea we're discussing today. But Johannes, same question to you. So you were here for 2 days. Yesterday we had a meeting with Superdot. You mentioned that in the beginning, a small company doing data visualization. Then we had the Bern Network, and in the evening there was an event by the university. And now we're here, PARIS21 Spring Meeting. What do you take with you?
Well, I think the most important lesson for me is Halle 7 in Basel is great for having events, having intellectual discussions, but maybe also having drinks later or disco music. No, a bit more seriously. So I really, my main takeaway of today is that the topic of localization in development, localization, local data is spot on and will gain even more traction than I thought before. I think it's a topic for the next couple of years. It will be the topic as we go to the 2030. And I think we have, and here I join George, we have been hearing so many opportunities coming from very different settings, from very local settings here in Basel, from Superdot. I see the two colleagues over there, but also from the countries that we had joining us from the Philippines, Malawi, and a few other countries where local data help with issues, and you mentioned problems, sustainable development challenges, from climate to humanitarian to agriculture to whatever. So I think we will see a shift in the conversation, because people get tired of hearing all the global challenges. People will be asking more, what can I do to make things better? And I think the empowerment of citizens is at the key of it. The empowerment of citizens, and as we talk here about data literacy, empowerment of citizens to hold their local administration to account, to check with them, maybe build coalitions, build partnerships with civil society, other organizations, NGO, the private sector. I think that's the way it will go. What I do think, and again, I wouldn't maybe use the word metadata catalog, but I think I have something similar in mind. Wouldn't it be nice to synthesize a bit more structurally all the nice things that we have heard? I mean, I'm a trained development economist, poverty economist. What are the determinants of success of those local initiatives? What can we learn? Can we systemize it? Can we get something out? Can we learn? Can we peer review? And then can we scale it up? Can we share it with others, and can then share it as a public good that others then can connect to it and have it have it implemented in their own local communities. So you learn something from a very specific super dot example in Basel, and you bring it to a completely different context because you make sense out of it. It's not up to us to do that. It's up to the people themselves. And I think what we need to do is thinking about how we can structure those things without making, usually we would say we need to create another partnership or we need to create platforms. I don't think we need another platform. What I think we need is an intelligent way of sharing this information. If you have ideas, let us know. But I think that there we go, and maybe this direction of metadata catalog is one element of that synthesized experience.
Thanks, Johannes. So my last question would be to you, George, or the second last question. So you did your analysis, what you take out. So what are the next steps? What do you expect? What do you want that we should do together in the partnership together with PARIS21?
Actually, this is exactly what we do here. To continue is this. I mean, this is important, I think. If I look back 5 years or so, then we had similar discussion, but just within the statistical community. And now we have a complete different situation. We have sometimes the same topics, but there are a huge range of different stakeholders here, donors, people who are technical know-how. We have, I mean, from Facebook to whatever different opinions that coming together talking about the same topics. And now I think the important thing is to find common, I say, problems or issues or challenges that we work on, that we not just stick to talking. I mean, really that we think what is scalable out of this. The metadata catalog is one possibility, but there are many more. And I think that we're continuing this dialogue, the open partnership orientation, that it's not the question who does it, it's the question, what can we do together? I think we have to continue that. And of course, we have also to continue the questions of how we finance things if we have things. So we need people working together, and that people also think that is a value that what we do here, and they're investing their time, investing their money, investing their resources to reach things for a better world. Actually, that's what PARIS21 is striving for. And here, I think this is also the really specificity about PARIS21. And I want to thank you for that, because I mean, I have no awareness what is in Malawi. This is something you can tell me. You can say, hey, guy, look, I know some guys there and they have the same problem. We can do something together. And I think this is really essential. And therefore also thank you that you continue with your work, that you continue with your network, bringing people together to have the discussion. I think this is important. But nevertheless, I would also say it makes sense to have, with this initiative we have here, the empower the power of unlocking the power of data is something that everyone from you can use, that you are having. If you have a conference or something, use this label and make it visible that we're talking about this topic, make it visible that we do something. So this is also an initiative for you, so you can use it. And I think that's what we have to do.
Thanks, George. So Johannes, you're the executive head of PARIS21. You have to prepare, starting from tomorrow, the next spring meeting. What are you going to do?
Well, Benny, before that, let me just come back to the beginning when I said, what are the objectives for today? The objectives of today were you have a good time. Hopefully you had a good time, in the sense also that maybe you have met new colleagues here. You discuss with people you hadn't had a chance to discuss with before, or you have heard things that you haven't heard before, or you take something home that you say, if it's only one thing you take home to your office and say, maybe I Google this, I look it up, I look this person up, I connect this to this person on LinkedIn, I have one new idea, that would be great success for me. The second point, and this is building on what we did in Bern 5 years ago, we had the topic about trust in data. And then we thought also it's nice to have an event, it's nice to talk here. We had sort of done a call for proposals from different initiatives to come up, pitch an idea to a sort of a panel that then selected very good proposals, and we had awarded some money for this, 50K. It was a huge trust initiatives. And I was talking to my colleague Francois and Elisa and others, and we were thinking, shall we not do the same? Can we maybe start a call for proposal with the Swiss colleagues here, with you all, for inviting to think about local data collaboratives so that people can come up as a local data collaborative to pitch to us how they dealt with one local problem that they had related to sustainable development. We could make some money available. We are a bit poor, but we still have a little bit of money. And we could make some money available. We could create out of this group a sort of an expert panel. We do it very informally. We select those, we do a little bit of discussion, and then we invite proposals, and then we see what's coming out. And then we can later on scale it up, and we can continue the conversation as we are here. So it's basically what you were saying. So we don't stop. We don't just go have a drink and go home and forget, but we continue the conversation. It's more like from listening to action and doing. And then, because I don't want to avoid Benny's question, the next question about the next meetings, is we could then at the next spring meeting in 2024, we could have those one or two of those initiatives be presented here. Maybe not in Halle 7, maybe in Halle 8. In Halle
Werk 8.
Werk 8. We can do it somewhere else, but definitely we could continue the conversation, because I think it's important those conferences that we just only not have it only for the day, but we have a continuation. It makes sense. You come, there's a narrative, and we continue the conversation, because coming back to what I said earlier on, I think this local thing will be there for the next couple of years, and we want to be part of that, and we want to help.
Thanks for that, Johannes. I hope everybody online, the 5,000 people watching, have heard this message that you have some money for the people. So I want to close. At the end, I will give back to Johannes. But I want to thank everybody who was involved in this preparation of this conference. Of course, that's the PARIS21 stuff did the program. I don't want to mention everybody here, but it was, again, fantastic to work with PARIS21. We have the technical people sitting there helping us that everything worked fine. We have Halle 7, of course, and I have to thank, of course, to my colleagues in my team, especially Verena and Nicole, who are working behind the scene, and I please give an applause to them. So Johannes, you have the last word, and then we are going to do party.
Yeah. And I just want to join with a word of thanks also to my colleagues. There's actually one colleague, Sandra Camacho, maybe of those who have been taking an active role. She has been in contact with you. She just got sick on the last mile. She's desperately sicking. Maybe she's watching now. So thanks so much, Sandra, for helping us, but also to Audrey, to Elisa, to Francois, to Sasha, all colleagues who helped, to Susan from the team. It's quite an engagement, but also what I found very useful, I have to say, to work with the Swiss colleagues and with the Swiss National Statistical Offices was a wonderful collaboration. And I think 1 + 1 makes 4 or 5 this time.
You're very good in counting.
Yeah, absolutely. So thanks again. Thanks for all of you for coming. Let's stay in touch, and thanks to the audience for listening in. And see you next time.
Do you remember when it starts? Love is changing my life. While chasing clouds and I'm ringing in the key that's singing as we dance with the night. Remember how the stars go tonight.